For the past century, Princess Soria has suffered a terrible curse, forced to live as a chicken in her dilapidated kingdom. The curse can only be broken by finding true love with her Prince Charming. Ironically, the only suitable candidate is Emperor Lenick, a dull man completely devoid of love or romance. How can a princess, transformed into a chicken, possibly develop feelings for a charmless, unromantic king? Can true love break the curse and bring light back to the two kingdoms? Let's follow this story with Lisa, the story of the Zion Kingdom. Since ancient times on the continent of Muo, there existed a kingdom called Zion. There lived a princess, her hair and eyes shimmering with a golden light. Her name was Soria. When she came of age, the entire kingdom held a party for her. The party was very joyous and successful. In the middle of the party, an uninvited wizard suddenly appeared, fearing that the princess's power would surpass his own. The wizard cast a curse, causing the entire kingdom to be covered in tall thorn bushes, making it impossible for the people to make a living. Everyone was forced to leave. Thus, no one remained in Zion, except for the cursed nobles, who had to accept the fate of protecting the White Castle. So what happened to the princess? Below the castle, a girl was sitting and picking something. She put each handful of pulled grass into a basket. Let me introduce this girl who is pulling weeds. Her name is Soria, and she's also the princess of the Zion Kingdom. Soria pulled weeds and said with frustration, "There's so much." Suddenly, Soria heard a strange sound and thought, "What's that sound?" Then Soria looked up at the source of the sound and thought, "Could it be?" Crack, crack, the barrier shattered. Soria hurriedly ran into the castle. The barrier had collapsed. "Oh my God," she said as she ran. Finally, then she shouted, "The Savior has come." Soria thought, 147 years and 3 days have passed since this miserable life began. She shouted excitedly, "I can finally break the curse." Soria hurriedly sat on a cushion and waited. Footsteps sounded outside the room, and Soria anticipated, "He's here." The young man grabbed the doorknob and slowly opened the door. A handsome young man appeared. This man's name is Lenick. Lenick's expression was one of surprise. Before Lenick was Soria in her chicken form. He thought a chicken. Soria was displeased, her eyes flashing with a gloomy light. She looked at Lenick and thought, judging by the clothes he's wearing, he can't not be my hero. But he's not carrying any weapons. She wondered, is he a wizard? Suddenly, Soria noticed the badge on Lenick's shoulder and thought, wait, what's that symbol? After searching around and finding nothing, Lenick angrily flipped the blanket on the bed and said, "We've been tricked." Lenick's actions stunned Soria. Lenick covered his face and said, "Damn it. So all that effort last night was for nothing." Then he said in a disappointed tone, "There's only that chicken here." Hearing him say that, Soria couldn't help but yell, "How rude." Amidst his disappointment, Lenick froze when he saw a talking chicken, and it was even yelling at him. Lenick said angrily, "That chicken just..." Suddenly, a person ran in from outside and said, "Your Majesty, how could you leave alone?" Lenick immediately said to the person who just ran in, "Paul, give me your shield now. There's an annoying chicken here." Hearing this, Soria furiously breathed fire and rushed towards Lenick. Paul, not hearing clearly, replied, "Pardon my interruption, but what are you talking about?" Soria, scowling, said angrily, "You are truly rude to the sole heir of the Zion Kingdom." Then, with a murderous aura, she charged at Lenick and said, "Face the consequences." Seeing this, Lenick hurriedly ran away, using Paul as a shield, and said, "This chicken is crazy." A moment later, Soria said with a proud expression, "That's right, I am Soria Brian B. Zion." And in the eyes of the other two, they saw a chicken puffing out its chest and posing. Lenick asked Diavir suspiciously, "Our mission was to find the sleeping princess." Diavir bowed and replied, "Yes, that is precisely the mission we received." Lenick scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I'm going crazy." "Well, that's fine too. Whatever the rumors, the important thing is that the princess is here." Then he said in a reluctant tone, "Even if she's a chicken." These words angered Soria, and she glared at him. Then Soria said sarcastically, "You're the king of Croatia, aren't you? Even so, who gave you the right to be so rude to a royal family that is not your vassal state?" Hearing this, Lenick retorted, "Can you even call a country with nothing but thorn bushes a real kingdom?" Seeing the two of them glaring at each other, as if to devour one another, Diavir interjected, "Your Majesty, with all due respect, you shouldn't joke anymore. It's not funny anymore." Lenick turned around, his face still carrying anger, and said, "What are you talking about, Diavir?" "What did I joke?" Diavir calmly replied, "Just a moment ago, You were talking to that chicken. Remember, the knights are all watching you. Lenick pointed at Soria. But none of you heard what she said. She was the only surviving member of the Zion royal family. But what Lenick didn't know was that everyone only saw him talking to a chicken that only clucked. The knights watched him with concern, wondering what was wrong with his majesty. They looked at Lenick with a mixture of sorrow and bewilderment, thinking how could this be had the long journey driven him mad. Lenick realized this and thought, wait. Then his face darkened. No one heard what she said. Lenick reached out to touch Soria. Look, this chicken. Lenick's action caused Soria to instinctively dodge. Suddenly, countless magic circles appeared directly above Soria's head. The light emitted from the magic circles was so bright that Lenick shielded his eyes. What is that? Boom! Soria's room suddenly exploded from the inside. After the explosion, Diaval immediately moved in front of Lenick, deploying a magical defensive layer. Please forgive my rudeness, your majesty. I shouldn't have doubted your majesty. Diaval shouted at the knights. What are you waiting for? Put away your shields. This is a magical attack. One of the knights reacted. His majesty was right. That chicken is Princess Soria. We must catch her. Soria had already run out of the room, crying. As she ran, she sobbed, damn it. I shouldn't have had so many expectations. How could those rude guys be the heroes who can lift my curse? Why did I believe that stupid witch? Lenick was inadvertently covered by Diaval's cloak. He angrily pulled the cloak off. Just then, the knights outside ran in. Your Majesty, are you all right? Lenick asked angrily, where's the chicken? Diaval replied, she ran, but we'll catch her soon. Lenick casually handed the cloak back to Diaval. Diaval continued, but how did you know that the chicken was Princess Soria? Lenick calmly replied, she told me. Diaval said with a skeptical tone, really? Lenick turned and walked away. Forget it. If you don't believe me, why ask? Diaval lowered his head, still somewhat doubtful. Of course I believe you, it's just... Then he looked at the knights, each wearing an expression of disbelief. Well, it's really hard to believe. Seeing Lenick heading somewhere, Diaval asked, where are you going? Lenick said to everyone, don't follow me. It's not that I don't trust you, but we can't waste any more time. As for Soria, she was still running with her head down, ignoring the tears on her face. Lenick spoke in a serious tone. I will negotiate with the princess. Outside in the palace corridor, Lenick was looking for Soria, thinking she escaped through the side window, so she must be in the back garden or the main hall. Suddenly, Lenick saw a family portrait hanging in the hallway. Unbelievable. Then he remembered how Soria, in her chicken form, had rushed to attack him. How could this woman and that chicken be the same person? Suddenly, Lenick saw a stray chicken feather stuck to the edge of the picture frame. He picked it up, wondering how it got there. Lenick found a similar chicken feather nearby. He followed the trail of feathers. Isn't she deliberately trying to get caught? Then Lenick lowered his head. I'd like to talk to you, your highness. In front of Lenick was Soria, with her head buried in the ground. Unfazed, Lenick continued to address Soria. You should know better than anyone that running away won't solve anything. He then pulled Soria out of the ground. He held her up in front of him. Let's just pretend what happened earlier didn't happen. I swear, neither of us look very normal just now. Hearing this, Soria replied, what? Lenick continued, I won't hold what you did out there against you. Soria said, are you serious? Then she looked at Lenick and thought, is it because he thinks my magic is no threat that he's letting me off so easily? I was a magical prodigy once. Maybe if I wasn't like this, he would show me a little more respect. Soria turned her face away. Leave me alone. Seeing that Lenick hadn't let go of her, Soria shouted, it's embarrassing that I got stuck in that hole. Don't mention it again. Go somewhere else. Lenick replied, what? Then he looked at the hole where Soria had been stuck, thinking that hole was clearly too small for a chicken to fit into. Lenick turned to Soria. At least you weren't completely stuck. Hearing this, Soria screamed angrily, shut up. Why are you bringing that up again? Lenick lowered his face. I'm really sorry. I truly am, your highness. Soria said with a dejected expression, I still have to live, and I've been getting fatter, even though all I can eat is a handful of weeds. Lenick said in a surprised tone, wait, have you only been eating grass this whole time? As if feeling understood, Soria replied, yes. Lenick said with a sympathetic expression, you've really been through a lot. Anyway, your highness, Before he could finish, Soria interrupted, of course I have. Soria cried, have you never seen a mage you don't know confess their love to you? Lenick stammered, actually, there are no female mages in the palace. Soria said angrily, then what about being rejected? Lenick replied, I just thought that mage must have been jealous of your talent. Soria said, shocked, what are you talking about? Then she flew to a nearby branch, and said, "Wait, so everyone thinks it's true that I turned into a chicken because I couldn't have him?" Lenick replied, "Actually, everyone takes it as fact." Then he asked, "So, how about this?" Soria looked down at Lenick and said, "If you can actually clear the thorns around the Zion kingdom, I'll address that rumor. You're the king of Croatia, right?" Then she jumped down from the branch and said, "To me, you're just trying to invade my country." Soria flew over Rennick's head and continued, "How shameful." As she flew, she thought, "I'll never let this happen. I'll do everything I can to escape." Just as she was thinking this, a hand suddenly grabbed her. Rennick caught Soria and walked away, saying, "You're a hen, not a hawk." Soria thought, "No." A moment later, Soria was locked in a cage, her expression bored. Rennick said, "Look, I have no intention of invading the Zion kingdom, right? How could you come up with such a foolish idea?" Soria replied, "After you clear those thorns, how can I trust that your army won't immediately occupy our country?" Rennick scratched his head in frustration. "This might upset you, but I'm telling you, we don't need to do that." Then Rennick explained, "Over time, the Zion kingdom will naturally become part of the Croatian Empire. I ask you, when there's no one left here, how do you plan to protect and maintain this kingdom? You're all alone." Soria replied seriously, "The descendants of the Zion people will soon return here." Rennick asked, "Are you sure?" Soria looked up at the sky and said, "Of course. This land and those who ruled it are still here. So I believe that once my curse is lifted, the children who grew up listening to the stories of Zion passed down by their ancestors will soon find their way back home." Rennick replied indifferently, "Well, let's see if your dream comes true." Soria replied confidently, "As long as the curse blocking the source of the river is lifted." Rennick changed the subject. "Do you want to try escaping those thorns?" Soria shouted angrily, "How many times have I told you if I could do that, I would have done already?" Then Soria sighed and said, "If I didn't have this curse, I could totally do it. But considering the current situation, I can't even control my magic power." Rennick raised his hand in thought, saying, "So you can only do it after the curse is lifted?" Soria replied, "Well, and I need a hero to help me." In the distance, the knights looked strangely at Rennick, talking to Soria in her chicken form. Rennick continued, "Only a hero can break the curse." Soria replied, "Hero, warrior, knight, whatever." Rennick said, thoughtfully, "A hero." Two knights, catching a glimpse of him like this, ran away in fright. Rennick continued, "We already have knights, but we don't live in an age of heroes and warriors." As he was thinking, Diaval walked by carrying a stack of books and said, "Your Majesty, please gather your things. We're about to depart." Seeing Diaval, Rennick remembered something and said, "Diaval." Diaval, feeling uneasy, replied, "Yes." Rennick continued to reminisce. "You practiced swordsmanship before, right?" Hearing this, Diaval averted his gaze. Rennick continued, "In that case, you can become a knight too." Diaval replied, "I don't think becoming a knight is that easy." Rennick replied, "If you need something more formal, I can knight you right now." Hearing this, Diaval thought, "What is this, Rennick?" Rennick continued with a serious expression, "I think it's quite reasonable. I will bestow upon you this title, the first glorious magic knight under the king." Diaval thought, "Seriously?" Then he replied, "Yes, all right." But his mind was full of question marks. Rennick placed his hand on Diaval's shoulder and said, "Great, I knew you were the right person." Diaval asked blankly, "The right person for what?" Rennick replied seriously, "As the hero, warrior, and knight, the one who will break the curse." Then he picked up Soria's cage and said, "Now I'm giving you a chance to break the princess's curse. Diaval, quickly give the princess a kiss of oath." Hearing that he was supposed to kiss a chicken, Diaval was so shocked that he dropped the books he was holding, saying, "Your Majesty, are you all right? Are you sure this chicken is Princess Soria?" Rennick said calmly, "I already told you. She told me herself." Diaval looked at the chicken puffing out its chest in the cage and thought, "All I hear is clucking." Diaval picked up the dropped books suspiciously and asked, "Then please ask her, which potion is the hardest to make?" Soria looked at Rennick and said, "A love potion." Then Rennick calmly said to Diaval, "She says a love potion." Diaval watched Rennick and Soria converse and thought, "I can already sense the bewilderment in the king's voice. He doesn't even believe such a potion exists." Then Diaval's expression turned serious. "If he can really communicate with the princess." Then he turned to Lenick and said, "With all due respect, Your Majesty, I am unable to communicate with Princess Soria, nor do I intend to interpret her intentions based on my observations." He then stated a fact that stunned both of them. "It seems you are the one chosen for this task, Your Majesty. If not, why are you the only one who can communicate with the princess? Then why don't the two of you?" Diaval couldn't finish his sentence before Lenick and Soria said simultaneously, "No way. That's impossible." Lenick then exclaimed, "I would never kiss a chicken." Hearing this, Soria rushed out of the cage, making Lenick cry out, "Hey princess, what are you doing?" Diaval watched this scene with a stiff expression, thinking, so that in-depth conversation earlier was actually him trying to convince me to kiss his pet. Diaval decided to write his resignation letter as soon as he returned to the Empire. After a brief scuffle between Lenick and Soria, the two lay on the ground, looking sullen. Lenick said, "Why don't we kiss another day, princess?" Soria replied, "I thought you'd never ask." Diaval announced, "Your Majesty, it's time to depart." Lenick slowly stood up and said, "Let's go together, princess." Diaval continued, "Ah, Your Majesty, regarding escorting the princess, there's something I'd like to mention to you." A moment later, Soria made an uncomfortable expression. Lenick held Soria in his arms. Soria looked up at Lenick uncomfortably and said, "Is this how you treat a kingdom's princess?" Lenick replied, "I don't have a better way." He stroked Soria's head and said, "You're not a prisoner of war, and we can't transport a noble in a birdcage, nor can we put a chicken on a horse or in a palanquin." Soria angrily pulled her head back, preventing him from stroking her further, unsure of how to retort. Seeing this, Lenick said, "Hey, getting angry won't help." Then he reached out to touch Soria's head again. Soria immediately pecked Lenick's hand, making him scream. Lenick angrily raised his swollen hand and said, "What are you doing?" Soria, without looking at him, replied, "Stop touching my feathers and hold the reins, Your Majesty." Then Soria glared at him and said, "I'll only tolerate you until we leave this place because of that damned curse, understand?" Lenick replied in an equally angry tone, "Perhaps you don't know, but harming a king is usually considered treason." Soria calmly replied, "Then punish me." This surprised Lenick, who asked what. Soria continued, "Be my guest, if you don't mind being remembered as the first ruler in history to punish a chicken for treason." Lenick frowned at the thought of his name being recorded in Crozia's dark history. Then he said indignantly, "How annoying." Soria noticed something strange. She looked at the knight and said, "Why is the army deployed like this?" Lenick followed her gaze and said, Then Lenick explained, "Because we need to find the road as soon as possible. We discarded unnecessary equipment." Soria looked up in alarm and asked, "Find the road? Is the situation that serious?" Lenick reassured her, "You're overthinking it. Don't worry, because I brought Diaval with me. Whatever role he plays, he's still a great mage. But it's best to let Diaval complete his original task, which is to carry the royal jewelry bag and these treasures. They are all magic stones worth half the kingdom's annual budget." Hearing this, Soria's jaw dropped in shock, thinking, "Is this really necessary?" A knight reported, "Your Majesty, we're approaching the thorn bushes." Lenick turned and ordered Diaval. Diaval replied, "As you command." "My lord, we must use the final solution." Then Diaval created a magic circle in front of his hands. Lenick raised his sword high and commanded, "Everyone, prepare." The knights replied, "Understood, Your Majesty." Soria said with a scornful expression, "Your Majesty, I truly admire your determination, but so far, the story only involves those thorn bushes." As she spoke, the knights had already charged towards the Baron. Thorn fence. Lenick patted his chest and said, "Really, I'm telling the truth. They are extremely brutal. They entangled my guards like rag dolls and injured them." Diaval, standing beside him, shook his head helplessly at this sight. Soria asked, "Were the casualties heavy?" Lenick replied, "No, no one died." Soria said distrustfully, "And I've been admiring this castle for a while now. Isn't that Crozia's royal palace?" Lenick replied, "That's right." Then Soria made a scornful expression and said, "So close." A map image of the Crozian Empire and the Zion Kingdom appeared. Hearing this, Lenick said angrily, "Close. Do you know how long it takes to get from there to your palace?" Soria replied, "Probably less than a day." Hearing her ignorant reply, Lenick said, "I said before those thorn bushes. Listen, you don't know how winding they are." Soria replied nonchalantly, Right, sorry, I meant to say, but what did you say surrounds it? Aren't you the criminals who invaded our country?" Hearing you say that, the thorn bush sounds more like a solemn knight guarding Zion. Lenick looked at her with a knowing look. "Princess, did you know that only this river belongs to the territory of the Zion Kingdom?" Soria asked when he suddenly said that. "What do you mean by that?" Lenick continued, "I want to make sure. The current situation is so severe that our country doesn't need to take any action to invade yours, if not for that." Soria Soria looked at Lenick solemnly, as if trying to appease his majesty's anger, thinking, I guess he has some difficulties he can't speak of. Soria immediately took to her heels. When they arrived at the Crochet Royal Palace, Soria thought, this is not my business. Meanwhile, Lenick yelled when he noticed Soria was gone. Soria was in the Crochet Royal Palace. Lenick held his head in his hands, exasperated. Was I wrong, Diaval? Then, covering his face with both hands, he said, even chickens can fly now. Diaval replied, Your Majesty, don't worry too much. We can send someone to look for her. We should be able to find her soon. Lenick replied, You don't know how many chickens there are in this world, Diaval. Diaval looked out the window. Even if we can't find her, I'm sure the princess will soon realize how harsh the outside world is and come back on her own. Then, Diaval looked at Lenick. Actually, now is the perfect time for you to pay attention to this matter. Lenick asked, What do I need to pay attention to? Diaval continued, Are you certain that chicken is Princess Soria? Lenick raised a hand, lost in thought. Diaval continued, The thorn bush parted for her, but even when mages cast spells, it doesn't budge. Those who cursed the Zion kingdom. If the curse wasn't strong enough, the Mages Guild would have to order those thorn bushes to keep the princess in the castle. But why did the thorn bush part for her like that? Lenick stood up. You mean that princess might be a real mage, and that person is impersonating Princess Soria? Diaval replied, I just think we shouldn't completely rule out that possibility. Lenick said, You think that mage might be trapped by their own curse? For over 100 years, Diaval explained, sometimes spells have different outcomes than intended, and our only proof is her claim of being the princess. Lenick said with a troubled expression, This is a real headache. Then he walked away. Forget it. Let's focus on the meeting for now. Diaval, go find any white chicken. Diaval looked at Lenick and replied, You're planning to. Then Diaval continued, Why don't we just send it to the nobles' mansions today and postpone the meeting until we find the princess? Lenick replied seriously, An unmarried ruler, without a stable official throne, has started a conquest with half the kingdom's annual budget. I know you understand how important this is, so how can I tell them to go home? Diaval said with an apologetic expression, Your Majesty, please forgive my recklessness. Lenick sighed and looked at Diaval. Lenick put his hand on Diaval's shoulder with a trusting expression. Looking at him, Lenick pointed behind him. If you understand, go find that chicken. In the evening, at the Crochet Royal Palace. These people are butlers, these are knights, and those over there are nobles. Soria peeked out from the bushes, thinking, since I can't see any heroes or warriors, I'll find a knight. Then Soria thought, I'm looking for a guard wearing a golden eagle badge. To find him, I need to go where they stand guard. Thinking so, Soria started walking. A large building stood before Soria. So that's why I came to the knight's dormitory. Eagle. It had been 3 days since Soria ran away from Lenick. Every night, terrible screams echoed from the knight's dormitory. Screams rose and fell. Oh my God, mother, it hurts. Then, a chilling rumor began to spread. A terrible rumor about the knights, His Majesty's closest guards, began to circulate. In a corner of the castle, 2 maids were talking. Have you heard the rumor? Many knights have become victims. Someone pulled their lips in the middle of the night and ran away. What kind of pervert would do such a thing? The 2 maids were unaware that someone behind them had overheard their conversation. Lenick stepped out. That's Princess Soria. Diaval. Diaval, who was behind him, also said, I think so too. All the victimized knights participated in the Zion expedition. Maybe she thought one of them could help her. Lenick said in an exasperated tone, Yes, but why would she pull their lips and run away? Does she think that's a kiss? There's no such thing in beautiful fairy tales. Diaval replied, She's a hen, so maybe she can't help it. The image of Lenick holding a real chicken at the meeting and declaring it to be Soria, leaving the nobles dumbfounded, flashed through his mind. Yes, that's been bothering me for days. Then Lenick said to Diaval, This can't go on, Diaval. He leaned against the wall. If we can't catch her using conventional methods, we need to set a trap in the kitchen. Soria lay bored, thinking, She accidentally let out a small cluck. Soria quickly covered her mouth. She looked around, thinking, Good thing no one else is here. Then Soria jumped down and said, This is such a waste of time. Oh dear, don't tell me His Majesty is the hero who can break my curse. Soria made a sad face, thinking, That would be a big problem. She sighed and said, How am I supposed to sneak into his bedroom? Soria immediately dismissed the idea, saying, No, that can only be a last resort. Soria opened the ventilation window above the kitchen and said, standing, I have to try it on all the knights first. Then she thought, If I'm still a chicken, I'll think of something else. She thought as she walked, Come on, Soria. You can do it. The scene changes to nighttime. Soria was lurking in front of a bedroom door. She peeked inside, thinking, maybe it's because security has been tightened. Soria tiptoed to the bedside, thinking, but the atmosphere feels colder. Chun, I don't know how many people you've kissed, but I'm sorry, I'll be quick. Then she flew up, thinking, here I come, Chun. The person lying in bed suddenly laughed. Lenick turned over, reached out, and grabbed Soria, saying, long time no see, Princess Soria. Soria, seeing him, broke out in a cold sweat and froze. She thought, no. In the silent bedroom, there was a sudden loud bang and a shrill chicken squawk. Soria said angrily, let go of me. Soria, held upside down, said, how dare you grab a girl's leg? Lenick replied, it's just a chicken leg now, so it's fine. Anyway, I think we need to have a private conversation. Seeing Soria struggling incessantly, Lenick said angrily, can't you be quiet for a second? Huh? Soria retorted, who could be quiet in this situation? Let me go. As soon as she finished speaking, she was stuffed into a sack. Soria yelled furiously, if you don't get me out of here right now, I'll burn everything down. Lenick leisurely dusted his hands and replied, before you do that, you should think about where you are right now. Soria calmed down. She said loudly, are you that covetous of my small kingdom? Lenick sat on the bed and calmly replied, actually, your kingdom is no different from a small territory to me. Believe what I say, Croatia occupies 1/3 of the continent. I have no intention of occupying your tiny piece of land. What I want is something else, and that is the Zion River, the river that flows through the heart of your kingdom. Soria replied, are you kidding me? Lenick, as he opened the bag that held Soria, listened to her say, like you just said, that river flows through the heart of Zion. Soria poked her head out and said, how is that any different from you wanting my entire kingdom? Lenick asked, I'm just curious. Do you know what that river looks like now? Soria replied with a blank expression, I'm sure it's flowing, as usual. Lenick replied, I wish it were. Then he explained the current situation to her. However, the Zion River stopped flowing more than 50 years ago due to a blockage in the middle of the waterway. Soria said fearfully, are thorns the cause? Lenick calmly replied, I don't know the exact reason, but in any case, that's our best guess. This problem only became serious in the last 6 months. Then he raised his finger to the sky and continued, water doesn't come from the ground, it also falls from the sky. Soria asked, are you experiencing a drought? Lenick replied, exactly. If I told you that in the past, not a single drop of rain has fallen in the south in 6 months, would you believe me? Soria exclaimed, oh my goodness. Then she said, I understand now. So, this is why the monarch of a great empire came personally to a small kingdom that has been abandoned for over 100 years. It's for the benefit of the people. Soria looked at him sympathetically and said, you're such a benevolent emperor. Hearing Soria say this, Lenick coughed. He asked back what? Soria said, I said you're more benevolent than I thought. Lenick replied, are you serious? Soria looked at him calmly and said, of course, why not? Lenick turned his face to the side, blushing shyly, and said, I'm just doing what an emperor should do. Then he thought, no one has ever praised me like this before. Soria placed her wing on Lenick's hand and said, how could that be? You must have been carrying quite a heavy burden this whole time. Lenick suddenly realized that he was being encouraged by a chicken, and then thought, this feels so strange. Then he straightened up, mechanically walked out of the room, leaving Soria bewildered. Lenick opened the door, and Diaval, seeing him, said, Your Majesty. Lenick grabbed Diaval's clothes and dragged him into the room. Diaval, not understanding what was happening, said, What's wrong, Your Majesty? Lenick replied, I think you were right. Diaval. Lenick looked ahead and continued, That princess? No, that chicken is the mage. Soria, watching the two of them talking about something, was full of question marks. Diaval said with a panicked expression, What? Could you say that again? Lenick leaned closer to Diaval and explained what had happened. Diaval looked at Lenick with a knowing expression, then glanced at Soria, who appeared utterly bewildered. He wearily patted his forehead and said to Lenick, From now on, I will compliment you more often, so please stop, Your Majesty. Lenick pointed at Soria angrily. Don't twist my words. That chicken has the ability to manipulate emotions, which proves your theory correct. Diaval thought exasperatedly. She just complimented you. Then he said, Your Majesty is it just because you said that? Lenick thumped his chest. Do you really think I'm that merciful, Diover? He didn't realize he was demeaning himself. The Croatian Empire might fall soon, Saria thought, listening to their illogical conversation. This man doesn't even know how to take a compliment. The scene changed to a handsome young man introducing himself. Greetings, I am Chun, a proud member of the knighthood guarding the Croatian Emperor. Lately, I've been focusing more on rigorous training and daytime duties. I've even sustained some injuries during night shifts I don't even get paid for. Chun stood in front of Lenick's office, looking exhausted. I know I've pledged all my loyalty to serve your majesty as a knight, but isn't this already abuse of personnel? Chun sighed. He even took my room. He pushed the door open and announced loudly, Your Majesty, Chun is here. I heard you wanted to see me in your office. As he spoke, Chun suddenly noticed something. He looked at Saria lying on the chair. A hen. Lenick said, Chun, I'm going to give you an opportunity to not only make your mark in dynastic history, but in the history of the entire continent. Does making history have anything to do with the princess? Chun thought uneasily. When Chun didn't reply, Lenick called out, Chun. Chun snapped back to attention. Yes, your majesty. Lenick donned his royal cloak. I trust you've already guessed. He then explained to Chun, this is an extremely serious security issue upon which the stability of the dynasty rests. Do you understand? So it's a top secret mission, Chun thought, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yes, your majesty. I won't tell a soul about this. Lenick said, good. Do you remember how we rescued Princess Saria from the Zion Kingdom? Chun replied, of course I remember. Lenick stepped closer to Chun. Well, I've recently been informed that this might not be the princess, but the sorcerer who cursed her. Princess Saria herself, of course, objects to this. So, Chun, I want you to take the fate of the dynasty into your own hands. The fate of the dynasty. Chun thought excitedly. Lenick placed his hand on Chun's shoulder, his expression serious. You will be our hero, and kiss the princess. The series of actions and words petrified Chun on the spot. What? Your majesty? He asked again. Lenick, his hand still on Chun's shoulder, said, is there a problem? Chun then asked, by kissing, do you mean I should place my lips between the beak or on the nose? Lenick, Diover, and Saria were all taken aback by this unanticipated concern. Saria immediately pictured a person's lips, a person's nose, compared to a chicken's. Oh, the nose. No, wait, isn't that the whole mouth? Diover sighed. It doesn't matter how. For the greater good, why don't we just try it? It's getting late. Chun sat down nervously. So, I'm willing to try. Chun placed his hand on Saria's head. If you'll permit me, your highness, will my curse finally be lifted? Saria thought nervously. Chun puckered his lips and kissed Saria's beak. After a long moment, when nothing happened, Lenick said, it seems it's not you. Saria's hopeful heart shattered. Lenick continued, but it was worth a try. You may go now. Chun replied dejectedly, my apologies. Lenick sat down in his chair and removed his cloak. I'm getting tired. Saria said, really? Then, nuzzling her face against the table, she said, let's call it a day. I have no energy left, so don't worry about me. Lenick replied, at least let me tell you this. In my lifetime, I have no intention of kissing anyone other than my future empress, be it chicken or human. Saria, still Pazajozisham, looked up at him. Does Croatia have such strict standards for royalty? Then you may never get to know anyone. Sound tough, your majesty. Lenick exclaimed, you're missing the point. Then he knelt down. What I'm trying to say is... Lenick looked at her intensely. I've decided to break my personal principles. He lifted Saria's head. What if I am the hero you need? Then I must sacrifice myself for the dynasty. Diover, standing off to the side, turned his face away. My eyes will be tainted if I witness that. Ignoring Saria's distressed cries. Let go of me. Don't come any closer. Call the knights again. Let's start over. Saria yelled, thinking, did he learn how to properly hold a chicken? Why is he suddenly holding me so tight? No. Screams echoed throughout the castle. What in the world are you doing? After a moment of struggling, Lenick successfully kissed Soria's beak. Saria fell backward, thinking in despair, is this punishment for stealing all the knight's kisses? Tears welled up in her eyes. I'm sorry. I'll make it up to everyone someday. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong. Lifting her head, Saria saw the shocked expressions on Diover and Lenick's faces. Looking at them, she asked what's wrong. Lenick's expression was stiff, while Diaval stood to the side, clapping. Soria stared blankly at the two, not understanding what was happening. Diaval spoke. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You are now the hero who broke the century-old curse. Everyone will cheer and congratulate you. Hearing this, Soria immediately examined herself, saying what? He broke the curse. She lifted her wings and looked, saying, but I'm still a chicken. Lenick held his forehead, pointing at Soria and saying, do I look like I broke some curse for you? Soria replied, wait, what are you two talking about? Give me some room to understand. Diaval walked over and bowed, looking at her as he explained, the curse hasn't been completely lifted, but because I can now understand what you're saying. We might need to continue doing something. Even the color of your feathers has changed. Hearing this, Soria said happily, oh my God, really? So the rest of the curse will soon be. Trailing off, Soria looked at Lenick, the two staring at each other without a word. With a bored expression, Soria thought, this guy is the hero. Seeing her expression, Lenick said, I can see what you're thinking, princess. Then Soria asked, what is your majesty's level of swordsmanship? Lenick replied, average. I realized around the age of 5 that I wasn't a very good swordsman. The scene showed a young Lenick struggling against a wooden training dummy. Soria asked, then is your title hero or warrior? Then Lenick calmly replied, who would have such a title? He then thought, what a stupid question. With a dejected expression, Soria said, then why did you break my curse? So many people, why you? Lenick calmly replied, heroes, warriors, knights, they all have to obey my commands because I am above them. The scene showed a hierarchical pyramid with the emperor at the top, followed by the royal family, royal knights, nobles, and commoners. Soria exclaimed, what kind of reason is that? Soria lifted her head, refusing to accept this reality, and said, is it possible that Chen's kiss had a delayed effect? Diaval perfunctorily replied, I also have a slight suspicion about that. Soria frowned and said, I don't believe it. Diaval said, Your Majesty, that's a woman's voice. I think it really is Princess Soria. Lenick retorted, there's no guarantee that the magician wasn't a woman. Soria, who was crying, suddenly heard him say that and angrily said, what? Lenick continued, maybe it was a man with a high-pitched voice. Soria said again, what? Lenick said to Diaval, you should learn more, Diaval. Seeing this, Diaval could only think, why do I have a bad feeling about this? Lenick continued to taunt, maybe it's the magician's trickery. Who would believe that prejudice is fragile? Soria couldn't help but curse. What nonsense are you talking about? I've had enough of your ignorance. A crashing sound rang out. Diaval, standing to the side, thought maybe they can make each other happy again. Diaval once again thought about writing his resignation letter. In a hazy, misty space, a question was posed to the princess. Princess, do you believe this river belongs only to the Zion Kingdom? Of course, Soria didn't think so. Naturally, the river flowing through the center of Zion was a gift from nature, and the kingdom was merely borrowing it. Then, for the Zion family, who have been unable to care for the river due to a curse that has lasted for hundreds of years, how much responsibility should they bear for this disaster? Currently in chicken form, Soria was sitting on a comfortable cushion in a luxurious space, but there seemed to be a hint of apology in her words. Please forgive me. As a princess of the Zion Kingdom, I should have taken better care of this river. Soria also couldn't bear to see the country in crisis. If I could do something to help alleviate the drought. Lenick, sitting next to her with his chin resting in his hands, tried to comfort her. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. Outside the palace, the sky was gray and heavy rain was pouring down. He analyzed if it rains or if the Zion River starts flowing again, the agricultural situation will greatly improve. Along with Lenick's explanation, rain poured down onto the river surface. However, the water in the sluice gates hadn't run out yet, and it was still sufficient for the time being. After the rain, the sky cleared up again. He stood up from his chair. Don't blame yourself too much. Lenick opened the door, preparing to leave, not forgetting to remind her, we'll discuss more details tomorrow. It's late now, we should go to sleep. A voice echoed in the warm and luxurious royal space. That being said, but Lenick, holding documents in his hand, studied them while scratching his head. In that hellish atmosphere, he looked worried, the dark and gloomy words still echoing. The curse of Zion has spread through Zion's waves and affected us. In a meeting, Lenick expressed his complete disagreement with this view. Nonsense. A curse that has been silent for 100 years. Why has it fallen upon us at this particular time? The Marquee de Bourbon reminded him. But your majesty, the 6-month drought has already stirred public resentment. We should sacrifice the chicken to appease the god's wrath. Lenick, writing something on paper, retorted, "What age are we in that we're still performing sacrificial rituals?" He contemptuously stamped the seal and spat out the words, "Utter nonsense." At night, Lenick's powerful figure sat in the dim palace space. Incompetent officials have no place here. The crown shimmered, dazzling with golden light. Oh, my goodness! The pearl necklace adorned with pink tourmaline shimmered in the light. My goodness! The maid carefully held up the chicken and introduced, "This is the esteemed Princess Soria Bryn V. Zion. Please show your respect, Diaval." He tried to turn his face away, suppressing a laugh. The maid reminded him, "Don't laugh, Diaval." In the center of the palace, everything became so lively. Diaval still struggled to hold back his laughter. "Please forgive me." He was answered with a piercing shriek, "My goodness! What did I tell you?" Soria fumed, "So embarrassing." The crown was removed, and she sat on the golden table, the discarded crown lying on the floor. Although she was a chicken, her imposing manner remained undiminished. "I want to talk to you about a few things." He straightened up and faced the princess. "About what?" "Soria," he stated methodically, "I've been thinking all night, and I believe there's another way to solve the drought." She asked curiously, "Is it in one of your magic books?" She didn't hesitate to answer immediately, "Yes." To Soria's bewilderment, he ran off. A moment later, a stack of books was placed squarely on the table. "I would be grateful if you could explain all these books to me," he suggested. Starting point, the language they use. Soria glanced at them casually and gave her opinion. "I certainly wouldn't know." She picked up a book with her beak. What mage would write a magic book without setting up some security measures? After flipping to a certain page, she commanded, "Look closely here." The strange light emanating from the book silenced Soria for a moment. She asked decisively, "What is this?" Diaval hesitated. "That's what I'm trying to say." A pair of noble hands and a noble attire, sitting amidst a pile of cluttered books. Those slender, white, clean fingers gently touched the book. The princess suddenly transformed into a beautiful young girl with long golden hair. Impossible. Two people on either side were restraining a man in the middle. "Just for a short time." Someone replied, "Yes, about 5 minutes." Lenick put his hand to his mouth, pondering 5 minutes. Lenick looked up at a happy family photo of Soria, which he guessed was a commemorative picture. A question was posed, causing his majesty to turn his face impatiently. Was she pretty? Lenick sat down in his chair and tried to laugh calmly. "I was just joking." "What's the problem?" He questioned him. "I kissed her, so why was the curse only partially lifted?" As the royal magician, you must know the answer, right? The image of a loving couple kissing passionately served as a perfect illustration for Diaval's explanation. Because it wasn't true love's kiss. Lenick stared blankly. What love? What? He couldn't believe it. How absurd. How fitting for you. Diaval was an ideal example, having married for love 3 years prior and already having 2 children. In the Great Hall, the real palace space was extremely grand and luxurious, furnished with a pair of dazzlingly brilliant coronation thrones. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we took this opportunity to marry the empress of the empire? The mystical image of a royal bride emerged in Diaval's words. If you could break that ancient curse and make the last heir of the Zion kingdom your empress, your story would be passed down through generations and poets would sing of it. The pages will be preserved, and it will be recorded as the only love story in history. Lenick called out the name, Diaval. He quickly obeyed. "Diaval, I am curious. You want to know directly. You're not secretly gloating, are you?" He retorted, "Of course not." Under Lenick's thoughtful countenance and the concerned gesture of his hands clasped before him on the table, Diaval replied, "I just haven't forgotten how much help and thoughtful advice you gave me when I was courting my wife." He gave a sly, brilliant smile. Lenick thought, "But your expression says otherwise." He became angry, his hands clenching into fists, and roared, "Actually, now that I think about it, you still owe me a favor." Lenick recalled Diaval's extremely panicked expression when he fell into the water, right? "You fool." Several people fell into the lake, but regardless, everything started from there. He regained his serious expression. "Yes, I know. Diover seems to possess some sort of supernatural ability, causing Lenick to frown. I will do everything in my power to repay you." He's more like a close friend than a trusted minister, as he's willing to point out the crux of the matter. Don't you find it tiring choosing a noble woman as empress at a time like this? He pondered, speechless. At Diover's urging, Lenick finally asked, "So, what is Princess Soria doing now?" A look of helplessness already filled Diover's eyes. He finally reported the situation. "Her Highness is very distressed." He was taken aback. Diover speculated. It's probably a great shock to her to be turned back into a chicken. Finally, Diover summarized, "She doesn't want to leave the room." He didn't mind offering advice. "Why don't you go and see how she is doing yourself, Your Majesty?" Lenick's finger remained across his lips, looking very troubled. "Are you serious?" As the ruler of a nation, he had many concerns. What changed your mind? He recounted the situation in the south. Princess Soria proposed a solution to the drought in the south. Diover affirmed her abilities with one sentence. "Honestly, Your Majesty, I think we should seriously consider this proposal, because the princess is a great mage. Shaun's last heir, and this might be the simplest method." He knew what was coming next and interrupted. "Turn Shaun into a vassal state of Croatia, right?" Diover agreed. "Yes." Lenick slammed his hand on the table. "You're right, but you're overlooking one thing." Diover asked curiously, "What is it?" Lenick said only one word. "Me." Lenick slowly stood up. "You're completely disregarding me. Is Croatia in such dire straits that I need to marry that princess?" He replied, "If you consider the advantages and disadvantages." He said as he walked away, "Yes, I should have been forced to marry her, but since we're talking about my marriage, didn't I already say?" He raised his hand as if to grab his shoulder. "The world will never go its way. Diover, especially when it comes to matters like this." In a luxurious room, Soria lay listlessly on the table. She looked utterly lonely. Then a voice called out, "Princess, are you there?" Lenick walked in awkwardly and coughed. He asked cautiously, "So, you told Diover about the spell that could end the drought, right?" "He's grateful to you for that." Soria replied coldly, "I know." Lenick held the back of his neck with both hands, secretly finding it tricky. Now she won't listen to anything. He held his forehead. "What should I do now?" Finally, Lenick had to reach into his coat for something, unsure if it could still be called a gesture of sincerity. He placed a paper with a complete seal on the table for Soria to see. "But this is the treaty I mentioned before. It states that Shaun will be recognized as an independent nation, and Croatia must respect all its rights, though this will not take effect until your curse is lifted, and the Shaun River will flow again." Soria looked at him with half-opened eyes. "Is that so?" "Of course." She curled up like a lazy cat and turned to an unrelated topic. "Your Majesty, have you ever loved anyone?" Lenick panicked. "Did I hear that wrong?" She repeated with a sorrowful expression, "I'm asking, do you know what true love is?" He wondered, why are you suddenly asking this? A month-long love meter appeared. According to Soria, isn't it obvious enough, even what true love is? Is there a way to measure it? Do you know how to make your love be considered true? Soria became angry and furious. That bastard mage, if he were still alive, I would definitely wring his neck. Lenick caught the point. "So what's making you sad now?" He didn't say the next sentence. "Is it finding a way for true love to descend?" Soria frowned, furious. "Of course, it's too vague to say." Lenick was confused. "It's not even a real person anymore. Who cares about my feelings?" He clenched his hand on the hem of his trousers, thinking to himself, "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I really didn't think I'd be your true love." Lenick was wondering if he should tell her to find someone else, while she yelled angrily that she could only talk to specific people. A scepter in a strange book appeared, and it seemed to be restricted by the mage. But now magic is gradually withering. Lenick felt regretful. If only Diover wasn't married. As if poked in a sore spot, Diover's face turned ashen, and he couldn't even hold the book steady. Between a quiet person and a noisy chicken behind him, the space became strange. Lenick released his hand from his chin and finally made a decision. "All right." Lenick stroked Soria's soft feathers and asked her a question. "Are you ready to face any obstacle to break the curse?" She became suspicious. Why so serious all of a sudden? He removed his hand from Soria's side. If viewed from the outside, the two shadows did look harmonious. "Then, yes, because I have no other choice." At Lenick's bold proposal, Soria's face suddenly turned as green as a leaf. "Let's try it for a month then." She flapped her wings. Lenick thought, what? My heart is overflowing with love right now. Soria wasn't that foolish, of course. What does that mean? He analyzed. If every kiss returns you to human form for 5 minutes, then 100 kisses should completely break the curse. What do you think? She was shocked. What? Lenick grew bolder. Then let's try it. 100 kisses. Soria was bewildered, her mood extremely gloomy. Beyond the blue sky, white clouds, and shady forest, Soria's fury echoed. Are you crazy? Lenick tried to explain. Princess, wait, I'm serious. Ah, your majesty, everyone is waiting for you. It was Lady Maybelline. She was one of the high-ranking nobles of the upper class. Lenick, displeased even while enjoying afternoon tea with a noblewoman, thought, everyone's a nosy, arrogant busybody in my palace. Stop, stop, stop. Maybelline interjected. She was also an imperial advisor whom everyone feared. Maybelline maintained a very gentle demeanor. Dozens of people witnessed you entering the princess's room. Her tone was soft, but her implications were very suggestive, and you were chased out by a flurry of clucking. These words made Lenick want to flee. He clutched a white towel tightly in front of Maybelline. Seeing this, she sighed at his subsequent actions. But beyond that, the image of a chicken wearing a crown appeared on the throne. Some ladies said Princess Soria would make a perfect empress. Maybelline probed. Do you remember what you said to Lady Chariot? Lenick hesitated. Chariot? Who? He pondered further. Did I say something offensive to her? Maybelline affirmed, yes, your majesty. Most people would find it a bit offensive to be asked if they would end their father's life. Lenick's expression shifted slightly. He explained, no, wait, it was a misunderstanding. She said she'd give up her entire family to become my empress, so I was just testing her sincerity. She quietly poured tea and commented, rumors don't usually care about context. Maybelline thought, even if you ask me. She continued to watch him drink his tea. The fact that you found that conversation humorous truly shows what a fine ruler you are. The previous emperor had used every tactic to shape Lenick into who he was now. He had Lenick befriend every child of the ducal families, and from a young age, as soon as he was old enough, brought him to the battlefield. The only reason Lenick's mother had endured the war was because he had friends. Maybelline continued to sip her tea calmly. His reign is the result of meticulous planning, so I understand why everyone is so cautious in choosing his empress. She continued with a rather pointed question. Then what about those noble ladies who have received Princess Soria's help? He immediately replied, I won't do that. Maybelline produced a thick stack of documents. But everyone is worried about the drought in the south. They say lifting Sion's curse should be the priority. Lenick picked up the documents, pondering. I don't know why those ladies underestimate me so much. She immediately refuted his words. Underestimate you. Not at all. It's more than that. Through Maybelline's inner thoughts, she was very clear about one thing. The people of our dynasty only want one simple thing, for our seemingly cold emperor to finally find a partner. Finally, she blurted out, we can't wait for the drought in the south to end. On the other side of the palace, Soria's clucking rang out loud and clear. She furrowed her brows in anger. That pervert, disgusting emperor. She ripped a pillow to shreds to vent her frustration. I hate him. The strange behavior didn't stop, accompanied by even harsher words. I hope he becomes impotent, that pervert. After her outburst, Soria finally made a decision, though her spirit was still weary. I really need to apologize to the knights. They must have found it disgusting too. She raised her wings high and crowed, let's go, Soria. Two maids stood by, watching Soria dejectedly. She couldn't lower herself to the same level as that scoundrel. A thought flashed through her mind, but first, I have to find another man. With Soria's thoughts, Lenick's image became distorted and ugly. His shamelessness is one thing, but I can't accept a pervert. Soria wept. I don't want to accept that this is my prince's fate. She clapped her hands, or rather, stomped her feet on the carpet. I have to do something. She paced around the room, walking over to the ripped pillow. This isn't right. My fate can't be this cruel. Sorry, I said some harsh things. He's handsome anyway, but being too handsome is also a problem. Like every girl with a fantasy, she had her own standards for a partner. May I kiss your beak, fair lady? I need a kind man, not a sexy one. A man who knows how to ask for permission. The image of a very elegant man appeared in Soria's mind. Soria wanted a man who could marry her, have 3 children with her, live happily ever after, and rebuild Zion. The maid also exclaimed, oh, that's wonderful, your highness. But Soria's face stiffened. The cheerful maid blushed and asked, oh, is your highness going out? Her mood turned gloomy. Oh, right, I forgot I'm not alone. Soria closed her eyes and cried out, "This is so embarrassing." Meanwhile, the maid was still fantasizing about the love story her mistress had described. Then she commanded, "That's right, I'm going out. Open the door. I'm going to find my real prince." She opened the door and then shouted, "I'm coming." Soria ran off desperately, ignoring the maid who was holding up her skirt and calling after her, "Your Highness, be careful." The castle in the evening sunset was very beautiful, the afterglow of the sunset covering the entire sky. Soria thought, why aren't there any other mages in such a large palace? When she could no longer maintain her composure, she finally threw things into the air as she used to. "I know mages are rare these days, but this is ridiculous. How am I supposed to date if no one can understand what I'm saying?" Soria buried her head in the wash basin. "Just kill me." A nearby attendant panicked. "Oh, Your Highness." The person continued respectfully, "If you would like some tea, you need only say the word. The pretty chick has gotten dirty. Why am I suddenly being treated so well?" She imagined her past days flying freely under the sky, regret beyond words. Now I can't go out freely anymore. Soria also guessed that it seemed her solution for the drought had worked. "This makes me uncomfortable." Everything around her suddenly became darker. Soria sadly drank tea from a small wash basin, the water still splashing out. "I don't want to be treated like this." Time passed, and the next day, Lenick continued to come to her. Magic and aura are basically similar, right? She made a big question mark with a puzzled look. What is he talking about? Lenick made a judgment. "While I really wanted to bring a mage, all the royal mages have already been dispatched to the south, so there aren't any here." Soria had an idea. "Wait, in that case." She looked at him incredulously. "Are you saying there are no mages in the palace?" He confirmed, "That's right. They're all in the south, so you could say there are no mages here right now." Soria suddenly got angry. "You should have told me sooner." Lenick was sweating profusely. "But you never asked." He stood up to leave. "Anyway, I'm not here to argue with you." Lenick expressed his intentions. "I came here to give you a gift. When I heard that magic and aura are similar, I thought she might be able to help." He casually asked a person in uniform beside him, "So, Lady Knight Megan, did you hear the princess's voice?" She was sweating. "Yes, I heard it." He announced, "From now on, Lady Knight Megan will be your personal bodyguard. Why don't you introduce yourself?" Soria's face was a little panicked. A knight who uses aura as my personal bodyguard." Lenick covered his nose with his hand and closed his eyes smugly. "What do you think? This is my reward to you for your contribution to the Empire." The other party felt dizzy and incredulous. He's actually letting such a talented person do a trivial protection job, she said with a reluctant expression, startling Megan. "I really sympathize with you, Lady Knight Megan." She waved her hand in explanation. "No, not at all. I'm happy to be His Majesty's knight." Lenick fumed. "Princess Soria." He crossed his arms and added, "Since you don't seem to know what you're talking about, let me tell you this means." But unexpectedly, Soria revealed her own identity. "I am a mage, Your Majesty." The two fiercely confronted each other. She angrily expressed her point of view. "You can't have someone who uses aura protect a mage. That's a waste of resources. Why not just give her to me?" He retorted, equally unwilling to back down. "She is a knight who swore allegiance to the Empire. Why should I give her to you?" Soria didn't give up either. "Haven't you heard of immigration? She can change her nationality." Lenick scoffed. "Immigration. Croatia is not only the richest country on the entire continent, but also the one with the best living conditions." During their conversation, Megan only felt helpless. She had national pride. Zion may be small, but it values every single one of its people. She could only listen, but as she heard His Majesty's rebuke, Megan's mood grew darker and darker. "What makes you think I don't value my people? I value them very much, even welcoming them here." Her anger grew. "Ah, I see. He didn't even bother to reason. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is also mine." The knight felt worried. "So, can this only be solved if the two of them fall in love? Is that even possible?" Finally, the conversation became less tense. The other party asked back, "A bodyguard? Are you kidding me?" She turned around. "I'm a chicken who can protect myself." "Okay." Suddenly, a current ran through her head. Soria awkwardly patted her cheeks and yelled, "A chicken. What am I saying? Get a grip." "Soria, you're a human, a human." Soria was patting her own cheeks. Then she realized something, looking around in confusion in the empty hallway. She was alone. Where was this? A loud noise came from the other side. "Idiot, I told you to bring the onions." What was this? Soria found an open door, inside which male and female servants bustled back and forth. Water boiled furiously on the stove, and dishes were being busily carried out. The head chef noticed something. He scolded the workers, making her heart pound. A chicken escaped. How could he not watch the ingredients properly? Soria tried to run. No. He raised a cleaver, naturally not hearing her stammer. I'm not a chicken. With one swing, Soria's soul nearly left her body. Her face paled. The head chef roared furiously, "You damned chicken, stay still." He prepared to slaughter her. Soria cried out, "No." The cleaver. Help. She couldn't stay calm. That damned chicken. How dare he call me that? Soria turned her head. How dare you? I am Soria Bryn of Zion. The more Soria cried out, the more ruthless he became. Listen here, you immoral creature. The head chef grabbed a handful of her feathers and said, word by word, got you. Over here, quickly. His face turned sinister. I've got you. Lenick suddenly appeared, holding the frightened chicken in his arms. What's going on here? Seeing him, the head chef panicked slightly, stammering, Your Majesty. Soria, lying in Lenick's palm, whispered, oh, my dear Majesty. On my wings, all right. He was still kneeling at his feet, startled when he heard the question. I asked what you were doing just now. The chef cowered further. Please forgive me. I was just trying to catch the chicken that slipped out. Lenick frowned, looking at the sweating princess in his hand, questioning the chef, but as if asking himself, the chicken ran away. Did she run away because she was mistaken for a real chicken? He observed his surroundings. There are too many people here. Lenick turned around. I don't have my supporters yet, so if I get into this kind of situation before defeating them to gain standing. However, he suddenly laughed. In front of the blushing, embarrassed Princess Soria, Lenick laughed loudly. He pretended to encourage her. I'm glad to know you're serious about your work, but you can't touch this chicken. He thought, Your Majesty, Lenick could only make up an excuse. Eating it will make people sick. He spoke implicitly, startling the chicken. There are things in this world you can eat and things you can't. Ignoring her claws, scrambling on his hand, he bravely continued, This chicken is... Soria was furious. Did he want to eat her? She squawked triumphantly, breaking free from his grasp and flying into the air. See if you can catch me first. Water droplets fell like crystal beads. The head chef remained in his previous posture. Lenick lowered his head, seemingly in a bad mood. He shouted in the middle of the palace, Soria. Standing side by side in front of an ancient building, Lenick asked, Are you ready? She nodded. Of course. He complained, What are we even doing? Soria urged, Hurry up, they're all waiting for me. Lenick also kindly reminded Soria, if you're still hoping, that some night can break your curse. Soria interrupted, Your Majesty, I will never lose hope. Soria continued to Yes, I was unlucky to meet the wrong person, but the world is so big. The label of wrong person in her words was stuck on the round man beside her. There will always be a hero somewhere who can save. He pinched her beak mid-sentence. Lenick smiled with satisfaction, while she could only make muffled sounds in her throat. Lenick pinched Soria's beak tightly with one hand and held her up with the other, smiling despite his annoyance. Let's go in. She grumbled to herself, What is wrong with this guy? Standing in the middle of the hall, Soria spoke sincerely. Today, I invited you all here because I owe you an apology. Men in uniform lined up to listen to her speak, but they only heard cluck, 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 wondering what is the chicken princess saying. Lenick was exasperated. She forgot that no one could understand her. This was why she needed Megan. Soria, oblivious, continued her argument. I am ashamed to admit that I have caused irreparable harm to you. The soldiers were like stones as they heard a series of clucks from the chicken. She became more and more agitated as she spoke. I'm sure some of you still clearly remember that a scoundrel harassed you at night, stole your kisses, and ran away. One soldier asked his friend, What is Her Highness talking about? His friend replied, How would I know? His friends could be sure of one thing. She was definitely saying something. Was it because she caused trouble? If the victim personally brought her here, wouldn't that be a serious matter? The soldiers kept whispering amongst themselves. I've already said it. I don't understand. I don't speak chicken. Soria still boldly confessed her crime. That's right. I'm the rascal. I want to sincerely apologize to everyone. As soon as she finished speaking, applause erupted, and all the soldiers stood up and cheered in front of Soria. Tears welled up in her eyes. Oh my, I didn't expect such a warm welcome. Soria basked in the sudden spotlight, while Lenick struggled to hold back his laughter until his whole body trembled. Was my apology that great? Unable to hide his amusement, he replied, It was truly a wonderful moment. A few days passed, and he received a note. This year's crops might be ruined by 50%. Die-over's solution was a spell that could distribute the water resources in the soil, and thus a large amount of unknown groundwater was discovered, but it was still more than what was actually needed. Lenick personally gave instructions, so we should break the curse as soon as possible. He also felt helpless when he saw the hen lying weakly on the floor. Lenick waved his hand, signaling that his close ministers could leave. The man bowed to him at a 90-degree angle. He rested his chin in his hand, observing Soria lying there wearily. Lenick pondered, the last heir of the Zion kingdom. Now, she was just a chicken, not the little girl in that portrait. Soria seemed to want to be a ruler somewhere. He observed her for a long time, then chuckled. A queen, who is a chicken. Lenick leisurely began a story. There was a noblewoman named Lady Maybelline, who was extremely popular in high society. Soria, who had been bored, suddenly focused her attention on his words. Lenick continued. She was commonly referred to as Countess Dahlia. Hearing this, her eyes sparkled as if it meant dear Ver. He confirmed her thoughts, slightly displeased as he recalled their story. That's right, the two of them have been married for 3 years and now have 2 children. Soria dropped her indifferent expression. After all, the Countess was one of the most influential figures in high society. Then, under her focused gaze, he awkwardly picked up the document, his face flushing, and changed the subject. I heard that this lady seems to be quite familiar with the topic of love, so I understand that seeking advice from the heir wouldn't be a good thing, so I brought it here. He pointed to a spot on the paper. If you look here, on the first page. Finally, Lenick came to a conclusion. So it should be said that the most important thing in a relationship is how you address each other. Soria wondered, how would you address them? He replied mechanically, that's right, usually lovers will use nicknames instead of real names. Soria's slightly improved mood plummeted once more. Nicknames like the ones I heard in Zion. Soria couldn't help but shudder as she recalled a series of cheesy stories. Oh, my sweet love, your angel wings make you too fast for me. Take me away, my love. He affirmed, of course, nicknames. Lenick pretended to be all-knowing. There are many options, but I think baby is the most ideal to start with. He asked for her opinion. What do you think? Soria inquired. Your Majesty, I'm only asking to be absolutely certain about this. She boldly continued. You said you've never kissed anyone, so I'm guessing you've never been in love either. As if struck by a sore spot, Lenick roared angrily. What? Soria thought sadly, how can I say this in the most polite way possible? After a moment, she could only close her eyes nervously. Then she asked the question, you may have dated, of course, but Soria hesitated before uttering the last sentence. Have you even had a first love? Hearing this, Lenick stood up and slammed his hand on the table. How dare you? As he stood up and she craned her neck to look up at him, the space instantly became tense. Lenick's face flushed red as he explained, first love. Please, I experienced that before puberty. Soria was stunned. Oh my, did this man really think nicknames were all there was to love? In another space, Die-Over was nursing a cup of tea with a headache. A new rumor was circulating in the palace. They said Emperor Lenick hadn't even had a first love. He spoke to his wife, who rubbed her forehead with her fingers in exasperation. I think it's time you should intervene. Maybelline sat gracefully on the chaise lounge. I know there's some instability in the palace, but I haven't heard all the details. What's the specific situation? Die-Over sighed. You should hear it directly from him. She agreed. That's right. This is certainly not something that can be said lightly. Maybelline rubbed her husband's shoulders. Don't worry, she affirmed. I'll handle it. 2 days later, still afternoon tea in the palace. A strange voice echoed. Should I call him darling? A hen wondered. Soria looked at her reflection in the teacup and closed her eyes, feigning composure. It wouldn't hurt anyway. Their already strained relationship had only worsened. As the elder, she should act more maturely. She nervously rubbed her hands together. I can't say it. Megan hated that she couldn't cry. I'd rather die of exhaustion in the training room than endure this. Soria tentatively asked, even if he's my destiny, it doesn't mean I can fall in love with him instantly. Do you agree? Megan reluctantly replied, yes. I agree. Soria continued to coax her, but I suppose it was a bit cruel of me to ask if he had a first love. The Mega Knight, once again like a machine, said, yes, I agree. Sipping her tea, she listened to Soria ramble on. But I just don't know what else to say when he suddenly suggests, let's call each other dear. Come on, he's the emperor, a grown man. Why hasn't he loved anyone until now? She tightened her grip on the cup, making a small sound. Before Emperor Lenick ascended the throne, he had to go to war. Megan recounted his difficult younger years. He experienced cold and cruel things, and before that, when he was even younger, the previous emperor was overprotective of him because he was the only heir. That meant he almost never left the imperial palace. Soria was surprised. The only heir. Megan replied, that's right. With such a heavy responsibility on his shoulders, it was difficult for him to develop feelings for anyone. Soria listened intently to her words. In any case, the empress must first and foremost be someone who can stay by the emperor's side and someone from the Sharan Empire. Soria sadly concluded, that's completely different from my country. Maybe it's because the Zion kingdom only exists on paper now. An ancient magic book containing information about a castle. She flinched. You're right. Megan panicked. But your highness. The reflection in the teacup now morphed into the princess's form, projecting her endless sorrow. Perhaps you have loved before, so if you were more proactive, maybe everything would work out. Megan replied, that's right. Soria remembered her own stories back in her kingdom. First love, of course I had one, although it ended before Soria could confess her feelings. Then Soria had dated a few other people. She quietly drank her water. Soria was right, who said only men could be proactive. Soria was still pondering things. She peered in her teacup. Megan asked worriedly, Soria. Soria answered perfunctorily, it's nothing. She finally let herself cry, expressing her feelings intensely. There's nothing about that emperor that I like. Megan straightened up. Emperor Lenick is a great monarch. Soria understood, but didn't entirely agree. Of course, if he were a tyrant, he would have been overthrown long ago. Obviously, Lenick's competence and his charm are two different things. Megan continued to defend him, but he's also a brilliant military strategist. Soria, she explained, no, listen to me. I'm not talking about his charm as an emperor. I'm talking about his charm as a man. Megan froze nervously. Charm as a man. She tried to come up with something new. What about his looks? He's the most handsome man in the empire. The princess remained unmoved. Who cares? Soria imagined the previous kiss with him and shuddered. He's also a pervert. Having said everything, she still didn't understand, leaving Megan to cover her face. She thought to herself, I can't argue with that. Lenick lost a point. A bottle of precious wine was placed on a luxurious piece of velvet cloth. Soria walked at the front, the maids in the middle carrying the wine bottle, and two people walked on either side. Her steps were quite decisive. She said to the guard, tell His Majesty that Soria Brian of Zion wants to speak with him. All he heard, however, was a chicken clucking, cluck, cluck. The guard was embarrassed. He couldn't understand what the chicken was doing. It was mortifying, but they quickly realized the problem. Why were the maids following a chicken? Soria's gaze darkened, while the maids struggled to suppress their laughter. She thought, perhaps the lower-ranking guards haven't received the notification about me yet. Finally, one of the maids had to speak up, albeit reluctantly. This is Princess Soria Brian V. Zion of the Zion Kingdom. She seems to be here to see His Majesty, so please inform him. The guard's eyes were blank, like a statue. He was sweating profusely. But that's a chicken. Finally, he had no choice but to open the door and go inside. Please wait a moment. Inside the room, Lenick was working diligently when he heard the announcement. Your Majesty, he hesitated. Diaval, who was standing beside him, became annoyed. What is it? The guard reported truthfully. There's a person. Wait, no, he corrected himself. An animal. By this point, Diaval's face was creased in a frown. He wanted to die. Diaval couldn't take it anymore and had to react. Hey, you must speak clearly in front of His Majesty. Lenick pushed him aside. Is there someone here to see me? The guard, sweating, closed his eyes and blurted out, Why yes, Your Majesty. A chicken. Lenick was slightly surprised. The princess had come to see him. Lenick unconsciously rubbed his philtrum. I have a bad feeling about this. He put down his pen. What's she up to now? She's the only one who can make me feel this anxious just by showing up. Lenick ordered, let her in. The guard immediately responded, Yes, Your Majesty. Though confused, the guard only dared to mutter to himself, let her in. But that's clearly a chicken. Despite his thoughts, he ultimately announced, His Majesty says you may enter. She responded politely, though her tone remained haughty. Thank you. All he heard, however, were two clucks. Soria entered the room. Your Majesty. He focused his gaze on her, waiting for her next words. Mustering all her courage, Soria suggested, "Would you like a drink?" Soria took a step closer. Your Majesty. Lenick closed his eyes in exasperation. Don't you see that tower of documents? It was a vivid depiction of what he was talking about, all those files. She was startled. It truly was a mountain of paperwork. Simply put, Lenick wasn't one to procrastinate. This was evident in the fact that, as emperor, he was willing to personally address a drought that had only lasted 6 months. Soria quietly speculated that the pile of documents must be only a day or two's worth. She said, "Perhaps the Crothian Empire is much larger than I imagined." Looking at Lenick's handsome face, the princess remembered again, he hasn't even been injured yet, and he kissed me without hesitation. Soria hazily recalled, "Let's experiment with 100 kisses." She recounted, and as soon as he had a solution for the drought, he sent all his precious mages to the south. His word from that day echoed in her mind again. That's right, they're all in the south. So it's safe to say there isn't a single mage here right now. All of this clearly indicated what kind of person he was. Soria commented, "I guess he really is a good emperor." Lenick waved a hand carefully in front of her. "Don't you know?" She stared blankly. "Know what?" He elaborated further on his point about the size of the empire. Soria said truthfully, "No one told me." "How would I know?" Lenick only felt exasperation. "Oh my." At this point, 3 other people left the room, one after another. He spread a map on the floor. He pointed carefully. "Here." Soria observed closely. The Muo continent included the Crothian Empire, which occupied the largest area. The remaining 3 kingdoms were also relatively large. She looked at the smaller patches of land on the map, and 6 even smaller kingdoms. The empire's largest river is, of course, the Zion River, but because the middle reaches are blocked, it's practically non-existent. The most useful river currently is the King's River, which runs through the center of the empire from the east. Soria exclaimed, "I can't believe how much everything has changed." Soria felt a pang of sadness. Of the small kingdoms that existed 147 years ago, only traces remain. Despite her many thoughts, when she spoke, Soria could only sigh, "You must carry a lot on your shoulders." She added, looking at the land under his control. Lenick nodded. "That's why the kings of each territory have a great deal of autonomy." Now Soria understood why the queen also held so much power. She retracted her previous harsh attitude, becoming more conciliatory. "I thought nothing was absolute, but I was wrong. I'm sorry." His face flushed slightly. "I just realized something." Lenick was surprised. Realized what? In the center of the lavish palace hall, sunlight streamed through the windows like soft, warm ribbons. A girl in a chicken's body and a boy sat properly on the carpet. She declared decisively, "I often find hardworking people attractive." This romantic atmosphere was quickly broken by Lenick. "Princess, while that's nice, I'm not sure I understand." Soria asked with a questioning tilt of her head. She had to cover up the blunder. "Oh, I was just talking to myself." She patted the still unopened bottle of wine. "Anyway, do you want a drink? If we get properly drunk and can be honest with each other, maybe we can find a new solution." Lenick carefully picked up the bottle, unable to help but ask, "Princess, did you take this from my cellar?" Soria nodded without hesitation. "That's right. Didn't you tell Lady Megan to bring me everything I needed? Thank you for that." She didn't mind adding, "The housekeeper said, this is the most precious wine in your collection." Lenick nodded reluctantly. "Indeed, it is in fact extremely precious. There are only 10 bottles in total, and she gave you one." He thought to himself, his hands not even daring to open it, only to look at it. Soria was stunned. "What? It's that precious?" "Never mind. Let's drink something else." Lenick wasn't a particularly fussy person, and he pulled the cork straight out. "No need. It's had to be drunk eventually." Before she could stop him, the smooth, red liquid flowed out. But such precious wine should be saved for a special occasion. Lenick didn't miss the opportunity to tease her. According to someone, "I haven't even had a first love because I'm too busy, so don't you think I should enjoy these things?" Soria was taken aback. "I was wrong." She patted his thigh and cleared her throat. The people of Crotia are truly fortunate to have such a diligent monarch. The thick documents were still spread out on the table, and Lenick found her words somewhat absurd. "You make it sound like I was born to toil." Soria nodded. "Of course. I am the emperor after all." Lenick swirled his wine glass. But look, he said this as if radiating an aura. I plan to marry a capable woman, have her shoulder a third of my current workload, and then have her bear me a son who can handle the remaining two-thirds. That way, I can spend the rest of my life being lazy. The diligent monarch's words shocked Soria. What the hell? He brought up the past. That's exactly what my father did. He worked himself to the bone from a young age. And because I'm an only child, I was hardly ever allowed to leave the palace. He placed a hand on his chest. He made me work alongside him. And back then I thought I'd receive my father's love as his only son. I doubt anyone even knows I started doing all that work from such a young age. When I grew up, my father said the future emperor should know how to wield a sword, so he sent me off to war. Lenick, still caught in the tide of his memories, continued, but before I could even make it back alive, he declared I was ready and handed the throne over to me. Now he's traveling the world, enjoying his retirement. After hearing his story, she nodded, expressing deep sympathy. I understand how you feel. The former king of Shaun used to dump all his magic orbs on me. He clenched his fists in anger and went on. People just say gaining experience is key because they don't know how hard it is. They don't know how much an emperor has to do. Not to mention those magic orbs always malfunctioning. The South is facing a drought, and the North complains that the South is taking all their water from the waterways. At this point, Soria couldn't contain her own frustrations. She blurted out a string of complaints. He made me do all the mage work, and even called me a genius to flatter me into doing more, while the West acted like it was none of their business because it wasn't their problem. Suddenly, Lenick stared intently at Soria, his unexpected action causing her to blush. Then they both shyly averted their gazes. He was surprised when he heard her utter, "Well, there's no reason I can't do it." Hiccuping, Soria repeated, "Get ready, we're doing this." Lenick called her name in confusion. Soria. Her face had flushed several shades darker, and the wine glass beside her was empty. Closing her eyes, she mustered her courage and shouted, her cheeks crimson, "Darling." Lenick was startled, a flicker of alarm crossing his face. He finally realized that a pet name alone wasn't enough to make someone fall in love. Lenick cautiously suggested, "All right, let's calm down for a moment." At that moment, in Soria's eyes, his words were completely incomprehensible. Soria swayed, her consciousness fading. "When did I get drunk?" She kicked her legs lightly, trying to maintain composure. "I can't hear what he's saying. I need to focus." Finally, Soria could only manage, "It's so hot." He asked in return, "What?" Soria flapped her wings and cried out, "It's so hot, so hot." Her strange behavior startled him. He grabbed her, trying to bring her back to her senses. "Hey, snap out of it, princess." Soria was completely unaware of her impropriety. "Snap out of it? How dare you speak to me like that? How rude." She scratched at the carpet. "I'm the princess of the Shaun kingdom. How dare you order me around?" Soria continued to kick her legs lightly. Seeing this, Lenick put his hands up in front of him as if to protect himself, backing away step by step. In front of her, shimmering droplets of water sprinkled on him, one by one, like rain. Lenick called her name, "Soria, Princess Soria." He warned, "If you don't stop this instant, I'll throw you in the dungeon." Before he could finish, she yelled back, "Shut up." Lenick grew impatient. "What?" Soria flapped her wings incessantly. "I am Soria Bryn the Fifth of Shaun, and I will not tolerate such threats." Tomato eyes. Lenick was exasperated. "Soria, wait." A rustling sound filled the air, followed by a flurry of feathers. In an instant, Lenick's eyes widened. Soria had transformed back into her human form, still holding her head from the alcohol, while he called her name, Princess Soria. Soria displayed extreme. She turned and walked away amidst his urgent calls. "Princess, where are you going?" Soria complained by the window. "Why is this window closed?" "It's so hot." Lenick assessed the situation. Compared to a drunk person, she was relatively lucid. She started to climb out the window, startling him into action. "Soria." Looking out the window, he gasped. She had jumped from the third floor. Lenick was silent for a moment, then asked himself, is she making a nighttime escape? The moon was bright, and the breeze was gentle. Soria laughed obliviously while others chased after her. Your Highness, please stop running." Her feet landed on the green carpet. Those present were shocked to see the princess transform back into a chicken. She was using magic. Soria, still completely drunk, oblivious to everything, laughed loudly in the middle of the castle, her cackling echoing. Soria folded her wings and slept on the velvet carpet. Remembering everything that happened last night, she felt ashamed. If I'm going to remember everything, at least don't go crazy when drunk. If I have to go crazy, at least pass out before that. Why does this body always work in the wrong way? Amidst her chaotic thoughts, Lenick appeared, dressed in a white shirt, gently reminding her, "You'll be pleased to hear about your new reputation." Realizing how long he'd been there, panic seized her. "Lenick," Soria tried to put out the fire. "Oh my God, I don't remember anything. What happened last night?" He reminded her, "You know, you were happy." This made Soria feel like she had been locked up with a key. Soria asked, puzzled, "What's that?" Lenick extended his hand. "I can't understand the secrets of a chicken," he said, leaning closer to her small, golden beak, "but I can understand you." Soria was confused. "What are you talking about?" Lenick chuckled. "I mean, I can see through the human side of you. You remember everything, so don't even think about lying." He withdrew his hand and then announced, "By the way, Lady Maybelline is coming here this afternoon." Soria heard this as if she had already known. Oh, a murderous guess arose in her mind. "The woman who gave you that strange book." She asked him, "You mean Diavil's wife?" He nodded. "That's right." Soria became afraid. "Why? Is it because I got drunk and flew around?" Lenick remained silent until their eyes met. He had clearly seen many types of princesses. From those who approached him with sweet words like, "Your Majesty, I have fallen for you," hoping to become his empress, to those who were only indifferent to Lenick. Therefore, he had been certain that no princess could surprise him anymore. But Lenick sat down, struggling to hold back his laughter. "You really are." At this point, the chicken princess was already struggling and yelling. "You kept saying she was the most influential person in high society." Then Soria shouted in his face, "I just thought she was coming to scold me." Her words made Lenick laugh nonstop. He looked incredibly happy. The maids, hearing the laughter outside, asked worriedly, "Is that His Majesty's laughter? What's happening in there?" The scenery outside was still beautiful. Soria fumed angrily. "People often do stupid things when they're drunk. Okay. If there's someone who doesn't, I dare that person to step forward and show me." Soria went into overthinking mode. "I'm sure everyone has spread the rumors. I can't believe I got drunk and flew around for hours." A woman's footsteps approached, politely greeting, "Your Highness." Maybelline appeared, placing her hand on her chest as she introduced herself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Maybelline Lion. Please call me Maybelline." The princess immediately went into fangirl mode, blushing as she thought to herself, "So beautiful." While maintaining etiquette on the surface, she said, "So, I finally get to meet Diavil's wife. Thank you so much. It's an honor." Megan continued to translate. "That's what you said." She clapped her hands. "Oh." Maybelline sat comfortably in a chair. "If you'll allow me, I should be the one thanking you for your warm hospitality. I've come today to ask you a question, Your Highness." Soria guessed to herself, "Is it about what happened yesterday?" Soria broke out in a cold sweat. Could my worries be coming true? Megan played the role of translator well. "I will do my best to answer what you just said." She smiled. "I'm very honored, Your Highness. So, how do you feel about Emperor Lenick?" Hearing the name, Soria let out a cluck. Before she could be confused, Megan had already replied, "What did you say?" Maybelline took a sip of tea and assessed, "Is that an evasive answer?" "Your Majesty, you have a long way to go." She jumped up, put down her teacup, and began a speech. It's no exaggeration to say that the Emperor of Croatia is currently the most powerful person in Muo. At this point, Maybelline was smiling brightly. "I believe that cooperating with Croatia will be more conducive to the prosperity of your country. If he cannot appear with you in male form, then perhaps hearing what he will bestow upon you might pique your interest. As long as the drought issue is resolved and the Zion River starts flowing again, then His Majesty will surely grant you talented individuals and many resources to help you regain your lost years." After explaining at length, she excitedly waited for Soria, whose response was translated by Megan as follows. "The Emperor is indeed a great man." "That's what you said." Maybelline exclaimed, "Oh, I'm so glad you've noticed his merits." These words confused Soria. Based on the current conversation, I'm guessing they both saw it with their own eyes. Megan had already given up on being a translator. A while later, during a conversation, Lenick voiced his recent observations. "I've been thinking about this." Before he could finish, Soria craned her neck. "Did I do it on purpose?" She yelled back at him, "What's wrong with you?" Diavir witnessed this umpteenth quarrel with silent grief, wondering why their relationship was becoming increasingly strained. Lenick, exasperated evaporated, couldn't take it anymore. You accepted the invitation to the tea party. Are you planning to make your social debut as a chicken? He argued. A social debut? That's disgusting. She watched their heated exchange, speechless. Why couldn't they just love each other properly? She just invited me to a small gathering with her close friends, Soria said, seemingly aggrieved. You still don't understand. Even though Maybelline has naturally become the center of high society, Soria gritted her teeth. I know, she thought to herself. I accidentally nodded. Spare me. Soria affirmed, of course. With Lenick here, don't worry, I won't run away. Soria also defended herself. I have no intention of leaving until this curse is lifted. Lenick felt he couldn't continue. That's not the point. Diavir tried to stop her, or rather, her anger. You can't attend a tea party as a chicken. Are you planning to drink tea with a beak? I have to be rude, but excuse me. But you two shouldn't be arguing about this in front of the host's husband. He set her down. Diavir added, and if you think today's newspapers aren't enough. He trailed off, looking at the thick stack of documents on the table and sighing heavily. Well, I suppose I should worry about that first. So, Princess Soria, when does the tea party start? Soria smiled brightly and announced to both men, today. Under the clear blue sky, only a man's loud voice could be heard. A luxurious carriage made of gleaming gold was already prepared outside the palace. Megan and Soria sat facing each other. Megan vaguely felt that the atmosphere wasn't quite right today. Unable to understand, she asked, What's wrong, Your Highness? Are you feeling unwell? Soria reassured her, No, I'm fine. Just curious why this carriage is so big. She knocked on the glass and commented, It seems it's because His Majesty is worried. She didn't understand. Worried? Worried about whom? Outside, men were busy running to the carriage. Megan was blunt. Who else but you? Soria denied it. Megan, I think you misunderstand. Megan felt obliged to explain. This is the royal carriage, Your Highness. His Majesty's concern for you is not to be taken lightly. Megan tried to hint, do you understand what that means? But the princess coldly replied, Is he trying to show off his wealth and power? She remembered his words. The curse will be lifted anyway, right? The apparent coachman announced, Everyone is here. As Soria happily nestled in Maybelline's arms, letting herself be petted, Megan breathed a long sigh of relief. Your Majesty, it seems the road ahead will be difficult. Suddenly, she noticed something about Maybelline and Soria. Maybelline, perplexed, didn't dare speak, stamping her feet in place. They exchanged glances, looking into each other's eyes. Both ladies seemed to have a silent understanding. Megan's gaze became knowing, as if some truth had flashed through her mind. For this desperate situation, outside intervention was necessary. Maybelline was a graceful girl, but she didn't mind speaking her mind. With all due respect, Your Highness, if the only thing that can break your curse is true love, then I don't think it will happen anytime soon. Soria was confused. Why do you say that? The scene where Megan translates Soria's words for convenience is omitted. So now it's only a conversation between the princess and Maybelline. Maybelline gently clarified, I'm afraid that in the princess's current state, she won't possess any charm as a woman. Can that emperor really fall in love with a chicken? Lenick had never said such a thing, but Megan tried to explain, His Majesty is not the kind of person who falls in love with someone based on their appearance. Soria elaborated, but the problem isn't just my appearance. I'm a chicken. She frantically added, Please don't think that way, Your Highness. His Majesty, after all, Megan bravely voiced something unbelievable, something that didn't even sound real. He's a great man. He even loves all the chickens in the empire. Soria fumed after hearing this, retorting, That's not romantic love, unless he's willing to kiss a chicken. The princess's words left Maybelline only able to agree in bewilderment. Soria also knew her weakness. She understood. If I want to discuss appearances here, I first need to be a normal person. Maybelline tried to conciliate. Come, let's have some tea and talk more. She led Soria to the main hall and introduced her. Princess, these are my good friends. From now on, they will do their utmost to help you. First, this lady with green hair and a round face. This is Lady Dahlia. Then, she introduced the girl with bangs next to her. This is Lady Jenny. The ladies chatted happily at the tea party. Not only did they not exclude her, but they enthusiastically said, after Maybelline contacted us, we've also been helping to step up the research. Do you like cake? I recommend you try this one. Dahlia rested her chin on her hand and said to Soria, His Majesty Lenick has never been in love with anyone before. Soria looked at her and calmly replied, Yes, I already know that. Dahlia suddenly realized, Oh, you already knew. That will save more time. Soria readily agreed. Indeed, if he already had a lover, things would only be more complicated. Sitting in a teacup bigger than herself, she appeared determined. Well, I'm going to try anyway. I'll make the emperor fall in love with me. The ladies all thought this was wonderful. All right, let's do it. We'll come up with as many ideas as possible. Outside the tea party hall, the sunlight danced brilliantly, as if foreshadowing that all the constraints and prejudices between Lenick and Soria would be broken, opening up new possibilities for them. The sunlight and the canopy remained bright, and her mood had lightened considerably. This is interesting. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. Suddenly, she found herself standing on a small path paved with flowers and leaves, feeling a sense of bewilderment. She looked around. Where is this? Soria tried to walk forward. I have a bad feeling. Behind her, a dark figure appeared. The creature's cry startled her. It was a black cat with shining eyes. Soria felt a wave of unease, cold sweat dripping down her back. She hadn't expected there to be a cat in such a large manner. Its screech even scared the birds outside. 2 documents lay crisscrossed on the wooden table. Lenick leaned over slightly, a look of displeasure on his face. Humph. Is this territory too large, or are those nobles too incompetent? The advisors, in humble postures, were trying to pick up the documents he had scattered on the floor. Lenick remarked, I think it's both. He picked up a pen, wrote a few lines on the paper, and replied, I know we have a system of hereditary titles, and it's not uncommon for incompetent people to become heads of families, but they've managed their territories terribly. He wearily called Diavil's name. I have far too much work. Hearing this, Diavil closed his eyes and reminded him, that's why you need an empress, your majesty. Lenick raised his head, but there's no suitable woman. Diavil frowned. Have you considered that perhaps your standards are too high? He placed the pen against his chin and solemnly declared, the standards should be this high. We're discussing my empress. If I put an unsuitable woman in that position, it will only create more problems. Lenick also took the opportunity to ask, however, speaking of which, what does Lady Maybelline think of this matter? She's your wife, after all. Diavil tried to recall, I'm not quite sure. Her thoughts always exceed my expectations. He spoke very naturally about his wife's actions. She said she invited Lady Dahlia and Lady Jenny to a tea party today. I'm guessing they're discussing how to make you fall in love with someone. Lenick was speechless. Why do they insist on meddling in this? Diavil implored with a straight face, his tone more like an order. Please accept it, your majesty. When it comes to love, I'm afraid no one understands it better than they do. Lenick glanced sideways at him, thinking to himself, look at how protective he is of his wife. Lenick also wavered a bit. I don't know if I should trust you, Diavil. After all, you conquered Lady Maybelline, not the other way around. Diavil shook his head and sighed. That's not the case. My wife told me something on our wedding day. Our first meeting wasn't at that social ball. Her dropping the fan in front of me and me spilling the drink on her were all deliberately arranged by her. At the time, he was flustered. And miss, I apologize for my clumsiness. And she calmly replied, if you truly want to beg for my forgiveness. Lenick pondered, are you saying Lady Maybelline orchestrated your marriage to her? Diavil corrected him. Your Majesty, the word orchestrated is a bit strong. Lenick blurted out. So, she ignited a flame in the heart of an innocent young man who knew nothing about love. Diavil put his hand to his mouth and coughed lightly. Ahem, please don't tell my wife about this. Putting all these things together, it's quite amusing. What a cunning pair. One drops a fan, and the other jumps into a lake. He was truly panicked at the time. Lenick pondered, I need to do something too. He stood up and ordered, prepare my horse. Diavil couldn't believe his ears and casually replied, I'm going to pick up Princess Soria. Meanwhile, at Maybelline's place, everyone in the palace was bewildered. The princess wasn't there. Maybelline placed a hand on her chest and softly explained, she just went to the back garden. She'll be back soon. Mid-sentence, the sound of a chicken squawking came from behind the bushes. Lenick immediately turned, assessing the situation as he looked at her worried expression. Hearing the loud squawking, he rushed over to investigate. Princess, princess, he called out in his mind, suddenly extremely perplexed. What in the world was that chicken doing? A truly chaotic scene unfolded before his eyes. The princess, her face as dark as coal, was chasing a black cat. Stop right there, she shrieked, already in tears. A flash of lightning struck him, so chickens could scare cats. Just then, Soria spotted Lenick. "Your Majesty," she exclaimed, sweating and lost in thought, ignoring the bewildered black cat that had escaped. What has he seen now? I always make a fool of myself in front of him." Lenick suddenly scooped Soria up in his hands, ignoring the goosebumps that rose on her skin. "You seem unwell," he said gently, holding her in an unusually comforting way that stunned Soria. Cool me. It's all over." Soria's reaction was one of utter surprise. What was with this rosy atmosphere? Dahlia and Jenny both found it romantic. Dahlia asked Jenny, "Is this love?" She immediately confirmed, "Of course it is." In the sunset sky, a blush of red spread, scattering across the city. The sound of Soria's crying and explanations drifted through the air. "You've all got it wrong." Soon, the day passed and dawn broke. It was the next day. Soria, now back in her 10th form, lightly flapped her wings, sending papers fluttering everywhere. "Tell me, why do I have to do all this?" Diaville reported succinctly, "His Majesty values you highly. Please consider it carefully." She didn't budge. "What does that have to do with this?" He added, "If you do nothing, you're just a freeloader in the palace." This startled Soria, but she had to listen. Diaville seized the opportunity to paint a picture of the wonderful future that awaited when her kingdom and Lenick's empire joined forces. "But if you prove your magic can benefit the empire, it will be very useful in future negotiations between our countries." Soria immediately grasped the key point. "You mean future negotiations?" He smiled radiantly. "Then I'll take that as your agreement to establish the Ministry of Magic." She lifted her head, no longer objecting. "Fine. By the way, Diaville, didn't you say there were only 3 royal mages, including me?" He was surprised to see the princess change the subject. "Yes. Is there a problem?" She looked at the documents, reflecting to herself, only 3 mages in this vast empire. Soria sadly understood that magic was truly fading. And so, the Ministry of Magic was established, becoming the most important part of the last era of magic. But that part of the story wouldn't come until later. Soria sat at a large table, engrossed in the documents. Suddenly, something caught her attention. "Wait a minute." Soria turned to the king sitting to her left and called out politely, "Your Majesty." He replied, She didn't beat around the bush, nor did she shy away. She directly addressed her confusion. "Is it true that someone wants to use my blood for a divine sacrifice?" Lenick suddenly realized something. "Oh, that." Seeing his attitude, Soria deduced, "So it's true then." She flapped her wings and flew into the air. "So that's why you want to establish the Ministry of Magic?" Lenick said indifferently, "I don't know what you're talking about." Soria gently rested her head against his arm and sighed. It seemed like a tactic of coquetry, but her words still spoke of politics. "If I use my magic and make a significant contribution in this era of fading magic, wouldn't it be easier to quell that nonsense they're talking about? Isn't that your plan?" Lenick tried to untangle her thoughts. "Don't overthink it. Ever since I learned of your abilities as a mage, I simply didn't want that talent to go to waste. That's all." He gently stroked her head. "The more people who can work for us, the better." Soria quietly enjoyed the moment, sensing that he always managed to be long-winded, yet caring in unexpected ways. Lenick, not forgetting his initial plan, suggested, "Now, let's talk about something else. How about a date?" His face tensed, and finally, only one sound was heard. "What?" Lenick glanced at Soria, her face full of suspicion. "Why? What do you mean?" His attitude made her fume. "What do you mean? Aren't you supposed to be lifting my curse?" He answered honestly, "Of course I will, but I don't understand what dating has to do with being your destined lover." These words, coming from the esteemed monarch, filled Soria with murderous intent, pointing her beak at him. Finally, under the woman's pressure, he conceded, seeing her point. Lenick had a compromise. "All right, why not? We should start with something simple, like having tea together, right?" Soria was easily appeased, and soon, everything turned sweet. Holding her head high, she shyly closed her eyes and instructed him, "No, Your Majesty, you needn't worry about a thing. Just follow me. I've already planned everything." She quickly made up her mind. "Let's set it for this outing. If you run away, I'll drag you back." Lenick had no choice but to reply immediately, "All right, of course." Diaville, standing outside, thought, how dare she talk about dragging Emperor Lenick back? He suggested, "How about tomorrow? I have some free time." She readily agreed. That works too. I'll go prepare everything now. Soria looked at him in confusion. What's wrong, Dioville? He sighed and evaded the question. It's nothing. I'll escort you back to your room. On the way, he chatted with her intermittently. Dioville asked curiously, by the way, that magic track you mentioned earlier, did you make it yourself? Soria understood what he was referring to. You mean the magic for finding underground water sources? That was a group project I did back in the academy. Hearing this, Dioville was stunned. What? She was startled. Oh, are there no academies here? Soria found it a little difficult to find the right words. How should I explain this? He hurriedly corrected her. No, it's not like that. We have academies too. It's just they don't have any courses that teach magic at all. She understood. Oh, right. Magic is gradually disappearing. Nowadays, in the Science Kingdom's academies, half the courses are focused on magic. Magicology, basic magical theory, magical potions, practical applications of magic. Most of the professors are mages too. Of course, there have also been many explosions at the school. Dioville sighed. I'm so envious. Soria turned around and faced him with a gentle expression. Don't be envious. You have me, the greatest mage of that era. She offered without hesitation. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I'll answer them to the best of my ability. He gave a wry smile. Thank you. Soria also expressed concern about the drought. By the way, haven't you found many underground water sources in the south? Dioville immediately replied, no, we actually found quite a few. However, all the sources are quite far from the villages, so it's a bit difficult to utilize them. She remembered something. Don't you already have aqueducts? Then the rice paddies must have irrigation systems. Soria quickly had an idea. You could use magic to connect it to the underground water table. She spoke excitedly, but saw Dioville's strange expression. Well, what's wrong? He speculated in a gloomy voice. I just realized something terrible. I might have to go back south again. And that fear, unfortunately, became a reality in the near future. Soon, another day passed. At the meeting place, the balcony of the building, Lenick spoke first. All right, this is a serious question. He tried his best to suppress his disappointed expression. Who told you about this place? Soria, sitting at the table laden with delicious food, wondered, what's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? She also worried, is he angry that I brought him out of the palace? She cautiously inquired, would you like me to order you something else? Lenick quickly sliced the meat. No, the food is fine. There's just one problem. Lenick frowned. But look around us. Soria didn't quite understand. What's wrong? Everything looks perfectly normal. He slammed his hand on the table. These walls are made of glass. Lenick reminded her, everyone inside is staring at us. Don't you find that annoying? She retorted, is that really the case? Soria breathed a long sigh of relief. I'm not doing anything shameful, so why should I hide? Everyone knows I turned into a chicken because of a curse. Lenick found it strange. Even though rumors are sure to spread, you really don't mind. Soria was a bit curious. What kind of rumors? He glanced around. Like the Emperor and Princess Sion are on a date. Soria replied bluntly and without hesitation, have you forgotten? That's exactly what we're doing right now. The Emperor was also dubious. If we're this open about it, it'll cause trouble later. She wondered trouble for me, then received Lenick's confirmation. That's right. Have you forgotten who I am? Soria nonchalantly rattled off. You're the Emperor of Croatia, a mediocre warrior and a kissing maniac. Lenick uncomfortably pressed, and he stood up and slapped the table. It's hilarious to hear this from someone who got drunk and caused a scene. She quickly became angry as well. You asked first. Soria looked a little aggrieved. I was just answering you. Why do you have to bring up my embarrassing past? Soria breathed a long sigh. The past, that wasn't so long ago. She angrily lectured him on the spot. But it's still in the past, right? Lenick sighed. So that's considered the past too, huh? He rubbed his forehead with his hand. Anyway, that's not the main issue. Somehow, Lenick very smoothly changed the subject. I just wanted to say, I'm not only the Emperor, but I'm also single and of marriageable age. His attitude startled her. Huh. He continued to express his inner thoughts frankly. In other words, if we become an official couple, we might face the pressure of marriage, you know? At this, Soria thought of marriage. Soria fluttered her wings. Your Majesty, first of all, we must never be called unofficial. Only true love can break the curse. And once the curse is broken, the Shown River will flow again. Such a grand revival. How can it be kept secret? As soon as I date you, Your Majesty, all eyes will be on us. I understand that, but what about me? Your Empress. I believe love and marriage are two completely different things. Finally, Soria stated a fact. Not everyone chooses to marry the person they love. Besides, you're not my type either. I'm sorry to say that. Lenick laughed helplessly. To be clear, you're not my type either. At this point, Soria interrupted him. Your Majesty. She suddenly became exceptionally happy. I'm glad we can finally agree on something. Hearing Soria's words, he covered his mouth with his hand. When discussing something as serious as marriage, it's important that both parties agree, don't you think? Let's agree on this and never change our minds. Lenick pondered for a long time and finally could only agree. Of course. She shifted slightly, the movement subtle, yet still creating a rustling sound in the air, secretly pleased with herself. If I understood Maybelline correctly, this should be considered a normal conversation, right? Everything went smoothly. Everything that needed to be said was said. Soria also felt a little confused. But why do I feel so awkward? This silence is making me nauseous. She coughed softly while he was still cutting his meat. Your Majesty, do you have any hobbies? Lenick placed his cutlery on the table with a clang. She really felt something was wrong, panting slightly. What? Under Soria's puzzled gaze, he stood up quietly. I think we've eaten enough. Ignoring her sweating, he extended his hand, intending to help her up. Let's go. Soria questioned herself. Did I do something wrong? As the attendants bowed, Lenick pushed open the door and walked out, accompanied by her flustered explanation. Don't worry. You can always cultivate a new hobby. It's normal for a busy person like you to not have any hobbies. At this moment, Lenick unexpectedly uttered a word. Horseback riding. She exclaimed in surprise. What? He explained coldly and softly. You just asked me what my hobby is. It's horseback riding. Soria felt guilty. I'm sorry. Maybelline, I think I did something wrong. At this point, Lenick jumped to another topic. So what are your plans after lunch? She offered a few suggestions. Lenick glanced at her, his eyes as if saying, is that the best you can come up with? She avoided his gaze. Hey, there's a reason why traditions are traditions. Lenick sighed. A cafe, asking about hobbies. He looked at the sight of the rising river in the distance. Aren't those all things people say on blind dates for marriage? Not people on a date. She remembered something, sweating profusely. Where are we going now, Your Majesty? He replied softly and mysteriously, to the place you want to go most. Soria couldn't believe it. Really? On the bridge spanning the small river, in a bright and sweet scene, the young man said to her, that's right, the boat trip to the cafe can wait. He explained, I just remembered you once said you wanted to go to that place, but if you don't want to go today, just tell me. Sweetness filled Soria's heart. The place I want to go most. Finally, she agreed. No, let's go. I'm curious what place you're talking about. A gorgeous garden, tulips of various colors were vying for attention. A brilliant garden flaunted its beauty under the sunlight. As he admired the flowers and inquired about the price, how much are these? She felt disheartened. A flower shop. Why is it usually not like what I suggested? The salesperson took the opportunity to compliment him. Sir, you have a good eye. These are commonly known as queen roses. He said doubtfully, no, I don't need queen roses. He had already spotted Soria, and the emperor finally spoke. Excuse me. He stated what he wanted to buy. I just need a basket to put it in. Don't you sell them separately? The salesperson hurriedly wiped their sweat. Vedo. We sell them. Finally, a troubled-looking Soria was neatly placed into a basket tied with a red bow. He personally removed the red bow. This is good. The salesperson beamed. Thank you. Soria felt wronged. He actually intended to put me in a basket. It would have been better to buy flowers. A dazzling, shimmering red rose appeared, extremely eye-catching. She flapped her small wings, playing with the petals. At this moment, Lenick held another rose and cleared his throat. You were always looking at them, so that flower is already neatly placed in the basket. Her eyes lit up. He was really good at surprises. The kind florist reminded him, Dear sir, perhaps you don't know what it means to give someone 3 roses. He was surprised. The girls were giggling behind them, puzzled. Why did it feel like everyone knew something he didn't? Soria affirmed his suspicion. I thought so too. Lenick pleaded, then please explain it to me. Soria calmly told him, you should discover that for yourself later. Soria reveled in the crimson rose petals. If I tell you now, you might die of embarrassment. They walked and talked as a dazzling forest of yellow leaves unfolded before them. He confirmed her question, my favorite food. Soria also immediately confirmed without hesitation, yes, we've been together for quite a while now, so I believe our current relationship should allow us to share and learn more about each other. He wasn't sure either. What kind of relationship was it? Lenick joked, if I tell you, will you make it for me? She murmured, Your Majesty. She naturally brought up some risks. If you don't mind me accidentally putting sugar in the food instead of salt, well, I'll cook for you. At least I'm confident that I can make it very delicious. Soria's words caught him off guard. While she said so, many people wanted to entice Lenick, but she was the first to invite me to dinner like this. She was now humming next to the deep crimson rose. In the monarch's heart, since when had the rose already bloomed? All right, no need. I don't want to hurt your precious hands. Soria's eyes widened, sparkling. Looking at him, she seemed to blush, her expression relaxed. He also knew how to flirt like this. Truly a natural charmer. His stammering made Soria impatient. So you're going to tell me what your favorite food is, or not? Or not? Lenick finally managed to ask. Stewed potatoes. Soria replied happily, oh, that's nice. Lenick asked hesitantly, don't you find it disgusting? She didn't understand. Why would I find it disgusting? He replied awkwardly, no, because I'm the king of all people. So he continued, just a little curious. A question mark appeared in her mind. Gleaming potatoes appeared in their imaginations, more precious than gold, even enough to conquer a king. Is stewed potatoes a common dish in Zion? She really wanted to ask. She replied, since we're talking about a country that has existed for over 100 years. His footsteps didn't stop. Speaking of which, Princess, how old are you exactly? Lenick walked up the steps and speculated. According to the curse, 140 years old. Oh no, 150. Soria didn't hide it either. 147. Soria started to show off. So I'm over 160 years old. So from now on, you have to consider my age and be careful how you speak to me. He was curious about the specific story. But at this moment, she was poked by something and had to make a request. Can you give me a pillow? There's straw poking me, it hurts. Lenick laughed at her words. I've been trying to distract myself by looking at the beautiful flowers. Soria was still lying in the basket he was carrying as he walked, standing in front of a long wall with ministers and soldiers. Handing her the pillow, Soria found it strange. Why did you bring me to this wall? Is there something you want to show me? She noticed Lenick's hands must be tired from carrying the basket, but he still didn't ask the guards for help. They couldn't call this a formal date with guards everywhere. Standing under the multicolored sky, he chuckled softly. Let's stop here. The princess's eyes were touched, almost to the point of tears. I had a lot of fun. The basket was placed on the wall, surrounded by trees. In the distance was that dangerous building, shocking Soria. Oh my God! At the end of the sunset, the tall building was already covered with long ivy. The academy was once there, with a road to its left. Merchants had once excitedly started their day on that road. That was also Princess Soria's former residence. Soria kept looking at this fantastical sky she hadn't seen in a long time, gazing intently. The rose was still shining, but there was a faint magic circle at the bottom. A strand of long hair appeared in the center of the magic circle, and a beautiful princess in a white dress, radiating an aura, appeared. Lenick was also stunned by this spectacle and hurriedly grasped her hand tightly. Soria, her golden eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed under the setting sun. An unexpected situation. Lenick instinctively embraced Soria. Her eyes widened, unsure of what was happening. Lenick held her shoulders tightly. What are you thinking? We're on the wall. Soria looked up at him, her expression extremely embarrassed. What if the worst happened? What if she got hurt? She thought to herself, I can protect myself with magic. Soria laughed. If I fall from here. She started poking his shoulder playfully again. They moved closer and closer. Lenick stammered, teach this. Soria gently expressed her feelings. I mean, you can continue. Soria felt a little regretful, but it had been almost 5 minutes. Or, should I listen to the rest before I turn back into a chicken? Lenick was confused. What? She stood on tiptoe, arms tight around his neck, and gave Lenick an enthusiastic kiss before he could react in surprise. I love you. 2 days ago, this rumor had spread like wildfire through the capital. Within that grand castle, quite sincere blessings filled the air. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Diavir is overjoyed. I heard you confessed your feelings to Princess Soria. Everyone keeps talking about how surprised they were to find you're such a sentimental person. Accompanying his words, our proud princess was carefully examining that rose. Lenick glared at Diavir furiously. I'm busy, Diavir. Save that joke for next time. He put his hand to his chin appraisingly. but word has already spread everywhere. He feared that His Majesty was slow when it came to love, so he willingly added that he had sent Her Highness 3 roses. Hearing this, his mood turned even more furious, and the surrounding atmosphere darkened accordingly. What does that have to do with confessing my feelings? Diavir held his head in exasperation. You really are a fool, Your Majesty. Do you really want to drag us into another war? Red roses symbolize a magical attraction, like the undeniable sweetness of love. Giving someone 3 roses is indeed becoming an increasingly popular way to confess one's feelings within the royal family. It's like a performance stage, representing a luxurious artistic performance, though it has been altered a great deal. It's like that in operas and novels. Diavir furrowed his brow, then let out a long sigh. This is why you need to communicate more. If you don't even know that giving someone 3 roses means, I love you, how can you advance the relationship? Lenick muttered to himself. Giving 3 roses means... He heard, then cut himself off, feeling a bit regretful. I should have warned you beforehand, in case you didn't know. Diavir, explain the mechanics of giving flowers. Each number of roses has a different meaning, so if you give them to someone as a gift, you need to be careful. Bolts of lightning flashed through the clueless emperor's mind. He stood up, covering his face, and shouted, why does the number of roses you give someone even have meaning? In his mortification, Lenick dared to say that such meaningless customs should be immediately prohibited by law. Diavir could only stare speechlessly at this. Today's peace shines throughout the royal family, the dancing sunlight and the reflections like a giant mirror, making everything more vibrant than ever. Diavir gave a rather accurate judgment. I'll make sure what he just said is recorded in the royal history books. Lenick had created an embarrassing story for himself to leave for posterity. The maids were all quite surprised, some even covering their mouths as they heard the echoing song from outside. The guards standing by the door had panicked looks on their faces, sweat dripping down like rain. His body then gradually retreated, as if he had encountered something truly terrifying in the room. Soria had changed into a noble red dress, beautiful and moving, with a bright smile on her face. Indeed, the effect of that kiss between Lenick and Soria was truly unbelievable. The method to break the curse was working more and more each day. She felt absolutely amazing. Before, it could only last 5 minutes, but now 3 hours had passed. Soria happily cupped her cheeks, many desserts arranged before her. I even have time to put on makeup today, and I can eat all the food I want, not leftovers and inferior grains. She walked along the carpet, smiling constantly, thinking about the bright future. A few more kisses, and I'll be able to completely break the curse. As she was immersed in her daydream, a call from behind made Soria stop in her tracks. Princess Soria. She saw a young boy dressed in blue clothes, in the prime of his youth, with an innocent face, and then called out, Milburn. Milburn was 13 years old, the youngest mage. Soria giggled, covering her mouth, her eyes naturally filled with fondness. How cute. This kid's hair looks like a bundle of straw. He thought to himself, has it not even been 5 minutes yet? She suddenly remembered, I know, throughout the long palace hall, the servants were still ostensibly concentrating on their work. But how could they avoid eavesdropping? Everyone was secretly listening. Soria focused on the boy. Her face was full of contemplation. She ordered Milburn, let's talk at the Ministry of Magic. We have to discuss the plan for afterward anyway. The boy obediently followed her words. Yes. Soria also felt helpless about suddenly receiving all this eager attention. Unexpectedly, I really want to be free from this attention. In the center of the luxurious room, the boy blurted out a full 3 hours. Milburn was very admiring after hearing the duration she had achieved, so he clapped his hands in congratulations. Congratulations, Your Highness. He was also someone who generally understood what had just happened. He asked happily, so your curse has finally been broken. Soria nodded, looking at him sideways. That's right, although it hasn't been completely lifted yet. How to avoid the children's curiosity, especially with the stories spreading like wildfire in the capital. So this means you're going to marry His Majesty. Milburn's words made her feel a little awkward, and Soria decided to give him a lecture. Milburn, marriage isn't something you should try so lightly. He put his hand on his chin, full of suspicion. But I thought you would fall in love once the curse was lifted. Milburn seemed familiar with this lecture. Is it strange to marry someone you love? She flushed, finding it difficult to explain. No, it's not like that, but although it was none of his business, the boy was also worried about the emperor. If that's the case, you should get married as soon as the curse is lifted. In front of Milburn's puzzled gaze, she calmly said, I can love him enough to break the curse, but not enough to marry him. Dioville entered from the doorway at this moment and couldn't help but choke, spraying water. He coughed a few times, announcing his arrival. Ah, please excuse me. I didn't mean to interrupt. Soria was startled. When did he get here? He was paying attention to her previous words while breaking out in a cold sweat. How much did you hear? Dioville asked back. Do you want the truth? At this point, Soria was extremely panicked. Yes, tell me everything honestly. He hesitated for a moment, shrugged his shoulders, and seemed to be organizing his words to recount them properly. Like a parrot, Dioville repeated everything he had heard. Marriage isn't something you should try so lightly. I can love him enough to break the curse, but hearing this, Soria's hair stood on end. Stop. She was mortified. Don't say a word of this to Lenick, understand. Although Dioville seemed to know all about the story between the emperor and the princess, he assured her, of course, I won't say anything. It's a secret. He repeated her request. You want me to not say a word to his majesty, right? All right. Seeing this, she hesitated a little. Yes, but Soria felt strange, wondering, why isn't he objecting at all? Faced with Soria's dilemma, Dioville showed his extremely smooth side. Why? There's no benefit in telling his majesty. If you don't want me to, I won't. He added, however, his majesty wishes to see you. Soria, also clever, understood his motives, so she didn't want to create any unnecessary conflict. I understand. She stood up gracefully. All right, let's go. Just as the two were about to leave the palace, the unexpected happened. After a puff of smoke, Soria officially transformed back into a beautiful hen. Dioville sighed helplessly. The timing is truly unfortunate. Soria's expression was also extremely unsightly. Shut up, this is my limit. He suspected, did you do this on purpose? Soria looked up. What? Dioville continued to guess. I thought you could maintain your human form for up to 3 hours now. Soria was surprised. You already knew all of this. Mentioning the increase from 5 minutes to 3 hours, Soria's eyes still sparkled, waiting to be praised. Speaking of which, why don't we try for another 3 rounds now? Lenick stroked his chin. What 3 rounds? Soria, still lying in Dioville's hands, said nonchalantly, what else could it be? I'm talking about kisses. He closed his eyes, trying to hide his helplessness. Oh dear. Lenick also disagreed with her. Sorry, princess, but I'm not interested in kissing a chicken right now. Soria felt that his attitude today was unusually firm, thinking how difficult he was to talk to today. Lenick hinted that he had originally intended for her to enjoy a delicious lunch, and then I was thinking we could take a walk together and have a lovely date night. His words made her feel like she had been tickled, but now it seemed all those plans were down the drain. Soria was embarrassed. So you were that excited to see me. Soria also understood him well, but at this point, there was no use saying more. She flapped her wings to express, Your Majesty, you may not know, but I did all of this for you. Soria perched on his desk, looking at him. Lenick tentatively asked her, do you think doing this is meaningful? Soria immediately retorted, of course it is. Soria successfully managed to make their arrogant emperor feel confused. I clearly remember how shy you were yesterday. These words made Lenick frown. What? She brought up the incident on the city walls at sunset, when Lenick shyly turned his head away to wipe his lips. Your face was so red, even your ears were flushed. Soria was very sly. I'm going to embarrass you to death. Then, she nudged his hand with her beak. I just didn't want you to remember yesterday, when you saw me in my human form. Lenick unexpectedly pinched her beak, abruptly stopping her impending torrent of words. At this moment, Lenick seemed angered. His face was gloomy as he mercilessly pinched Soria's chattering beak, hard enough that the veins on the back of his hand bulged. By the time he let go, she had already jumped onto the carpet. Lenick simply reminded her, Princess, regarding the Ministry of Magic, you don't actually have to do anything, just talk to the officials. Once or twice is enough. But at this point, no matter what he said, Princess Soria didn't care. She was truly angry now. Her attitude also made Lenick lose his patience. Princess, are you planning to be this childish forever? I only pinched your beak. When she could bear it no longer, Soria sighed and retorted fiercely. Just then, Lenick reached out a hand, seemingly wanting to reconcile. You know, it's a serious matter to speak without proof, right? Soria couldn't help but retort angrily. I'm telling the truth. Yesterday, your talent clearly. This time, his thumb pressed against her golden beak once more. Lenick blushed and denied it. If I say you have no proof, then you have none. What was she complaining about? I've never seen such a shameless emperor. She frowned, lost in thought. Everything was finally going in a good direction. I think we're gradually approaching true love. Soria felt wronged and ran out of the emperor's room, crying sadly. You're a tyrant. Don't let me see you for a while. She startled Megan, who, unable to react in time, hurried after her. Despite being human and naturally having better stamina, she couldn't catch up. Where are you going? Soria replied, curtly, indignant, back to my room. In the prepared private room, the red curtains were drawn, letting in the light. Soria told herself, I need to calm down. This isn't helping. The more I talk to him, the more childish I feel. At this point, I can no longer talk to him normally. Aside from true love, he really does have a way to control me. Soria recalled her past as a beautiful princess. Now Soria thought, none of my past relationships were truly filled with love. They always started at parties or meetings, and rarely did a man approach her with truly pure intentions. Whenever they did, the feeling never lasted long. Soria lowered her head. I never knew my path to love would be so difficult. A pair of feet stopped nearby, and a voice called out, making her raise her head. Oh, I wonder if this is Princess Soria. She asked Megan, her guard. Who is this? She introduced him. That is Marquee Bourbon. An old man with furrowed brows and a stern expression came into view. Marquee Bourbon. It must not be strange for a marquis to be arrogant, but just as Lenick said, with the Zion royal family difficult to shake, the nobles of Croatia seemed to have regained a great deal of power. He stood arrogantly opposite a guard and a chicken, and perhaps because of this, he dared to block the royal family's path without hesitation. This land was far too vast to be fully ruled, and it was impossible for the emperor to oversee everything, resulting in a decentralization of power. These were things Soria had heard while looking at the imperial map with Lenick. Now, seeing his arrogant appearance, Soria was greatly annoyed. Even so, that didn't justify his impudence. Soria asked Megan, what does he want from me? She quickly translated, Her Highness asks what business you have with her. He observed carefully, muttering to himself, his furrowed brows giving him an extremely cautious appearance. Megan was puzzled. One was a chicken, the other a guard. Soria was even more confused. Marquee Bourbon pondered, his arms crossed behind his back, weighing in his mind whom he should address. He finally made his decision. The hen, of course, since she was a princess, after all. Marquee Bourbon bowed respectfully. Your Highness, I have a proposition for you. Your Highness, he politely tried to excuse himself, but now doesn't seem to be a good time. Could I come back another day? Soria seemed to have guessed his intentions. It seemed this conversation couldn't be overheard by Megan. Finally, she quietly gave a deadline. Come back in 2 days. We can discuss it over afternoon tea. She relayed the message. Her Highness would like to know if you're available for afternoon tea in 2 days. He smiled faintly. Certainly. Then I shall call upon you again in 2 days, Your Highness. 2 guards huddled together, stealthily following Marquee Bourbon's leisurely footsteps. Another group of people blocked her path. Greetings, Your Highness. Soria was bewildered. What? Hello. The people spoke in turn. It's an honor to meet you. I am the regional administrator of the West. Their attitude made her turn her head around in confusion like a lost chick, trying to make out their faces. As the people continued to introduce themselves before Soria, we are from the south. She did something rather foolish, which was to try and squeeze past the two of them by force. Soria, sweating, looked pleadingly at Megan. What's going on? Why does everyone suddenly want to talk to me? In the center of the luxurious palace, a chicken's squawking could be heard. Soria pleaded in a low voice, Megan, help. Before returning to her room, Soria had been stopped 4 times. After escaping from those people, she could only pant and wonder to herself, just how many nobles are there in this kingdom? As Megan closed the door, Soria let out a long sigh. Why is everyone so happy to see me? Megan, of course, knew exactly what the problem was. That's because there are rumors that you and Emperor Lenick are madly in love. Megan consoled her. Your Highness, you don't have to meet with everyone. She gestured to the chaise lounge. After all, I'm essentially a guest in this palace, so the circumstances should be different. Soria lay quietly against the pillows, breathing weakly. It would be one thing if people were disrespectful to me, but I can't refuse conversation just because they're exceedingly polite. Megan hurried to the princess's side as she lay wearily against the bolster pillow. Yes, perhaps that's the custom in Zion, she comforted. Sitting back down on the edge of her chair, she added, but here in Croatia, it's not considered rude to decline conversation with those of lower standing. Isn't it? Soria asked, surprised. As she spoke, Megan nodded vigorously. Using the image of Lenick surrounded by all the nobles as an example, Megan continued to ease Soria's confusion. Yes, if you interacted with everyone, you'd be surrounded by crowds all day long. Her condition worsened. Goodness, I don't know how many nobles are in this dynasty. Looking up at the ceiling, Soria thought, if I have time, I should look at the noble's family tree. Her gaze became unfocused. But right now, I just want to rest. She slowly closed her eyes. Being surrounded on the way back has already exhausted me. In that slumber, only peaceful, sweet dreams remained. The sunlight outside the window was still bright, as if a new day had begun. Soria rubbed her eyes, seemingly not fully awake. When did I fall asleep? Before she could figure out what was happening, a magic circle appeared beneath her feet. The light from the magic circle flickered, leaving Soria increasingly bewildered. Suddenly, the light grew brighter and brighter. Soria appeared once again in the form of a princess. When the world was filled with magic, abundant magical power was nothing compared to a blessing. Following close behind were the natural elements of modern Earth, spread across the entire continent. The dazzling light poured over the grassy meadows, and special individuals were chosen based on the amount of magical power generated within their bodies. Soria's face was ashen. I can always feel the magic flowing in the earth. She kept clucking, catching the attention of a young girl holding a spear. What's wrong, Your Highness? She felt pain, struggling constantly, chicken feathers flying everywhere. Your Highness, she asked anxiously. Amidst the feathers dancing on a red carpet, Soria was helpless. She had been able to easily borrow the earth's abundant energy since childhood, but now she could no longer feel it. I'm sorry, she's already gone. The earth goddess had lost her energy. 147 years had passed, enough time for the entire world to change. Dioville sat across from Soria in the study. He asked cautiously, so you're saying that the flow of magic is cyclical, right? Like water. But I've never heard of this before. She was equally perplexed. I'm more surprised that you've never heard of it. Suddenly, Soria realized something. Wait, then that explains why high-ranking mages no longer appear on this land. He found it hard to believe. Really? But only gods can give and take life, right? She affirmed, that's right. We're talking about the flow of magic. That cycle is now broken. Dioville asked, but how can you feel it? Soria took a sip of water. Because magic is always flowing. She played with the water as she drank. Dioville sighed, resigned. Let's just take that as a fact. Finally, he became serious again. No matter how hard I try, I can't feel it. The thought that even the most talented mage in the current empire didn't know what the flow of magic was, let alone feel it, gave her a headache. Soria made a request. Listen carefully. At least 147 years ago, magic was a cyclical energy source. When mages died, their energy would return to nature, allowing the next generation to be born with nascent magic. Any mage could feel its flow, so it's laughable that you're asking me how that happened. Dioville ventured to ask, why do you think the magic stopped circulating? Soria continued to flap her wings. Are you asking if this is related to my curse? He tried to connect the events. Yes, because if it is, that would be a very serious problem. Soria continued flapping her wings. Honestly, I'm not sure. I think there's a high probability that it's related, but I need to investigate further. She called out to him, by the way, Dioville. Soria expressed her thoughts. If you don't mind, could you look into approximately when the number of mages started to decrease? Lowering his head to the princess's level, Dioville confidently affirmed, of course, I'll get right on it. She replied, thank you. He walked out of the room. You can leave this matter to me, Your Highness. Please focus on adapting to life in the Empire. He felt a pang of worry. I didn't have enough courage to tell her to focus on her romance with Emperor Lenick. Dioville walked out of the spacious hall, lost in thought, but perhaps she already understood what I meant. She looked at the door he had just exited, only able to sense one thing. Dioville was absolutely right. Soria let out a long sigh. I have to solve the problem in front of me first. She paced around the room again. To develop Zion into a kingdom, I first need to be familiar with how the empire operates. I think the biggest problem lies with the nobles. If I'm going to deal with them, I have to know who they are. Although only a princess, Soria had very bold intentions. I'll have Megan bring the noble's family tree, so at least I can memorize the most important figures. Let's get started. Due to a serious misunderstanding of Diavir's words, Soria did something entirely different from what he expected. By nightfall, she was defeated, listlessly drooling and falling asleep inside the door. Soria was very surprised. Why didn't anyone come in after I knocked? There were no guards standing outside. She tried to answer, but her body could only make small, chicken-like noises. This is so embarrassing. Oh, normal people can't understand me. Soria stood in front of the large door, embarrassed. I can't even open the door myself. Her heart raced as she tried her best to signal with her eyes. I don't know who you are, but please come in, okay? The knocking continued incessantly. Soria felt suspicious. Wait, why is the knocking coming from behind the door? It was Lenick in a white-collar shirt. As his footsteps approached, she felt a little scared, worriedly thinking, he doesn't look like his usual self. Lenick ignored her and continued walking in another direction, which surprised her greatly. He picked up a bottle of alcohol, and Soria had to make a decision. Maybe I should say something. Lenick sat quietly in a chair and poured the alcohol, not into a glass, but into a small dish, as if it were soy sauce. She cautiously asked, "Are there any more rumors about me? Or is there a problem in the south?" "Your Majesty." He didn't react to her words, only stroking the empty space next to the alcohol dish, which annoyed Soria. "Why aren't you answering me? You can't just barge in and pour me a dish of that." Anger was quickly replaced by panic until her face turned green. Oh my God, doesn't he know how strong that alcohol is? In his slightly tipsy state, the majestic emperor was just an ordinary young man, his face flushed from drinking, with a hint of sadness. "I'm sorry." Soria was surprised. What? The sudden apology made her even more flustered. Did he come here just to apologize for this morning's argument? He hadn't yet broken his old habits. Lenick scoffed. "You can't get drunk just from smelling it, right?" Soria retorted angrily, "Of course not. Don't worry. Lenick was the ruler of the empire that conquered half the continent. Don't look at Soria with those innocent eyes, as if you don't understand what she's thinking." So he was confused. She faced him, her face flushed. "Stop looking at me like that, as if you're the most harmless person in the world." He retorted. He asked, "Like what?" Lenick said, half joking, half serious, "It sounds like you're making me out to be the villain." She hesitated. "Well, you're not my hero either, are you?" He was speechless. "So I automatically become the villain." Lenick cleared his throat. "All right, back to the main topic. I apologize for this morning." Compared to his frightening appearance earlier, his voice seemed much calmer, so she agreed. All right, I apologize too. We were both wrong, so let's just let it go." After the first story ended, Lenick began the second. "There's one more thing." Soria was surprised. "There's more. Don't you have a lot of work to do? Are you done?" He replied, "Yes." At this point, she felt a chill. "I'm starting to get scared of what you're going to say next." Lenick, his cheeks still flushed, said seriously, "Not yet. And I'm still here talking to you, so listen carefully." Her brow furrowed, but his voice still chased after her. "Don't think about running away while drinking." She said, "Fine, I'm listening." Lenick began to state, "I heard you met with Marquee bourbon." Suddenly, Soria lifted her face, teary-eyed and covered in alcohol. He was surprised. "What's wrong?" He looked at her hesitantly. That stuff didn't actually get her drunk, did it? Despite the embarrassing situation earlier, she still maintained her pride. "Thirdly, can you keep your personality consistent?" His words surprised him greatly. She said angrily, "Sometimes like this, sometimes like that. Dealing with you gives me a headache." Lenick was also concerned. "Which personality of mine do you like?" She thought for a moment. "Let me think. The Emperor, his serious personality. I think so." He rested his chin in his hand and looked at her intently. "Why?" Soria said bluntly, "Frankly, because it's easier to deal with." Lenick felt that, in the middle of the night, it was quite unexpected. Even Diavir had said that that side of him made him uncomfortable when Lenick played the role of emperor. He asked again, "Do you like it when I talk about work on paper and make it clear who's responsible for what?" Soria raised her head proudly and replied, "Don't forget, I'm still a princess. I'm also the last heir of Zion. Of course, I feel more comfortable when you're acting like an emperor." Lenick sighed. "So you're saying you just want a purely professional relationship? Fine. I wish you could choose between being a chicken and being a princess, and not keep switching back and forth. Soria suddenly fell silent, and he became confused again. Why wasn't she talking? She snuggled up quietly. Do I really look that much like a chicken? Lenick tried to appease her. I don't think there are any talking chickens in this world. Soria said sadly, yeah, a talking chicken. Who could imagine? Hearing her question, Lenick could only turn around. So, in your eyes, I look like a chicken. He had a headache. She wouldn't let it go. He wondered what's wrong. Did someone make fun of you for being a chicken? She disagreed. No, but after living alone for a century, I really forgot I was a chicken, and then I came here and was reminded of it again. Lenick was helpless. But you were a chicken. She was speechless. This is when you're supposed to say something to comfort me, you know? Lenick extended his hand, a bony, pale hand. You are a chicken. He wiped the corner of her mouth. But you're also the most beautiful chicken I've ever seen. Ordinary chickens can't compare. The girl was flattered. Everyone says that. Soria's eyes sparkled. Really? Really? Lenick shyly flattered her. My love, you are the most beautiful. After the compliments, it was time for his due. He asked, don't you have anything to say to me? She was surprised. Say what? Lenick reminded her, I just complimented you. Aren't you going to compliment me back? The Emperor's eyes glittered with childlike anticipation. Soria sighed inwardly. Was he a child? She actually flapped her wings, searching for a compliment that didn't sound unnatural at all. I think you're a very capable worker. You're really amazing. Lenick wasn't quite satisfied. That's it. That's all the praise you have. He criticized seriously. Do you have any complaints about that? Lenick pondered for a moment. Complaints? No one had ever asked him that. He smiled slightly. No, I don't have any complaints. Unsure if he was joking or being serious, he smoothly steered the topic back to her. But I didn't know your type was a capable man. Hearing this, Soria jumped up, spilling the bowl of wine. Who said you were my type? Amidst Lenick's incessant teasing, she cried out my wine. He had never been so at ease. Lenick didn't know if it was because she was royalty from another country. That late night, even Lenick had different thoughts. But he felt no need to stand on ceremony with her, and Lenick really liked that. Finally, dawn broke. The next day was the first day of work at the Ministry of Magic. She wore a red dress, reminding everyone, please pay close attention. The number of cases that can form magic trajectories is very limited, which will inevitably reduce the types of magic you can use. Dioville stood by and observed. He was glad he had her maintain her human form. She was doing better than he expected. He noticed the old man who raised his hand to speak. Princess. Dioville was secretly pleased. Even Earl George, who had strongly opposed the establishment of the Ministry of Magic, was completely captivated by the lecture. He had an opinion. Shouldn't magic trajectories be circular? But the one you just drew on the blackboard. The princess noticed this. Oh, that's a common misconception in the current empire. She kindly drew diagrams on the blackboard to explain. They are indeed often circular, but as long as the starting point and the ending point can be connected, then you can use different shapes to create magic trajectories. Finally, I have to conclude that no rule is absolute. After all, magic should not be restricted, right? Dioville was surprised. He could also learn something from this lecture. At this moment, Lenick walked in from behind and exclaimed, "Oh my, your majesty." He frowned, finding it hard to believe. Milburn and the cat alarm clock both seemed a little uncomfortable, and it made him uneasy. Why were they so uncomfortable? Was it because he was interrupting their precious time with her? It seemed like they didn't want him there. He smiled, but he wasn't happy inside. I came here to say something important, but it seems my arrival isn't very welcome. Actually, that wasn't entirely wrong. He was sweating and trembling. No, your majesty. Of course not, Earl George explained in a panic. I can't believe you would come to such a humble place. Your presence is our honor. He quickly realized the potential offense. Does this place seem too humble in your eyes? He completely panicked. The boy behind him also shed tears. Please forgive Lenick's rudeness. I heard Dioville put a lot of thought into decorating this room, but perhaps it doesn't meet your standards. Earl George, seeing this, felt a little annoyed. Why was he teasing people like that? Vera, who was close to him, couldn't hide her smile either. Though feeling depressed, she politely put on a smile. Didn't you come to see me? Your Majesty. Lenick stammered coldly. Yes, that's right. She tilted her head and smiled. You heard him. Can you give us a moment alone? Lenick felt regret. But I haven't finished what I wanted to say. She gave a murderous look while he simply glanced at the crowd behind her. Everyone tactfully ran out of the room, leaving the scene to the two of them. She sat down gracefully. So what brings you here, honored guest? You didn't come all this way just to stroll around, did you? Lenick tried to suppress his exhaustion. When you were still a chicken, I didn't mind much. Then he moved a little closer to her. But now that you're in human form, that tone is really annoying. She blurted out, "Excuse me," then hesitantly asked, "Do you mean I should observe Corrosion etiquette when speaking to you, your majesty?" She added, "Should I maintain a polite distance from you, like Count George?" He couldn't take it anymore and stood up, shouting no. Lenick cleared his throat. "That's not what I meant." The princess was surprised. "Then what do you mean?" Lenick pursed his lips, his handsome face flushing. He shifted slightly. "You do know what rumors are going around outside?" She was puzzled. "Rumors? What rumors?" Since Lenick came to ask her personally, it must be related to her. But she had been behaving herself lately. Finally, he blurted out, "It's about you and me." She was astonished. "Yes." Lenick clenched his fists, trying to control his trembling. The waiting made him quite impatient. She retorted, "Out with it, quickly." Lenick tried to respond. Silence. Honestly, after hearing him out, the princess was completely dumbfounded. He covered his face in agony, which left her utterly bewildered. "Are you mad, your majesty? If so, you should go and find a priest for help immediately." Clearly, the princess was definitely the only person on the entire continent who dared to insult the emperor like this. The story ends abruptly here. A few days later, two maids were sitting on the emerald green lawn, stroking soft fur, taking turns saying, "Oh, you're so soft. Princess, please let Tom fall in love with me. Oh, and me and me." All the maids took care of her with all their tenderness and overflowing affection. She looked up helplessly. Is this the rumor Lenick was talking about? Then she lay back down on the grass, lazily. "But I like the way they pet me." She narrowed her eyes, slowly closing them. "I really want to have a good sleep in the loving arms of the maids." She obediently fell into a slumber. Suddenly, a hand lifted her up, startling her. Lenick asked her, "Do you want others to know you were caught sleeping outside?" She was also surprised. "Lenick." She looked around, exclaiming in surprise, "My goodness, how long have you been here?" Lenick replied, "How long?" He recounted the scene. "You know, you just took a nap, and those two maids rushed straight to my office. Two girls were just standing at the door." She was confused. They really went. Finally, Lenick could only end the story with a sigh. They were panicked and couldn't be calmed down. "There hasn't been a single day without some drama since you arrived. I'm really helpless." Good heavens. She had felt relaxed, but she didn't expect to fall asleep. She became worried. Am I really gradually turning into a chicken? She buried her head in his chest. "Your Majesty," she asked. He responded, "What is it?" She asked cautiously, "Do I even a little bit act like a real chicken?" He nodded. "Yes, you do." Tears fell on Saryu's face again, looking extremely pitiful. Her strange expression made his eyes widen. She flew away like a sulking bird. The emperor had to chase after her and coax her. No, I was just joking. Don't fly away. I was just kidding," she cried, and pushed him away. "Stay away from me." Lenick panicked. "I really was joking." When she returned to human form, she immediately collapsed on the ground. Mabel, elegant as always, listened gently. "Yes, princess, what's wrong?" She was on the verge of a breakdown. "Is it possible to fall in love with someone who's like a chicken?" Dahlia and Jenny were confused. Not a chicken, but someone like a chicken. Her phoenix eyes drooped. "I know the rumors that are spreading. The rain in the south happened to coincide with the time I ascended the city walls with His Majesty. Rumors about me and him being destined for each other have spread throughout the empire." Just then, the two of them kissed extremely passionately in front of her helpless expression. She recounted a series of other rumors. "There's also a superstition that says as long as you touch my feathers, you can find true love. But Lady Mabel, all of this is just a coincidence. Destined love. Don't joke with me. He was just teasing me." Mabel asked, "Is that so?" She said in an icy voice, "His Majesty and I will never truly fall in love." Mabel smiled. "Don't worry, princess." She analyzed. If His Majesty wasn't the destined one, how could the curse have been lifted so easily? Sarya took a sip of tea. "Perhaps you're right." Flowers bloomed in her heart. "Then how would you describe His Majesty's behavior?" Megan, who was beside her, also listened attentively. Mabel guessed a bit childish. Childish. A gloomy air flowed through. She put down her teacup. "Oh dear." Lost in thought in the darkness, Soria wondered, was this why her relationship with Lenick was so different from her relationships with other men? Every time she spoke with him, she became petty and childish, forgetting that she was a princess who needed to maintain her dignity and grace. At that moment, she was desperately covering her face. "Oh dear." Beside her, Maybelline offered encouragement. "But you don't have to worry." Dahlia and Jenny both nodded. "That's why we're always here, Your Highness. There was an irrefutable law. When one is with their beloved, even if it's only for 10 short minutes, they want to present their most perfect self. Smiling, she came up with an idea. Before the former emperor and empress return to the capital, we'll teach you all the latest trends in the empire. What happened? No, wait, what did Maybelline just say? Soria finally spoke. Lady Maybelline. Maybelline replied, yes, what is it? Soria hesitated. No, nothing, it's just, you said someone was returning, right? Maybelline covered her mouth, realizing she had misspoken. Did Lenick forget to tell her? Soria was burning with curiosity. Could you say that again? Who's returning? In her imagination, the former emperor and empress were incredibly fashionable. They were vying to comment, our son has met the love of his life. I have to see this girl for myself. Maybelline explained, the former emperor and empress who have been touring the southern continent. Soria covered her mouth. His Majesty's parents are coming to see me. She stood up and slammed her hand on the table, rattling the teacups. Oh my goodness. She cried out in a flustered voice, Megan, I need to see His Majesty immediately. The three ladies at the tea party stared blankly at Megan's retreating back. Wait for me. Your Highness. Maybelline covered her face and sighed wearily. Finally, she uttered a single, heartfelt sentence. They have a long way to go. This time, she received agreement from the other two girls. In the palace hall, Soria's pace grew increasingly hurried. Megan followed behind, constantly explaining, His Majesty definitely didn't mean to keep it from you. Soria replied, I know, huh? Everyone makes mistakes, but there are some things I can't accept. However, that doesn't mean I should ignore it and say nothing. If I don't speak up, he'll never realize his mistake and will repeat it again and again. Just then, Dioville walked by, holding a book. Soria quickly explained the situation. You're just in time. I need to speak with His Majesty. Do you know where he is? Dioville gave a subtle look. What's going on? Soria was determined to find Lenick. Is His Majesty in his office? Megan, behind her, signaled that he could tell her. He had no choice but to stall. His Majesty is in discussions with the nobles, but the meeting is about to end. If you wait around here, you'll be able to see His Majesty soon. Soria lifted her skirt and walked over. Thank you, Dioville. Even as she walked away, she called back. Oh, and I think we shouldn't use that magic I told you about last time. If something goes wrong, not only will the thorn bushes be destroyed, but the land by the river will also be affected. He put his hand to his mouth. Then I'll look for another way. The princess now waved from a distance. Thank you, Dioville. He continued to smile patiently, but his expression immediately became flustered. He turned his head, checking his surroundings. Dioville scratched the back of his head in bewilderment, shouting like a child in the middle of the royal palace, I've never done this before. At that moment, inside a room, a knight was whispering something in his ear, looking extremely urgent. Based on the information provided, Lenick finally thought of a name. Marquee Monk, Maybelline's father and Dioville's father-in-law, suggested, Your Majesty, you must consider what the people will think. He stated his reasoning persuasively. The princess can no longer stay here merely as a guest. Marquis Bourbon also saw an opportunity to gain favor. That's right, Your Majesty. A princess from another country deserves better treatment. Others chimed in agreement. This was unprecedented in the history of the empire. Lenick sat on the throne, sneering inwardly. What a spectacular sight. He recalled some past events. Hadn't it been them who had opposed her staying here before, saying that the empire couldn't accept a cursed chicken? The men's voices continued to urge, you must marry her, make her empress. Lenick found it utterly absurd how quickly they had changed their tune. He rubbed his thigh and spoke vaguely. So, you want to see Princess Soria become the empress of the Croatian Empire? Everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, Your Majesty. Lenick's expression was extremely reluctant. But I'm not some street thug. I can't just marry a princess from another country without her consent. Marquis Bourbon suddenly understood. Your Majesty means... Lenick used a respectable procedure to confirm their words. I wanted to go through the proper procedures, step by step. But since you all insist, we need to find a way to make her willingly agree to this marriage. Those around him thought, so she doesn't want to marry him. Those close to him try to solve this dilemma. She wants complete autonomy for the Zion Kingdom, doesn't she? He stood up leisurely, continuing to think of a way to escape. I have to go see the princess. She's still waiting for me. The future of our empire hangs on this romantic affair of mine. He waved his hand and walked out the door. leaving the nobles in a cold sweat. In short, I won't marry her without a proper date first. They sighed inwardly. He just wanted to end the meeting early. The door slammed shut, leaving behind an indisputable directive. Keep thinking about it. His clapping echoed loudly. Lenick smiled brightly. I didn't expect you to be so helpful. Saria looked at him as if he were crazy. What was wrong with him? Had the meeting driven him mad? As Lenick frowned, she slowly backed away. Why are you stepping back? Did I do something wrong? She looked at him with extreme discomfort. Because you're approaching me with that unpleasant expression. This angered Lenick. Unpleasant. Saria closed her eyes, feigning indifference. I don't know what's making you so happy, but I'm sure it's not going to make me happy. At this moment, Lenick felt something was wrong, and he stopped. Wait, he said, puzzled. You seem to be angry with me about something else. Saria crossed her arms and stated, That's right. You caused me a huge loss. Lenick was confused. Saria reminded him, That's right. You didn't tell me something very important today. I almost fainted when I found out. He was still clueless. What is she talking about? She was clearly upset. Your parents are returning to the capital, aren't they? Lenick confirmed, yes, they're actually on their way back. She clutched her skirt. Why wasn't I informed? He was taken aback. I thought I told you. She felt very wronged. You never told me. Just then, the magic circle appeared again. Something made Saria panic. Lenick called her name, Saria. Saria suddenly stopped, her face changing as a strange feeling rose within her. Lenick looked at her suspiciously, calling softly, Saria. Feeling the ground beneath her feet tremble slightly, Saria's entire body was being pulled downwards. Lenick hurriedly knelt down and reached out to her, shouting in surprise, Saria. At this moment, the nobles in the conference room also happened to come out. Seeing his actions, they exclaimed in surprise, Your Majesty. Simultaneously, the same thought now occurred to all the nobles. His Majesty has knelt. As his subjects, we cannot stand taller than him. So, a group of nobles immediately prostrated themselves in the hallway, lowering their heads and repeatedly shouting, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. By now, Saria had transformed back into a plump, snow-white hen. She tilted her head, looking at this bizarre scene with a puzzled expression. Lenick was also stunned, watching a group of prostrate courtiers shouting Your Majesty, unable to understand what was wrong with them. An awkward atmosphere began to spread. After a while, he said helplessly, I'm fine. Please leave. Then Lenick bent down and picked Saria up in his arms, leaving. She quietly looked up at him and asked, Lenick, please tell me this is all just a dream. He didn't answer her, instead asking, Isn't this all too real? How could it just be a dream? Hearing this, Saria squawked angrily. Can't you give me a shred of hope? Lenick sighed and replied, I'm sorry, Saria, but reality is often cruel. Saria angrily attacked him with her beak, yelling, Do you want to fight? But Lenick just gently raised his hand, blocking her tiny pecs with his palm. He slowly walked away, saying, I should be the one saying that, Princess. This is your last chance. Stop it. In the distance, a noble saw Lenick talking to Saria and quickly turned his head, whispering to the person beside him, I found His Majesty. Everyone immediately hid behind the door, peeking out to eavesdrop, only to hear their respected Majesty say in a threatening tone, If you want to surrender, now is your only chance. The nobles couldn't understand anything, thinking, Surrender. On the other side, the air between Saria and Lenick was thick with tension. She raised her head high and said resolutely, Never. I've never backed down from a fight. Lenick responded angrily, Is that so? Then as you wish. Saria had successfully provoked Lenick, and the group, eavesdropping in the distance, wondered what is going on. The three frowned at the small commotion. Noisy sound continued, Don't pull my feathers. You cruel fellow. Stop pecking me, Saria. Needless to say, the scene was quite bizarre. They secretly felt embarrassed for Lenick, thinking, an emperor is doing his best to deal with a chicken. No one said anything. Everyone had the same thought. We'll pretend we didn't see anything. The scene shifted to the end of Saria and Lenick's fight. Both collapsed on the ground, panting from exhaustion. Saria spread her wings and closed her eyes, while Lenick, covered in sweat, looked up at the azure sky, thinking, here we go again. He couldn't hide his inner confusion. Why do I always forget my imperial dignity when I'm with Saria? He glanced at her, asking himself, was that some kind of magic? Saria asked, opening her eyes after resting. Oh, right. What am I going to do when your parents arrive? Lenick slowly sat up. What do you mean by that? He countered. They already know about you. The rumors have spread so far, we can't hide it anymore. She sat up abruptly, looking at him, the rumor that we're fated to be together. Lenick scooped Soria up in his arms again and strode toward the garden. They won't actually believe it, will they? She asked worriedly. They're not that easily fooled, he replied slowly, but I'm sure they'll find it very amusing. Soria said his name dejectedly, Lenick. He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I know we can't completely ignore it, but even the nobles are overly enthusiastic just because they don't want to bear any responsibility. Soria asked, surprised. Responsibility. Lenick asked as he walked, did I tell you before? I inherited the throne at a very young age. Yes, Soria nodded. I understand. You were spoiled by your father, then started learning how to collect taxes from him, and by the time you got used to wielding a sword. His face suddenly flushed red with embarrassment. You don't need to remember all that, he interrupted hastily. Soria lifted her wings to cover her beak, giggling. Annoyed, Lenick immediately put her down. Fine, he retorted coldly. Then let's spend all night talking about how you shouted the words, my dear. Soria flapped her wings a few times. I'm sorry, I won't say it again, she said hurriedly. She became serious again. What do you mean the nobles don't want to be responsible? Lenick stopped arguing with her. It's simple. When I ascended the throne, I was just an unmarried young man. Since there were no elders in the palace, the responsibility of producing an heir fell to the nobles. Soria held a small purple flower in her beak and looked up, calculating silently. He succeeded the throne 3 years ago, right? She lowered her head, gently swaying the flower. It is a bit strange for the emperor to personally prepare the wedding and banquet, she thought. Thinking of this, Soria immediately looked up at Lenick. Is it because your father isn't around? Lenick sat down beside her and sighed softly. He said if I found it troublesome, it would be best to be the emperor myself. Soria lowered her head, her voice filled with worry. Do you think I can get along with your father? I'm starting to get worried. He glanced at her. In Lenick's mind, he recalled everything from the first time he met Soria until now. Soria doesn't care about court etiquette at all, he thought. Lenick thought of his father again. But my father also completely disregards common sense, he thought, somewhat perplexed. The two of them will either become best friends or mortal enemies. But when he turned his gaze to Soria, who was humming an unknown tune innocently beside him, he couldn't help but smile. Everyone liked Soria, though. He remembered the scene of people chatting pleasantly. I heard His Majesty had another argument with Princess Soria, one person said. Another person covered their mouth, laughing. Well, His Majesty is still young. He thought again. The nobles complain that it damages the royal dignity, but I don't think it's a bad change. Isn't it good to have a palace loved by the people? While Lenick was lost in thought, Soria, not hearing a reply, ran to his side, scrutinizing his face. What's wrong? She asked anxiously. Don't you think I can get along with him? I want to, if I can. Lenick smiled and reached out, stroking her soft white feathers. I'm sure they'll both like you very much, he replied gently. The scene shifted to Lenick's office. Dioville was reporting to him. Looking out the window, he said slowly, I heard that some people have been treating white hens as sacred species recently. Lenick was surprised to hear this. What? He exclaimed. He frowned and asked Dioville again. What do you mean? Are you saying this is happening because of Princess Soria? Dioville clapped his hands together in appreciation. Unfortunately, that is the case, Your Majesty, he replied. Then he slowly recounted everything to Lenick. This actually happened in a place near the capital. According to the messenger, the people there don't even want to eat white chicken meat anymore because Princess Soria has become a symbol of miracles. They seem to believe that killing a white hen will bring bad luck. Lenick listened, his face stunned, exclaiming in disbelief. This is the end of the world, he thought dejectedly. Who would worship a chicken? Dioville's expression suddenly became serious again. He began to report another matter. However, I have slightly better news. We finally found them. Lenick slammed his hand on the table, causing the objects on it to clatter together. He looked up, staring coldly at Dioville. Where? He asked. Dioville hesitated slightly. But they can't be approached, he replied. Lenick's face darkened. What are you talking about? He asked, frowning. Dioville continued. They live in an isolated village, extremely wary of strangers. Even the locals are unaware of their existence. Lenick rubbed his brow anxiously. Then mobilize everyone we need. Dioville countered. That's not the issue, Your Majesty. Lenick glanced at him. Then what is? They've maintained high-level magic during their seclusion Dioville replied. Lenick's expression shifted subtly at this. The scene changed to a palace corridor, where Soria was being held by Megan. Tears streamed down her face as she flapped her wings frantically, screaming internally. Why didn't anyone tell me? I had no idea Maybelline waited for me all morning. Guilt pricked at Soria. She was still leisurely eating her late breakfast. At an intersection, they bumped into Lenick and Dioville. Soria started slightly, her beak parting in surprise. Lenick, sweating, pointed to the side. Are you heading to the Ministry of Magic? Behind him, Dioville looked perplexed, thinking, Your Majesty, she's going in the opposite direction of ministry. Flustered, Soria stammered, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Where were you going? Lenick seemed even more bewildered. He simply froze, uttering a single, Dioville, unable to watch any longer, glanced at Lenick appraisingly, thinking, perhaps he's never been in love. He has absolutely no talent for it. With that thought, Dioville cleared his throat, rescuing Lenick. His Majesty is preparing a welcome banquet for his parents' return. Soria replied stiffly, Oh, I see. She thought, I'm sneaking off to see Maybelline, so I probably need a plausible excuse. I was just going for a walk, she fabricated. With a polite bow, Soria added, Good luck, Your Majesty. Megan, holding her, also dipped her head respectfully. Then, she heard Lenick call out, Wait. He stroked his chin, frowning. It sounds like you're hoping I'll be unlucky enough to need good luck. Seeing his deliberate provocation, Soria switched to challenge mode, her words tumbling out in a rush. Well, perhaps you will. I imagine an imperial banquet is quite the undertaking. A banquet for one's elders carries many nuances. Adding a personal touch transforms the entire event into a gift for the honorees. Soria paused, radiating smugness, a self-satisfied chicken. She thought, I always plan my parents' birthday parties myself. Every year. With that smugness, she dipped her head slightly, addressing Lenick directly. You don't seem to have much talent for organizing banquets, like choosing the wine or food. I'm also curious about your choice of flowers. Lenick flushed crimson. Behind him, Dioville also reddened, but from suppressed laughter. He quickly lowered his head, covering his mouth to prevent himself from laughing aloud. Despite Lenick's flushed face and beads of sweat, Soria continued, For your information, all well-known flowers have their own language. I suggest you choose a variety considered a symbol of welcome. Megan, sweating nervously, averted her gaze. Dioville continued to chuckle silently. The same thought occurred to both of them. What are we going to do with these two? The scene changed. Soria was now cradling her little chicken head in her wings. Her beady eyes doubled in size, sparkling with delight. She cried out, Oh my! Maybelline, standing nearby, smiled warmly. Princess, do you like my gifts? Megan, beside her, remained expressionless, simply observing Soria. Maybelline's gifts were beautiful dresses. Soria examined the first one, a red-based dress adorned with silk bows, white lace trim, and small roses, thinking, I know the imperial fashion style is different from Zion, but these dresses. Her gaze shifted to the second, a dazzling orange gold gown, radiating opulence. Magnificent, she exclaimed. She thought of her usual attire, a touch of discontent creeping in. The difference in national power is evident even in the clothing. Maybelline, having waited a while for Soria's response, leaned in and softly called, Princess. Soria looked up, startled, and quickly replied, The Croatian dresses, their unique patterns and gem settings, and the intricate embroidery of the lace. They've left quite an impression, Lady Maybelline. As she spoke, Soria's gaze fell upon another dress, and she froze. It was a green dress, unique and luxurious in design, adorned with numerous emeralds. Soria fell in love with it at first sight. She couldn't help but happily fold her wings and exclaim, Oh my goodness. Eagerly, she asked Megan, Is that lace embroidered around the gems? I didn't even know that was possible. Megan relayed Soria's words to Maybelline verbatim, concluding that's what she said, and she's very curious about how it's done. Maybelline smiled and replied, Thank you for the compliment, Princess. She thought to herself, I'm so glad she likes the dresses. I was worried when I heard rumors of a slight incident. Maybelline gestured towards the three ladies standing respectfully to the side. "The dresses I brought today are all the most beautiful creations meticulously prepared by these ladies. If you choose the one you like best," she said, looking at Soria with a smile, "then the person who made it will be responsible for making your dresses from now on." After speaking, Maybelline thought Lenick felt incredibly guilty, so he allocated a large budget for this. The scene shifted to Lenick's office, where he sat staring at the documents in his hand, thinking, "I never considered this before, because chickens don't wear clothes." Back in the living room, Maybelline added, "However, if you don't like these designs, we can also make Zion-style dresses for you." Hearing this, Soria shook her head and wings simultaneously, replying, "That's not necessary. Since I'm in the Crothian Empire, I should dress accordingly. Crothia is full of surprises. It would be nice to have the opportunity to interact with other ladies like before." Hearing her say this, Maybelline glanced at her. She waved her hand, signaling to the three designers, who immediately understood and displayed the exquisite and gorgeous dresses they had created. After they left, Maybelline gently leaned forward and asked, "So, why don't you attend the salons?" Soria looked surprised and asked, "Salons?" She slowly continued, "Yes, we hold small salon gatherings at the mansion, and even His Majesty sometimes drops by. We only invite respected nobles of high standing, and the artists are all true professionals. So, if you're interested in participating in high society gatherings." Maybelline paused. Soria lowered her head, lost in thought. After a moment, she suddenly looked up and said to Megan, "Could you excuse us for a moment?" She bowed and left. With only the two of them left in the room, Soria gently closed her eyes. A soft white light emanated from her body as she transformed, thinking, "I had hoped to have dinner with Lenick in human form today, but seems that will have to be postponed." After returning to her human form, Soria stepped forward and softly called, "Lady Maybelline." Maybelline respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Highness." "Princess." Soria sat down on the soft chair and said quietly, "First, I want to state that this is a very personal question." Hearing her tone, Maybelline suddenly felt nervous and quickly said, "Please rest assured, Your Highness, I won't reveal this to anyone." She was worriedly thinking, "What is it?" Soria still didn't look at Maybelline and hesitated. "Well then," she suddenly looked up and asked, "What is a salon?" Soria shyly reached out and twirled a strand of hair, confessing, "I've never heard of it before." Maybelline finally understood. She thought, perplexed, she comes from a time when salons didn't even exist. We'll have to start from the beginning. So this is the generation gap. The scene shifted to Lenick's office. He slowly began, "So, Lenick was sitting across from Dioville, his hand propping up his forehead, looking troubled. He asked, 'There's no guarantee they'll treat Princess Soria well.' Dioville replied, 'We haven't even contacted them yet, let alone spoken to them.' Lenick frowned. 'We finally found them, but we face such a significant obstacle. We found the descendants of the Zion Kingdom, but we don't know if they harbor good feelings toward Soria. Or hatred. After all, it was Soria who brought the curse upon Zion." Dioville exclaimed, "But she was also a victim of that curse." He was interrupted by Lenick, who said, "Because we don't know how they'll react, we can't tell Soria about this." Dioville suddenly recalled Lenick's perplexing attitude when he encountered Soria that morning, even asking a foolish question. He seemed to understand, thinking, so that's why he said such silly things. Lenick frowned and pointed to a spot on the large map spread out on the table. "If they're hiding in such a remote area, then I believe they haven't given up on Zion. Moreover, it's the territory of an incompetent count." He added angrily, "He can't even find the people in his own territory." Dioville asked, "What do you think Count Frost is now?" Lenick tapped a point on the map and replied, "We've dispatched our fastest knight, so by now, at the latest, he should have at least reached here. In 2 days at most, he'll appear in the capital." Dioville looked at him and asked, "Do you think the Count knows about them?" Lenick sighed. "He definitely knows more than the two of us living in the capital. So we need to maintain secrecy for 2 more days." Dioville nodded. "We'll try to speed things up." Suddenly, the guard outside loudly announced His Majesty. "Princess Soria has urgent news to report." Startled by the news of Soria's urgency, Lenick looked towards the door. He then hurriedly stood up and said, "Let her in." Diavir frantically rolled up the map on the table, not wanting Soria to see it. Soria spread her wings and ran into the room, shouting, "Your Majesty." Lenick frowned angrily and barked, "What is it?" Soria lowered her head and asked in a low voice, "Why didn't you tell me?" "Lady Maybelline and the Marquee have already told me everything." Diavir thought suspiciously, why would she mention Maybelline? Soria used her small feet to push off the ground and flapped her wings, taking flight. She landed on Lenick's shoulder and demanded, "How long did you think you could fool me?" Having said that, Soria craned her neck and took a deep breath. After inhaling deeply, she roared, her voice full of displeasure, tears even welling up in the corners of her eyes. "You almost became a couple with Miss Sharon. You clearly said with your own mouth that you've never been in love." After saying this, she crossed her arms and turned her head away, clearly sulking. Lenick's eardrums nearly burst from the yell, so close to his ear. He glared at her and asked, "What nonsense are you talking about?" He frowned and muttered, stroking his chin, "Miss Sharon, when did I?" A hazy image gradually surfaced in Lenick's memory. Sharon, holding a bouquet of bright red roses, joyfully said to him, "Please go out with me." At the time, Lenick had asked her expressionlessly, "Can you abandon your father for the sake of the Empire?" This startled Sharon, and then, under his stunned gaze, she tore the bouquet to shreds, no longer wanting to have anything to do with him. Recalling this incident, Lenick frowned slightly, thinking, "I just wanted to test her." Seeing him remain silent, Soria became even angrier. She kicked off him and flew up, shouting in his face, "If you think you can toy with me, you're dead wrong. Saving my first kiss for the Empress. How ridiculous! You dare manipulate me with such a clumsy lie." Lenick's hand was scratched by Soria's small, chicken-like claws. He looked at her in astonishment. His eyes widened. After her outburst, Soria flapped her wings a few times and jumped out the window, disappearing, not forgetting to let out a loud humph. In the room, only Lenick and Diavir were left standing motionless, watching the falling white feathers. Lenick walked to the window and picked up a feather. He turned to Diavir and asked in bewilderment, "What just happened? Was the princess jealous?" Diavir, breaking out in a cold sweat, thought frantically, "No, that's not it, your majesty." He wailed dejectedly in his mind. Why do these two take one step forward and then immediately take 2 steps back? The source of this misunderstanding was actually quite simple. An hour ago, Maybelline had told Soria the following story. It had been 3 years since Lenick ascended the throne. In his first year as emperor, there were far more young ladies eager to become empress than there were now, and the most outstanding among them was Miss Sharon. According to the Marquee de Bourbon, the passionate love affair between Lenick and Sharon ended tragically due to opposition from both families. After hearing the story, Soria was so angry that she wouldn't let Megan hold her. She ran down the palace hallway, fuming. He dared to hide his past. "Don't you think that's hateful? Damn it. Megan, I'm sorry." She didn't give Megan a chance to reply, continuing her tirade. "I didn't believe what the Marquis de Bourbon said at first, but every young lady I met who confirmed it reacted the same way." She recalled one young lady's reaction. The girl shyly averted her gaze, not daring to speak directly. The more Soria thought about it, the angrier she became. She continued, when asked about His Majesty, they just force a smile and then avoid the topic as if they've tacitly agreed on how to respond. But Soria didn't know that, deep down, that girl was thinking Lenick must have said something insensitive again, disregarding the atmosphere. When another young lady was asked, she also didn't dare look directly at Soria, only raising her fan to cover her face and saying nothing. But if one could read minds, they would have discovered that the girl was thinking dejectedly. "But I can't say that His Majesty is incompetent in matters of love." After venting, Soria sighed angrily and muttered to herself, "Everyone must have something to say, but they can't say it." Megan followed behind her, only smiling awkwardly and silently, thinking, of course they can't say it. Who would dare directly say that you two are both terrible at love? In Megan's mind, she was thinking, anyway, as a commoner, I don't know much about the love stories of nobles, but Lady Maybelline is an expert in these matters. But on the surface, she only offered a wry smile. Soria, meanwhile, angrily declared, "I'm not stupid. This must be the truth. That's why no one dares to say it." Seeing that Megan didn't say anything, she glanced at her, frowning in thought. Why is she silent? Megan watched Soria, a wry smile twisting her lips, an expression that screamed she genuinely knew nothing. Yet Soria, a hen, no, a princess, misunderstood everything. She observed Megan, thinking, just as I suspected, damn it. Megan knows everything. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Soria flapped her wings and flew away. Her mood remained foul all day. While writing, she angrily tossed the paper aside, thinking, even if he hid it from me. As the servants preened her feathers, she frowned, trembling with the thought, if he apologizes, I'll still forgive him. By evening, Soria couldn't stand it anymore. She roared in fury. He should at least come and apologize tonight. The next morning, a worried servant stood beside Soria and asked, Princess, are you all right? Burying her face in her wings, she replied wearily, No, I'm so sleepy I could faint. When Soria lifted her head, tears clung to the corners of her eyes. She thought sadly, I waited all night, but he didn't come. Exhausted, Soria buried her face back into the soft feather pillow, utterly drained, her mind racing. He can't even offer an explanation, she thought. Maybe their relationship really is serious. When she lifted her head, her entire head was buried in the pillow, her beak having pierced through it, feather fillings spilling from the rip, startling the maid beside her. Soria murmured in disappointment, Maybe I should let him go. The servant thought, I should get her some fresh worms. Just then, the door opened. Soria immediately sat up straight and looked at the person entering. What is it? The attendant bowed respectfully and said politely, Your Highness, His Majesty sent me to ask if you would like to attend the party at the Dahlia Mansion Salon. If so, I will leave the invitation here. Soria frowned, thinking, I told Lady Maybelline I would go. Seeing her silence, the attendant lifted his head and softly called, Your Highness. He thought, puzzled, what's wrong? His Majesty only told me to confirm with her again since they had already agreed verbally. As he was thinking, Soria snatched the invitation from his hand with her beak, startling him. Soria let the invitation fall to the floor with a plop and turned her face away, exhaling an angry breath. Seeing this, the attendant hurriedly bowed and said, Then, since you have accepted it, I will take my leave. After he left, Soria transformed back into her human form. Her long white hair drifted gently in the air, and the soft white skirt fell with her movements. Soria glanced at the maid and said softly, You can call the designer Lady Maybelline introduced me to. Tomorrow, I will appear in truly perfect form. The maid, astonished by her transformation from a grumpy hen into a beautiful young woman, took a moment to react before hurriedly replying, I'll go right away, Your Highness. Soria bent down and picked up the invitation from the floor, muttering to herself, Two-timing bastard. She crumpled the invitation in her hand, her anger flaring. Your Majesty, you have some nerve. You want to play this game? Then let's play. Lenick, who was working in his study, suddenly looked up. He seemed to sense something and muttered with a strange expression, Why is it suddenly so hot? Unaware of the deepening misunderstanding, Lenick didn't go to Soria's room that night either. The next morning, the male attendant following Lenick hesitantly asked, Are you this worried about Princess Soria? He nodded in response. Indeed. Lenick walked ahead, adjusting the jeweled clasp on his scarf. I can't imagine what kind of trouble she'll cause when I'm not watching her. He opened his eyes, recalling the past few days, and continued with a slight frown. This silence makes me even more uneasy. The attendant's expression became more worried, thinking, I'm more worried about you. The palace doors suddenly opened, and the bright light from outside poured in. In the light stood Soria's slender and graceful figure. She slowly turned to face him and softly called, Your Majesty. Lenick was stunned by Soria's beauty, his cheeks flushing involuntarily, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He asked Soria, Today, her long hair was neatly pulled back into a bun, with only a single strand, tinged with gold, falling across her chest. Soria wore exquisite makeup and an elegant pink dress with a shell-shaped pleated bodice. Her white lace gloves and shawl were also made of lace. She wore a pair of sparkling blue gemstone earrings, the same type as the large gemstone set in her brooch, and a luxurious diamond necklace. Standing in the sunlight, she radiated brilliance and nobility. Soria turned her amber eyes to Lenick and softly said, You finally came. Lenick stared at her, his heart pounding so fiercely he unconsciously placed a hand over his left breast. He trembled inwardly. She must have used that potent love potion on me. They both boarded the carriage headed for Dahlia Mansion. Sitting inside, Soria thought with some disappointment, I thought he would say something. She observed Lennox impassively, her mind screaming in indignation, but he doesn't even bother to deny it. Lennox, meanwhile, stared out the window, flustered and bewildered. His face flushed crimson, sweat beading on his forehead. The strange palpitations he'd felt earlier. still lingered. Soria, increasingly uncomfortable with the silence, sighed and addressed him, "Your Majesty." Lenick glanced at her shyly, the mere sight of her sending his heart racing again, causing him to quickly avert his gaze. His voice became stiff. "What is it?" His attitude made Soria fume inwardly. "So you won't even look at me?" But she didn't lash out, instead asking softly, "Do you have anything to say to me?" Lenick cleared his throat and began his instructions. "The attendees at today's salon are all nobles from Duke and Marquee families, so be careful. They may seem friendly on the surface, but inside." He trailed off. Soria prompted, "Is that all?" Lenick replied awkwardly, "Yes, that's right." The carriage came to a stop. She murmured, "I understand." He seemed oblivious to her unusual demeanor, saying as he disembarked, "We're here." She glanced coldly at the arm extended towards her. Lenick stood at the carriage door, his left arm outstretched, waiting for Soria to take it. She frowned slightly, her anger momentarily subsiding. After a moment, Soria finally reached out and placed her hand on Lenick's arm. He helped her down and led her inside. Soria exclaimed in bewilderment, "This is the opposite direction from the garden I visited." Lenick simply reassured her gently, "Don't worry." He led her deeper into the mansion, explaining as they walked, "I've been to the Dahlia residence so many times I can't even remember, so we won't get lost." Soria walked obediently beside him, asking, "You said you and Dioville have been friends since childhood, right?" Lenick nodded slightly, replying, "Yes, the Dahlia family has close ties to the royal family." Without realizing it, he quickened his pace, leaving Soria far behind in a blink of an eye. She wondered why, watching as the distance between them grew, then heard him continue for many generations. Even if Soria wanted to hurry and catch up, her dress today was too cumbersome, and Lenick's strides were long. Her cheeks flushed with exertion, her breathing becoming erratic. Finally, she could only watch him walk away, hearing him say as he went, "They've all been very talented." Soria panted, thinking, "What's with this distance? He always used to escort me properly." Her grip on her fan tightened. Soria thought furiously, "I can't take this anymore." Just then, Lenick seemed to realize she was no longer beside him, calling out in confusion, "Soria." She used all her strength to walk towards him, almost running. In the blink of an eye, Soria had pushed Lenick against the wall, one hand gripping his collar, the other braced against the wall behind him, trapping him. Lenick, caught off guard, stared at her with wide eyes, wondering why his handsome, pale face had suddenly flushed crimson. Soria leaned closer, looking up at him, her eyes flashing with anger. She asked coldly, "Your Majesty, why have you been avoiding me?" Lenick was stunned. Asking what? He was completely bewildered, thinking, "Who? Me?" Lenick's brain used almost all its cells to process the information, thinking, avoiding who? Her. Soria looked at him with a deeply aggrieved expression, her eyes welling up with tears, her lips pressed tightly together. Suddenly, she spoke to him in a loud voice filled with grievance and accusation. "You haven't come to my room for days." Maybelline and Dioville, in a corner, inadvertently witnessed this scene and heard Soria's outburst. "And you lied to me, hiding your past." Dioville closed his eyes in exasperation, breaking out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Soria continued to press close to Lenick's face, her voice raised in anger. "Why can't you even bother to make an excuse?" But no matter what she said, her pitiful appearance and the intimate proximity between them left Lenick utterly confused. His face burned red, his mind a jumbled mess. He thought, "I'm not myself right now." In Soria's amber eyes, shimmering with tears, beneath her long, curled lashes, his face was reflected. Her small face was flushed slightly red with anger. Lenick just stared at her blankly, thinking, "I can't even think straight." After an unknown amount of time, Dioville's voice suddenly rang out, snapping him back to reality, "Your Majesty." He looked at Lenick with a serious expression, asking, "How do you plan to resolve this?" He looked at Dioville blankly, saying, "Huh." Dioville immediately wore an exasperated look. He pointed ahead and said to Lenick, "Aren't you going to go after her?" He looked foolishly in the direction he pointed. Then, Lenick turned to Dioville and asked him, "Where's Soria?" Dioville was utterly helpless, unsure of what to do. Witnessing this, Lady Maybelline could only think exasperatedly, "What a fool." Meanwhile, in the town square, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed in a deserted alleyway. A moment later, Soria emerged from that direction, looking sullen and angry. Lifting her skirt, she strode forward, muttering before Whenever he felt he'd done something wrong, he'd apologize right away. Where did the man who used to bring a bottle of wine to me in the middle of the night go? Recalling how Lenick used to gently stroke her soft hands and neck feathers, Soria thought angrily, he's been like this from the very beginning. Puffing out her cheeks in frustration, she then thought he even wrote a guarantee with his own hand, confirming he had no intention of invading the Zion Kingdom. Is our relationship so precarious that he can't tell me anything? She walked straight to a bench by the square and sat down next to a man with fiery red hair and beard who was resting with his eyes closed. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Unconsciously, Soria yelled, "Curse you, you traitor." Her shout startled the man sitting next to her. Theos observed her surreptitiously, thinking, interesting. Her hair and her dress is made of expensive fabric too. After venting her frustration, Soria hung her head dejectedly, her entire being seeming lifeless. She sat there quietly. Theos slowly approached her and started a conversation. "You seem like a decent young lady. Why are you cursing someone in the middle of the street? Did your man betray you?" Soria glared at him fiercely and asked, "Who are you to ask me such a question?" Her words and fierce gaze stunned Theos. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, saying between chuckles, "How amusing." Soria's face darkened, thinking in bewilderment, "Who is this strange man?" Theos laughed for a good while before stopping. He asked her, "Do you really not know who I am?" Soria stared at Theos for a moment and retorted, "Should I know you?" At this moment, Theos suddenly learned a lesson: never talk to strangers. It's the wisdom of life. Resting his chin on his hand, he glanced at her, thinking, "I left the capital 3 years ago, but I return once every year. This unfamiliar young lady must have appeared within the last year or so." After pondering for a while, Theos suddenly exclaimed, "I know." He pointed at Soria, his eyes gleaming. "So you're the one everyone's been talking about recently." She exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Theos erupted into another bout of laughter, saying amidst his chuckles, "Now everything is clear." Soria grew more uneasy, thinking, "Oh dear, he's a lunatic." Thinking so, she quietly shifted away, putting more distance between them. This movement caught Theos's attention. He suddenly reached out and grabbed her shawl. Soria shrieked in fright. Averting her gaze with some fear, she muttered, I just remembered I have something to do. Could you let go?" Theos, one hand still clutching Soria's lace shawl, placed his other hand on her shoulder and said in a low voice, "You'll regret it if you leave now, Your Highness." "Don't you want to know why I recognize you?" Soria replied shakily, "There's really no need." Theos's face was filled with mischievous intent as he thought, "Should I tease this little girl a bit more?" Soria reached out to pull back her shawl, glaring at Theos and saying, "I'm guessing you recognize me because you heard the rumors everyone's been spreading." He glanced at her and sighed softly. "Is that so?" Soria regained her composure and said, "Don't act so surprised. You've heard the rumors that I'm His Majesty's true love." She paused, then continued, trying to sound threatening, "I don't know who you are, but I won't let this go." Unexpectedly, instead of being intimidated, Theos burst into laughter, this time laughing until tears streamed down his face. He seemed to have heard something incredibly amusing, laughing incessantly. Soria shouted angrily, "I'm serious. Why are you laughing?" Just then, a bright golden light flashed again, and Soria suddenly transformed back into a hen. Stunned, she exclaimed, unable to believe it. Theos, witnessing this scene, was also taken aback, staring in surprise at the feathers falling through the air and the hen before him. He scooped up the chicken-shaped Soria into his arms and, while walking towards the imperial palace, said, "I didn't expect to confirm the rumors like this firsthand. I'll never forget the moment you turned into a chicken, Your Highness." Soria, nestled in Theos's arms, remained silent for a long time. Hearing these words, she exclaimed blankly, "Your Highness." Her mind raced. What just happened? Theos took her directly into the imperial palace, flashing a gleaming gold badge as he passed the guards, saying, "Good work." The guards bowed respectfully, thinking that badge. "I've seen it during patrols in the capital." Soria stared at the gleaming gold royal badge in his hand, thinking identical to Lenick's. She suddenly burst into tears, clutching her head in panic as she thought, the only other person who could possess that is the former emperor. Soria drooped her wings and turned to look at Theos, asking softly and politely, "Could you please forget my previous rudeness?" He lowered his gaze, looking at her intently. "You weren't wrong in that situation. So, were you sitting on that bench because my son betrayed you?" Soria covered her face with her wings, screaming internally, "Oh, dear God." Still covering her face, she mumbled, "Please forget everything that just happened." Soria cried silently, thinking, why did I shout traitor? I wish I could turn back time and shut my mouth. She slumped again. This is so embarrassing. Her appearance made Theo struggle to hold back his laughter. He held it in so hard that his whole body trembled and his face turned red. After a moment of thought, Theo's asked, "You want me to forget it?" Soria looked up at him blankly. Theo's lifted her to his eye level and slowly continued, "Although I do have a good way to verify whether that boy really betrayed you." He paused, then added, "But if you don't trust me, then let's forget it." Soria looked at him suspiciously. Theo's understood that look, thinking, even as a hen, I still know exactly what she's thinking. Theo's gently placed Soria on the ground. "If you're going back to the palace, let's say our goodbyes here." Panicked, she cried out internally, "No, don't." Soria hurriedly wrapped her wings around Theo's leg. "No, I believe you. How could I possibly doubt the former emperor?" An almost imperceptible smile played on Theo's lips. He bent down and patted her back gently. "A wise choice, princess. Now dry your tears." Carrying her towards the imperial palace, Theo said, "So, shall we go?" Under the bright sunlight, a handcart rolled slowly along the road, creaking. Soria squinted, calling softly, "Your Majesty." Theo said casually, "Just call me Theos." She hesitated, then called out, "Mr. Theos." He asked, "What is it?" Perched on Theo's shoulder, Soria said worriedly, "Shouldn't we be doing this secretly?" He chuckled, "Yes, and that's why I told him to keep quiet about my visit." Soria lowered her gaze, hesitating. "That's what you said, but Mr. Theos." Theos, who was pushing the cart, stopped and looked up for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Everyone's looking this way." In the distance, the servants were indeed looking at them curiously. He looked down at his clothes, muttering, "But I'm dressed so plainly." Soria gasped. What's wrong?" Theos asked her with a smile. "Do I look like I'm doing anything other than making a delivery?" Soria glanced at him incredulously, thinking, how could anyone in the imperial palace forget the face of the man who was emperor just 3 years ago? He's so obtuse, he doesn't realize how much attention he's attracting. She turned her head to look behind her, where the servants were anxiously calling out, Your Majesty, please allow us to pay our respects." Ignoring the calls from behind him, Theos returned to the handcart and pushed it with effort. "Oh well, this will probably be a big surprise anyway," he said cheerfully, then hummed a tune. Soria muttered helplessly, "Well, you're right." After walking for a long while, Theos stopped. "Let's stop here. I think this is the perfect spot." They stopped at the foot of a giant golden statue. Soria thought, in surprise, right under the statue of the first emperor. Theos waved at the people standing nearby, watching them with worried expressions. "Everyone, back away." With that, he turned around and reached out to pull off the white cloth covering the handcart. As the cloth was pulled away, the loud clucking of chickens filled the air. On the handcart that Theos had been diligently pushing was a large cage filled with white hens. Seeing the sunlight, they immediately flapped their wings and squawked loudly, creating a cacophony. Soria stared blankly, thinking in a panic, "Oh, dear God, I don't think this is a good idea." She asked Theos worriedly, "Mr. Theos, are you really sure about this?" He nodded, saying proudly, "In the past, among a bevy of beauties, I recognized Leanne at a glance. If my son truly loves you, this test shouldn't be too difficult for him." With that, he opened the cage door and released the hens. Soria exclaimed in bewilderment, "But they're all standing among the chickens." Watching them squawking and hopping around in chaos, she swallowed the rest of her words, holding her head in her hands, thinking, are all humans like this? Meanwhile, back in the palace, Lenick slammed his hand on the table in anger. "She's not in the palace. What is Lady Megan doing?" He looked at Diaville with concern. "The curse may be weakening, but she still can't maintain her human form for more than 3 hours. Where could she have gone?" Diaville replied calmly, "Lady Megan took the day off today." Looking at Lenick, he thought, he's worrying too much over a mage who was exceptionally talented even during the age of prevalent magic, as if anyone could defeat her. Diaville enunciated clearly, "You told the princess that she didn't need a knight escort because you would personally accompany her." At this point, he suddenly frowned, looking at Diaville uncertainly. "Don't you remember?" He paused at the question. Diaville soothed, "Your Majesty, please don't worry too much. Princess Soria will be back soon." Lenick bit his lips slightly. He pointed outside angrily, shouting, "What if she gets lost and can't come back? Do you know how dangerous the outside world is? I'll send troops to find her immediately." Diaville sighed. "Please calm down. If you do that, she really will run away. You know that. The capital is the safest place on the continent, day or night. Hearing this, Lenick frowned slightly, but then realized he was right and just let out a small hum. Seeing him calm down a little, Diavir softly continued, and white chickens are especially considered sacred species in the capital. Even the children and beggars on the streets wouldn't dare touch them. Lenick closed his eyes, trying to suppress his inner worry. She's not a child. She'll come back when her anger subsides. Just then, the door was pushed open, and an attendant exclaimed, Your Majesty. He rushed in. The former emperor is currently in the palace. Lenick was startled. What? The attendant hurriedly reported. He entered the palace with Princess Soria and is now doing something beneath the statue of the first emperor. Seeing both Lenick and Diavir looking at him with suspicion, he emphasized, It's true. Lenick frowned, his expression serious. Report the exact situation to me immediately. The door was pushed open again, and another attendant rushed in anxiously, exclaiming, Your Majesty. The former emperor. He turned to look at Diavir. Seeing him still calm and composed, as if nothing had happened, his face darkened further. Calm, huh? You said he didn't pass the capital's security check. Diavir gave a dry laugh. I didn't expect this to happen. He must have found another way to bypass the inspection. Lenick shouted angrily, How can the capital's security check be so lax? He raised a hand to his forehead, sighing wearily. No, actually with my father's creativity, he must have come up with countless ways to get through. Diavir waved his hand, gesturing to the two attendants standing nervously at the side. Go back to work. The two responded with a yes and retreated. He looked at Lenick. Well, then we'll just proceed as usual in our own way. Even the first sentence of the imperial history books affirmed that there would never be another emperor like him in the history of the empire. Lenick gritted his teeth. He must have heard the rumors about Soria and returned out of interest. He sighed, ordering Diavir, who was following behind him, Diavir, find out where my mother is. She must be staying in the most luxurious hotel in the capital. Find her and bring her here, and prepare a palace for them to stay in. Diavir nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Lenick sighed again, muttering to himself, hopefully, nothing crazy will happen this time. When the two arrived at the place where the statue of the first emperor stood, just as the attendant had said, he was immediately drawn to the clucking of chickens. Lenick turned his gaze in that direction. A large crowd had gathered, whispering amongst themselves. He drew closer. I have a bad feeling. That sound just now wasn't Soria crying. Seeing Lenick approach, the group of nobles recognized him and scattered in surprise. He looked at them with dismay. They're the nobles who attended that salon. Great. Lenick walked with a grim face among the nobles who bowed to him. At this point, I can't stop any rumors from spreading from here. He walked straight towards Sios, who was waiting with his arms crossed. Father. He looked at him warmly. Oh, it's been a while, Len. Lenick frowned at his father. You can't just keep showing up unannounced like this. Just then, the clucking of chickens sounded again. He looked down in surprise at the white hen by his feet, which was also looking up at him, clucking. Lenick looked at Sios blankly. Father, he said casually, shall we begin? Among a flock of pure white hens, one hen flew straight at his face, clucking. As he stared in shock, it landed on Lenick's forehead, and a bright smile bloomed on Sios's face. He said enthusiastically to Lenick, prove your love, son. Clear yourself of the accusation that you're a traitor with your own hands. Hearing Sios say this, Lenick froze again. Small whispers arose around them. Who traitor? Me. Then he blurted out a question filled with bewilderment. What? Meanwhile, lost in the chaotic flock of chickens, Soria pushed aside the hens around her, shouting anxiously, Help. Don't step on me. No, get out of the way. This is so wrong. I shouldn't have agreed to this. I have to get out of here. If Lenick picked me up and said something mushy like he loved me, I'd probably die of embarrassment, she thought with a grim expression. He'd definitely recognize me instantly. Just then, another hen approached Lenick, looked up at him, and clucked. Soria looked back, just in time to see Lenick bend down and pick up the hen. He lifted the white hen to eye level and called out questioningly, Soria. The hen lowered its head, its small yellow eyes looking at him as it responded with a cluck. Soria stood to the side, watching the scene blankly. Among the murmuring nobles, a girl said in confusion to Lady Maybelline beside her, That's not Princess Soria, is it? Lady Maybelline glanced over and whispered back, I don't think so. The one with the golden feathers is still over here. As they spoke, a voice rang out. Who is that hen His Majesty is holding? Both turned to look at the white hen and gasped. Oh, Soria shrieked, trembling with rage. You. She spread her legs, her golden tail, feathers sticking up, and spread her wings threateningly. Stretching out her neck, she yelled at Lenick, who was still holding the hen. How could you mistake that chicken for me? Are you joking? He stared at her, speechless with shock. Soria immediately rushed forward, clawing and hitting Lenick's head. He dodged frantically, yelling it was a mistake. Soria, stop it. She retorted furiously. Who would make such a mistake? And hit him even harder. The nobles in the distance watched silently, their eyes filled with gossip. Lenick tried to defend himself in bewilderment. The hen was looking at me. Soria didn't stop, shouting, its tail is white, mine is gold. Is it that hard to tell? You've been caught red-handed. Just then, a magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky, and raindrops began to fall. Lenick was still trying to explain. No, listen to me, I was like hypnotized. Soria stubbornly yelled, I don't want to hear it. The nobles and Theos retreated to a small building nearby to take shelter from the rain. He stared at Lenick and Soria, bursting into laughter. The future queen is certainly energetic. In the rain, Soria continued to pummel Lenick, who could only protect his head with his hands. In the future, that day would be recorded in history as His Majesty and Princess Soria reunited, and not even the heavy rain could separate them. No one can measure the depth of their love. Theos stood to the side, watching his son kneel on the ground, protecting his head with his hands as Soria continued to kick him. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking, what a wonderful day in a peaceful kingdom, with houses lined up in rows, rumors spreading like the wind, and regrettably, warm sunlight shimmered on the water's surface. Not all rumors are entirely true. A man excitedly placed a cloth bag on the table and said, Sir, we can't go on like this. He was Jared, a descendant of Count Shulite of the Zion Kingdom. I would rather die than live in seclusion like this, allowing the princess's reputation to be ruined. He clenched his fist, showing his resolve. Sitting opposite him was Duke Pillar of the Zion Kingdom, who merely glanced at him coldly, while Jared continued, Don't just sit there, we have to do something. After listening to his rambling for a while, he said gently, The Emperor is the only one who can lift the princess's curse. We've already discussed this. Jared, on the other hand, looked sullen, sweat dripping down his cheeks. I'm not talking about the curse, he finished, furrowing his brows to express his emotions. Do you know how despised Princess Soria is in the Croxia Empire? Duke Pillar couldn't help but ask in confusion, despised. Not long ago, there were rumors everywhere that they were in love. The image of a prince petting a chicken flashed through his mind. Jared stepped forward and explained loudly, That's why, when the Imperial Army kept invading this territory, we resisted them without killing or causing any casualties. He paused for a moment and continued, Those false rumors were all fabricated by the Empire. Jared's expression was pained and tense, as if he were suffering a mental blow. He leaned forward, his eyes squeezed shut, his brow furrowed. It turns out Princess Soria cries herself to sleep every night because the Emperor betrayed her, and recently, even the former Emperor insulted her. Duke Pillar's eyes widened in angry shock, his eyebrows knitting together as he listened to Jared continue. He released dozens of chickens, placed the princess among them, and then mockingly challenged everyone to find her. He couldn't contain his rage, his hand gripping the armrest of the chair so tightly that the sound of cracking could be heard. What are you saying? Jared said painfully. It seems the Emperor is trying to isolate the princess. People whispered that the Emperor enjoyed making a mockery of the cursed princess, just as he'd said he would. He imagined the Emperor laughing with the crowd at her humiliation, Theos sneering beside him. Lenick, standing nearby, was shocked, his jaw dropping as the former Emperor released the chickens and threw Princess Soria in amongst them, the current Emperor laughing scornfully. As Jared continued, the image of Lenick raising his hands appeared in Duke Pillar's mind. He grabbed a chicken at random. Lenick, Jared narrated, lifted the chicken Soria with a sneer, examining the bird in his hand. I thought the princess would be different somehow, but these pathetic chickens all look the same. I can't tell the difference. Lenick said haughtily, ending the fabricated scene. Jared clenched his fists, tears welling in his eyes. If that's not humiliating her, what is? I heard even the nobles standing nearby had to turn their heads away, finding the emperor's actions too vulgar. He didn't notice Duke Pillar, silent and radiating a chilling aura, a sharp sword already drawn. Jared's voice, tight with anguish, continued. Rumor has it that it rained not long after, as if the heavens themselves were punishing the emperor's cruelty. This story spread quickly through the merchant district. As soon as he finished speaking, Duke Pillar swung his sword down with such speed that only a few flashes of green light could be seen. The unfortunate table split in two in an instant, with chips scattering everywhere. Unable to contain his fury, Duke Pillar roared, "Our monarch is being humiliated by the emperor. As her loyal vassals, we cannot stand idly by. We must bring the princess back." Seeing the reaction he desired, a gleam of triumph flickered in Jared's eyes. "Finally," he exclaimed. Duke Pillar gave his orders coldly. "Yes, select the most elite warriors. Prepare to depart." His lips pressed into a thin line, a determined glint in his eyes. "I swear on the honor of the former king, I will take that emperor's head." In another place, within a grand castle, a gentle voice spoke. "His Majesty would never betray you, Diaville." He looked worriedly at the chicken before him, offering comfort. "He isn't that shameless." Contrary to his efforts, Saria slumped dejectedly against her pillow. "I want to believe that too, but Diaville." She clutched Lenick's collar, her voice muffled. "His Majesty has never said a word to me." He, however, didn't understand, blushing as he recalled the image of a young lady. Saria continued, "And when I asked other young ladies about him, another young lady, upon hearing her question, shielded half her face with a fan, her eyes darting away. They all seemed embarrassed and avoided the topic. She cried out in despair, 'How can I not be suspicious?' Hearing this, Diaville couldn't help but feel helpless. He sighed. If she had spent a few years in high society, things wouldn't have turned out this way, though he understood her feelings. Marquee de Bourbon appeared, his posture haughty, arms crossed, looking down disdainfully from above. Even though she knows nothing, she dares to approach the emperor. Saria continued to bury her face in despair. Diaville wearily brought a hand to his forehead. Why can't Marquis de Bourbon just keep his mouth shut? As if remembering something, she lifted her head, her voice laced with sorrow. "I thought Lenick would find me." The image of Prince Lenick, so sweet and gentle, reaching out his hand, flashed in her mind. The curse was weakening, so I thought that he loved me at least a little. Disappointment filled her voice. But he hugged the wrong chicken. The image of Prince Lenick, panicked and sweating as he embraced the wrong chicken, surfaced. Maybe I should try to lift the curse. She trailed off mid-sentence, her voice heavy with sadness. She buried her head back into the pillow, dejected. Not a true love's kiss, but just a kiss from an imperial emperor. Listening to her outpouring, Diaville offered words of comfort. "I understand why you doubt him, but princess, your suspicions are unfounded." He pondered, fingers steepled under his chin. "I know you're partially aware of this, but please allow me to explain more clearly." Diaville continued, "His Majesty doesn't have a good reputation in high society, so apart from the young ladies who crave power or want to bear the next emperor, no one really wants to have a romantic relationship with him." Saria asked incredulously, "Is it that bad?" Diaville could only answer with a weary, "Yes, that's how it is." She looked at the man before her. "Aren't you his friend, Saria?" Her eyes half closed, sweat beading on her forehead. Her face expressed the utter helplessness that came after witnessing something absurd. She could only sigh inwardly. Is he openly saying the emperor is unpopular because he's too dedicated to his work? Suddenly, as if realizing something, her eyes widened. Saria covered her mouth awkwardly, her voice a whisper. "Wait, does he have a problem in the fertility department?" At her words, Diaville's face flushed crimson instantly. He exclaimed in shock, "How could that be?" Regaining his composure, he cleared his throat, stating calmly and firmly, "His Majesty is perfectly healthy. Very, very healthy." At this, Saria could only accept. "Oh, okay. Sorry." Finishing her sentence, she delivered another blow to Diavire. "I thought a hated emperor must have his reasons, but he's perfectly healthy." Diavire could only cover his face with his hand in frustration, unwilling to face the situation any longer. Regaining his composure, he calmly explained to his friend, "The reason His Majesty isn't popular with women is simple. Lenick appears dull and lifeless. he continued, picturing Lenick sitting on his throne, chin in hand, watching the ball below. He never dances at banquets and never smiles at any of the young ladies. He went on, if there's any conversation, it's only to evaluate them. At this, Soria couldn't help but ask evaluate. What do you mean? He evaluates their suitability to be empress. Diavir painted a picture of Lenick as a serious man with glasses, meticulously reviewing documents. He asked the young ladies about their families, their relationships, their views on the current state of the empire, their understanding of the empire's relations with other countries, and many other questions. As soon as he finished, Soria exclaimed in dismay, "What is this? A job interview?" Diavir continued, "His Majesty has been on the throne for 3 years now, and the esteemed position of Empress remains vacant. There's a reason for the vacancy, so please don't worry, Princess." Diavir continued, finally concluding, "Even if all the single men in the world betray you, His Majesty never would." Soria narrowed her eyes suspiciously, thinking, asterisk, so he says he's never dated anyone because he can't. Asterisk. Resting her chin on her hand, she continued to ponder, but he's a warm-hearted person. Even though the first time we met, he called me a cursed chicken and threatened to kill me. She recalled Lenick's panicked, pale face as he yelled, "There's a cursed chicken here." At this thought, Soria immediately found an excuse for Lenick's behavior. But who wouldn't be startled by a talking chicken? Nodding in agreement, she remembered Lenick handing the chicken cage to his confidant, Diavir. "Give the princess a love oath." Remembering this, Soria felt a surge of annoyance. He pushed that kiss on a Diavir because he didn't want to do it. Then she nodded admiringly. But honestly, who would want to kiss a chicken? Everyone has a bad impression of Lenick, but he's thoughtful, doing things like buying me flowers or showing me around his hometown. Her thoughts were filled with rosy affection. Suddenly, snapping out of her reverie, Soria exclaimed, "Diavir." "Yes, princess. There's one more thing," he recounted. "Miss Sherian asked me to tell you that she's willing to do anything to prove her innocence." Her face contorted with an expression of disgust and disbelief, one hand covering her mouth, eyes wide, and brows furrowed. To be caught up in such a dirty rumor is extremely uncomfortable. Diavir continued, "She wants you to know that the rumor is completely false. She has absolutely no interest in His Majesty." Hearing this, Soria pondered, chin in hand. No one realizes how amazing Lenick truly is. Suddenly, she turned sharply, glancing at Diavir, who still hadn't grasped the situation. Soria's face lit up with determination as she furrowed her brow. "I must go see His Majesty at once." Thinking of Lenick's predicament, she couldn't help but feel pity. Why does he look so dejected? It makes me feel bad for him. Soria, hopelessly smitten, her eyes sparkling, dreamily imagined the handsome Lenick gazing into the distance, chin in hand. Her lips parted slightly as she admired. Is this really what an unpopular emperor looks like? Elsewhere, lost in thought, Lenick was startled by a voice. "Your Majesty." Looking down, he was surprised to see her. "When did Soria get here?" Before he could respond, Soria continued with a pitiful look, "I'm sorry. I heard that I misunderstood you and Miss Sherian." She turned her face shyly, thinking, he doesn't even have the chance to properly love one woman, let alone two at the same time. Thinking this, she continued, "I'm sorry. I mistook you for a traitor." Lenick was taken aback by the apology, then offered comfort. "It's not your fault, but the fault of those around you." He said this, but in his mind, a very loud "huh" echoed. The chicken before him held her head high, her eyes shining like the galaxy. The light sparkling around her added to her innocent, foolish charm, making him think, for some reason, I'm suddenly captivated by the beauty of this chicken before me. These incomprehensible thoughts continued in his head. Strange. I'll pick her up and take a closer look. Her warm, soft body makes my heart race. Thinking this, he lifted the chicken. Lenick blushed shyly, looking at the chicken in his hands. Her clean feathers had been meticulously groomed by the maids, and her yellow eyes sparkled. He exclaimed, "Soria." Before his eyes floated a dreamy scene of pink hearts. No, I must be going mad. Lenick thought to himself, why else would I find a chicken so beautiful? Then, as if struck by lightning, realization dawned on him, his eyes widening. Come to think of it, I've only ever touched her back or under her wings. But this isn't just any chicken. This is Soria. Lenick's face flushed crimson with confusion, picturing Soria's smooth, white backside beneath the feathers. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became, sweat beading on his forehead as his hand, stroking the chicken, stilled in then trembled. I've been stroking a young lady's back and armpits this whole time. Seeing his prolonged silence, she asked, "Your Majesty." Snapping back to reality, Lenick cleared his throat, his cheeks still flushed. I should also apologize for what happened today. As you know, my father has many eccentricities. Only then did she reply. Oh, Soria's eyes narrowed slightly, her cheeks tinged with pink, a gentle, ladle-like smile gracing her lips as she softly replied. But it's all right, he's quite unique, and I wasn't hurt, as you can see. Recalling the image of Lenick grabbing a hen, she continued consolingly, although you did grab the wrong chicken at first. Embarrassed by his blunder, Lenick turned his face away. I told you it was a mistake. If you had a flock of chickens in front of you, you wouldn't be able to think straight either. He defended himself. Imagining the scene, Soria shuddered. Yes, chickens are much more terrifying than people think. The soft glow of the setting sun bathed them in a warm light, seemingly slowing down time, filling the space with a charming and peaceful moment. So we've forgiven each other, right? Because I misunderstood you, and you made a mistake. Hearing her say, I guess we're even then, Lenick's cheeks remained flushed. He gave an incredibly sweet smile. Yes, we're even. But within him, a sweet, incomprehensible feeling bloomed. I never thought I could smile like this. The image of Lenick foolishly swinging his sword, while Soria Chicken frantically flew around. I was so caught up in my emotions that I realized too late that Soria had run off due to the misunderstanding, and my father suddenly appeared, placing a flock of chickens before me. The end result was me getting pecked on the head by Soria Chicken in the pouring rain. She was so angry she couldn't control herself and took all her frustrations out on my head. That day was a mess from the start, and I thought it would end just as badly. Back in the present, Lenick gently stroked Soria Chicken in his arms. He thought humorously, my first love is actually a hen, a chicken queen. Compared to his past self, he couldn't help but sigh. This would have been unimaginable to my past self. Should I commission a bigger, more ornate, more beautiful crown? Suddenly, Soria looked up at him, her eyes shining. Don't worry, Your Majesty. This greatly surprised Lenick. She continued, it's just that people haven't seen your good qualities yet. Just as Lenick was touched, she continued her comforting words without hesitation. If you weren't so picky when looking for a queen, I'm sure the right girl would appear. This made him freeze. Hearing this, he looked up gloomily, while Soria continued, if you'll allow me, I'd be happy to help. His whole body stiffened. Unable to process anything else, he could only ask, huh? The scene shifted to the office outside the Grand Castle. Entering the more solemn-toned office, Lenick remained silent, his hands clasped together, covering half his face, and said coldly, speak your mind. Dioville, unconcerned with his friend's condition, simply closed his eyes. I don't know what happened. Dioville calmly placed another thick stack of documents on his desk, reminding him coldly, however, Your Majesty, you still have a lot of work to do. Dioville, Lenick shouted angrily, slamming his hand on the desk. Glancing at the mountains of documents surrounding him, he could only sigh in resignation. Meaningless. Lenick slumped back in his chair, a dark cloud hanging over him. If I always have endless work, what's the point of working? At this moment, Dioville finally noticed his mood. He thought to himself, so that's what it is. Seizing the opportunity, Dioville began to persuade him. If you were married, your workload would decrease, as there would be someone to share the work with you. Hearing these words, Lenick could only give him a sarcastic glance, saying, would that make me feel any better? Imagining the scene, Lenick could only sigh in resignation. Even if I had a child right now, it would still take at least 10 years to teach him how to work. He pulled a sheet of paper from the thick stack of documents, while Dioville persuaded, even so, you'll have hope in 10 years. Think about what your father did. Suddenly remembering something, he said, oh right, Your Majesty. What did you mean earlier by speak your mind? Lenick's lips curled into a faint, sarcastic smile. Oh that. He suddenly lifted his head, his expression dark, and looked at Dioville. Your defense, he demanded, his voice sharp. I expect you to continue stating your reasons, if you have any. Dioville, unsure what had transpired, stood frozen. What are you talking about? At this, Dioville dramatically brought a hand to his forehead, feigning distress. Your Majesty, since I pledged my allegiance to you, I've never done anything that requires a defense. May the gods bear witness to my words. He finished with a playful smirk. How could you ever doubt my loyalty? Lenick, exasperated, simply sighed. Enough. Yes, your majesty, Diaville replied, his suppressed frustration evident. Seeing his reaction, Diaville paused, then spoke. Your majesty. Lenick replied wearily. What is it? Suddenly, Diaville placed both hands on the table, leaning forward, one hand placed over his chest in a gesture of sincerity. I swear on my family's honor, everything I said to Princess Soria yesterday, that was true. He didn't mind revealing this painful truth. It was a fact, and Lenick's lack of popularity with young ladies was hardly a secret anyway. As if stealing his resolve, Diaville continued. However, your majesty, I did say something I wasn't entirely sure about. I understand this will be verified before the coronation ceremony, but he lifted his head, looking directly at Lenick. That since you have always lived righteously, which is a compliment, by the way, get to the point, Lenick snapped, his impatience growing. As he spoke, Diaville glanced towards Lenick's lower body. This is a bit awkward to say, but following his gaze, Lenick also looked down at himself. Then, Diaville finally finished his sentence. How are things down there? Silence descended upon the room. At this, Lenick slammed his hand on the table, unable to contain himself any longer. Diaville flinched at his reaction, averting his gaze with a nervous chuckle. I'm sure there's nothing wrong. Lenick clenched his fists, glaring at his friend. What exactly did you say to Soria? He hissed. Diaville sighed. Please calm down. I was merely confirming that you are perfectly healthy. Deciding to set the matter aside for the moment, Lenick spoke. We're not finished with this, but I trust you have a more pressing reason for seeking me out this early. What is it? Diaville placed a paper filled with writing before him. This is the most urgent document. The groundwater in the south has almost dried up. It needs to be addressed immediately. An ancient image appeared. Diaville continued. There's a chance of rain. No, a bleeding bull lying on the throne. It seems the lords have started to believe in superstitions. They've begun using live animals as sacrifices. Lenick's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, a sign of his contemplation and concern. Blood, live animals. The next ritual they'll start killing people. Dropping his playful demeanor, Diaville lowered his gaze, his expression serious. They'll surely start down that path eventually. I've heard some are searching for witches. A dreadful thought crossed Lenick's mind. If Soria becomes the object of worship any later, and things will be very bad for her. The image of a glowing chicken flashed in his mind, a woman cursed to become a hen, possessing magical powers beyond anyone's comprehension. Thinking of her strange magical powers, she would be the ideal candidate to be accused of witchcraft. Lenick gave his orders, his voice grave. Send officials to investigate and summon all the southern lords to the palace. Is that all for the important matters? He asked, handing important documents to Diaville, who bowed respectfully in acceptance. Without raising his head, Diaville cautiously inquired, how long do you intend to keep the matter of Princess Soria being a descendant of the Zion Kingdom a secret? At this question, Lenick countered, why? Has something happened? Lenick's expression turned serious. Yes, he said, our soldiers were attacked. It seems they strongly dislike Princess Soria. Diaville's voice hung in the air, because stories about Princess Soria are spreading throughout the empire. Even if they're hiding in the mountains, it must have reached them. Receiving this news, Lenick questioned suspiciously. So, the attack was aimed at eliminating Soria. I don't think we can completely rule out that possibility, Diaville calmly replied. This gave Lenick pause. Unless they say it themselves, I can't be certain of their thoughts or plans. However, he commanded Diaville, yes, your majesty. Reinforce Soria's guard. Keep a close watch on her. Lady Megan will lead this task. He responded, yes, your majesty. Still seemingly uneasy, Lenick reinforced his command. Also, tell them not to hold back just because the opponent is a descendant of Zion. Anyone who attacks the princess must be killed on the spot. Outwardly, Diaville listened. Yes, your majesty. But inwardly, he worried. But how can we fight against those who can freely use magic? And that's not the only problem. If the princess finds out about this, how will she accept it? Can she let them die? The question lingered in his mind. Then, Lenick glanced at Diaville. And Diaville, his sudden declaration, I'm perfectly healthy, stunned them both into silence. After a pause, he added, oh, of course. Elsewhere, Soria and Milburn were examining something. Kneeling on the floor, she asked him, "Milburn, do you think so too?" Milburn replied, "Yes, the only royal mage I know who could activate this magic circle is the Duke." Soria's thoughts turned sour. My body is still bound by the curse, making it nearly impossible to destroy the thorn bushes spread throughout the kingdom simultaneously. A brightly glowing magic circle, intricate geometric lines arranged symmetrically, creating a mystical and sacred feeling. This is why I created this magic circle, one that covers the entire Zion kingdom. On the magic chessboard, there are already 2 pieces, Soria and Dioville. The remaining 2 are still unknown. She thought, we need a total of 4 Imperial mages to complete it. Perfect in theory. Soria stood up, continuing her train of thought, but in reality, it's unfeasible. She leaned against the wall in despair, her body slumping. Exhausted, she collapsed into a chair, her hand rising to her forehead. I should consider a more modern magic circle method. Milburn also needs a few more years to fully understand it. Suddenly, a voice startled her. "Don't worry, Your Highness." Milburn spread a map out on the table. "There must be a way." Soria was surprised by his appearance. "Oh, when did you get here?" Composing herself, she rested her chin in her hand and looked at him. "I am sorry, Milburn. I'm just very overwhelmed with everything I have to do." "Work?" he asked. She explained slowly, "Yes, I have to assist His Majesty in rebuilding the Zion Kingdom, and also break my curse." Milburn responded, "You say, assist His Majesty." Before she could answer, he declared with boundless admiration, his idol's image shining brightly in his mind, "His Majesty is the strongest in the Empire. He doesn't need anyone's help." Hearing the word strongest, Soria couldn't help but sigh. Strongest? She recalled Lenick crying after she'd pecked him on the head. Looking at Milburn's sparkling eyes, she couldn't bring herself to tell him the truth. "But I can't tell him that. I have to protect his innocence." Soria carefully chose her words. "That's true, but in a relationship, strength isn't the only important thing." "Then what else is important?" Milburn asked innocently. She replied, "Compromising when necessary and caring for each other are also very important." He then countered, "Like you and His Majesty." Thinking of him, a small smile touched her lips. "There's only a little bit of affection between His Majesty and me. It's not quite a relationship yet." Recalling the passionate romance novels about princesses and princes, she stated with certainty, "Love should be more passionate." Milburn tilted his head, closing his eyes, still confused. "I don't know if you two have feelings for each other. Isn't it the same?" Soria adopted a knowing expression. "It's different. Falling in love with someone always makes you feel irritated, but then you suddenly find them cute." Suddenly, she felt flower petals falling, causing her eyes to widen. Soria continued, "And you might feel shy around them. Why is my heart beating so fast?" She wondered, feeling her pulse, her cheeks flushing as if she sensed something. The scene of Soria passionately kissing a bewildered Lenick flashed through her mind. The room was silent. She placed a hand on her chest, feeling each beat. "Why is my heart beating so fast?" She wondered, confused. A knock at the door suddenly broke the silence, drawing Milburn's attention. Lenick opened the door and entered the room. "Soria, I need to talk to you." Before him stood Soria, her face flushed crimson. She gazed at him as the curtains rustled. He spoke seriously. "I have 2 very important things to tell you." Lenick's seriousness worried Soria. Why is he being so unusually serious? What is it? Contrary to her worries, he abruptly began, "The first thing concerns my fertility." Soria was dumbfounded. "Excuse me." Before she could process, he continued, "It seems Dioville said something that caused a misunderstanding. As I don't want any further misunderstandings, I've decided to explain clearly." He was about to clarify further, "Soria, I'm perfectly," when she, her face burning red, slammed her hand on the table. Okay, enough." She rushed forward and covered his mouth. "Don't say another word." The soft touch of her hand against his lips sent a tremor through Lenick. Meanwhile, she shouted shyly, "I know you're perfectly healthy, so shut up." Caught completely off guard, his eyes widened, his shocked and flushed face clearly conveying his surprise and confusion, as if his mind had gone blank. Soria continued to rant. "Why did you feel the need to explain this to me?" Lenick listened intently from beginning to end, acutely aware of each heartbeat, much to his surprise. Why? What's the reason? He tried to mask his fluster, continuing, well, it would be a shame to be rejected for something like that. Soria couldn't help but ask again, is that truly the reason? She sighed, conceding, fine. You're very healthy and strong. I won't bring it up again. He fell silent for a long moment, at a loss for words, while across from him, she covered her face, which had turned as red as a tomato. And I won't ever doubt that again, okay? She exclaimed warningly. In response, he could only nod, his face flushed. Seeing his reaction, she said in a bewildered rush, honestly, Your Majesty, you say some completely absurd things sometimes. Every time you do, I don't know how to react. I could say the same to you. So, Soria, let's not talk about this anymore. His ears burned crimson. She covered her face with both hands, as if to hide the uncontrollable blush, her eyes wide with embarrassment. Suddenly, she asked, you mentioned being rejected. Rejected for what? This startled him. He suddenly felt hesitant, his mind racing. Well, perhaps she hasn't even thought about marriage yet. We agreed from the beginning to exclude that completely from this relationship. Soria will become the Queen of Zion, a cool stream encircling the castle, and I will make the Zion River flow again. The murmuring water would irrigate the barren land, solving the southern drought that had been a problem for the past 6 months. From the start, their goals were too clear. There always seemed to be an invisible wall, making it difficult for them to be honest with each other. Even when they realized the success of their plan required them to love each other, neither actively discussed taking their relationship further. Lenick clenched his fists. He glanced at her worriedly. Soria, hearing his hesitation, looked at Lenick in confusion. Seeing her bewildered reaction, he immediately stopped. That expression said all. Her feelings for me weren't the same as mine for her. He resolved to ask, Soria, what are your thoughts on marriage right now? He thought, this is why we're always at a standstill. He lowered his head in disappointment, accepting the reality. I know, he admitted, that unless someone takes the initiative, this relationship won't progress. His intertwined hands clenched beneath him. I feel a fear completely different from the first time I held a sword. I'm afraid of being rejected by her. The air seemed to freeze. She replied, I don't think now is the time, because the curse hasn't been lifted yet. With that, she gave a gentle smile. But to Lenick, her gentle smile confirmed it. Her feelings for me weren't the same as his for her. Realizing this, he hung his head, leaning against the table. Now isn't the time. I shouldn't confess my feelings at a time like this. He thought, I know there's a high chance she'll reject me, but I still don't want to be rejected. He thought later. The two took turns speaking. When the curse is lifted, how will you choose your partner? The question was sudden. Well, I've thought about it, I suppose. If I want to stabilize the kingdom of Zion, I can't keep putting it off. She tucked her hair behind her ears shyly, describing her ideal type. First, I want him to be a man who will always cherish the kingdom of Zion. She added firmly, and I don't want him to be too ambitious. The Crosa Empire is ruled jointly by the emperor and empress. Right. That's about right. So both people need to be qualified in many aspects. In Zion, the king's partner doesn't have much power. They don't have a say in the running of the kingdom. So it's basically a symbolic title. She concluded with certainty. So it's best if he's not too ambitious. Hearing this, Lenick nodded in satisfaction. That's not a problem. This piqued her curiosity. What? He stroked his chin, pleased and smug. Oh, nothing. Anything else? It felt a little strange. Suspicious. She continued. Someone kind, willing to listen to my worries, and easy to talk to would be nice. Joy bloomed in his chest, and his face couldn't help but brighten. Lenick asked, beaming, is that all? Hearing this, she couldn't help but wonder, is there a need for more? She thought even the conditions I just mentioned would be difficult for most people to meet. Seeing her finish, Lenick suddenly spoke with a critical tone. Your standards are lower than I thought. Are they? I don't think so, she replied coolly. He placed his hand on his chin arrogantly. Yes, the queen of a nation should have more expectations for her partner. Soria stared at him, speechless, thinking, what on earth is he talking about? Then the two continued their conversation. Yes, I think that's possible. What's possible? Stop worrying. You don't want someone too ambitious, but you do want them to be capable, right? Yes, capability is never a bad thing. Lenick's smugness could no longer be contained, practically sprouting wings. Seeing this, Soria rolled her eyes, thinking, this feels a little dangerous. She smiled and said, by the way, didn't you say there was another important matter to tell me? You didn't bring me all the way here just to talk about my ideal type, did you? He snapped out of his reverie. I got so carried away. I forgot the most important thing. Don't tell me there's another misunderstanding between us. He turned serious again. No, this is more important than that. More important, Soria asked with interest. Lenick paused. Do you remember what you said before? He thought, I wasn't planning on telling her until I was certain of her safety. They might come here to save her. He remembered Count Shroud's forces, and another possibility crossed his mind. But it's also possible they're coming to eliminate her. He told her the descendants of Zion might still be alive somewhere. He continued, I found them. Unable to hide her joy at his words, an overly excited Soria slammed the table and stood up. Really? She came over and grabbed his hands tightly. How? How did you find them? Flustered by her excessive intimacy, he immediately turned his face away, blushing. Calm down, let me finish. She continued to hold his hands tightly. How can I calm down? You really found them. Unable to contain her emotions, she threw her arms around his neck and exclaimed excitedly, Oh my God, Lenick, I love you. Soria embraced Lenick, making his face flush crimson. He gently pushed her away. Okay, Soria, I get it, let go. I mean, I haven't finished yet. She smiled radiantly, eyes closed, overflowing with emotion, as if immersed in unexpected happiness. Thank you, oh my God. Consequently, his heart beat unexpectedly fast, and blood rushed to his head while Soria continued, I forgot how amazing you are. I love you very, very much. She continued her confession. I love you very, very much. Unable to bear it any longer, he covered his face with both hands and shouted, Okay, stop it. He screamed internally, My heart can't take it anymore. Only then did Soria realize his reaction. Oh my God, Lenick, are you alright? The scene shifted to a towering fortress overlooking the entire kingdom. Soria, in her chicken form, said Lady Megan. Yes, Your Highness, she replied. Soria gazed thoughtfully into the distance. Can I call those who have never lived in or experienced Zion, the people of Zion? Megan also looked into the distance. I'm not from there, so it's hard to say, but I don't think there's anything more important than bloodline and origin. Looking down at the citizens living their normal lives below, she continued, even among the commoners of Croxia, countless commoners are immensely proud to be citizens of Croxia, regardless of their class. She smiled as she spoke, remembering her own relatives, just like my father and mother. Hearing this, Soria said reassuringly, I hope the descendants of Zion feel the same way. Facing the magnificent natural scenery, she couldn't help but feel lonely. But maybe too much time has passed, maybe from the beginning until now I was just having a pipe dream. She thought, I understand why they don't welcome me. 147 years. It's been a painful and long time for me. She recalled events long past, long enough that everyone who once remembered me or missed the golden age of Zion has turned to ashes. So who would suddenly accept a hen as their princess? Soria sighed. Perhaps I'm being too greedy. Perhaps the best way is to just let things be. While she was still lost in thought, no nation lasts forever. Every nation eventually becomes the past. Just then, a third person strode purposefully towards the two of them. As soon as Soria finished speaking, perhaps such a thing has already happened to the kingdom of Zion. Theos appeared out of nowhere. Oh, someone beat me to it. Former Emperor Theos looked at her with composure and confidence. What are you doing here, Soria? Seeing who it was, Megan immediately bowed respectfully. Your Majesty. Soria, however, asked suspiciously, Mr. Theos, why are you here? Contrary to the serious wariness of the two girls, he just laughed loudly. Relax, I just came up to the roof to enjoy the view. He raised his hand. And I apologize for the chicken incident the other day. Recalling the previous scene, I didn't expect Lenick wouldn't recognize you among the chickens. He crossed his arms, pondering. He's my son, but sometimes he's strangely foolish. Soria simply responded indifferently. Oh, yes. That happened. She continued, I'm fine. Your Majesty makes mistakes too. This made Theos think in surprise. This isn't the reaction I expected. He looked at the chicken before him and asked, Soria, what's wrong? She looked up and asked, do you not? She paused, then continued softly, regret it. He asked back, puzzled. Regret what? Abdicating the throne to your son so early? She asked directly without hesitation. The question was so direct that even Megan, who was standing beside them, couldn't remain calm, her face paling as she looked over. Theos asked with a serious expression, expression. Why do you ask that? Soria recalled the feelings she had expressed so far. Until now, being a princess has been my reason for living. I thought that because I am the sole heir to the Zion kingdom, burdened with the responsibility of its restoration, I had to break the curse and return to my people, no matter what. But if no one wants me to do that, what meaning does my life have? Soria said sadly. Hearing her distress, he asked, are you referring to the descendants of Zion? Soria asked in surprise, you know them. Hearing the suspicion in her voice, Theos couldn't help but declare, of course. I don't just wander around this empire for amusement, he said, stroking his chin. So, you were worried about this. Suddenly, he proposed, then, would you like to go on a trip with me tomorrow? Soria pondered his words. He persuaded her, if you go, you might find the answer. The two looked out at the distant kingdom. It will certainly be more helpful than just staring at a kingdom that won't give you any answers. Still unsure, Soria shyly asked, if you're planning on throwing me into a flock of chickens again, then I won't go. Hearing the coyness in her words, he laughed. I promise I won't do that this time. You'll definitely be glad you listened to my plan. To add credibility, Theos blurted out something utterly shocking. What if I bet the entire empire on it? Would you believe me? He pointed confidently at himself, while both Soria and Megan were startled by his bold declaration. While the two were still reeling from the shock, Theos laughed again. Although it belongs to my son now. Hearing this, Megan couldn't help but feel astonished. A former emperor acting like this. Soria, fearing he might actually do it, said, you don't have to bet the entire empire. Really? Please don't, he said a little uncomfortably, hands on his hips, I know. All right, see you tomorrow. He extended his hand. It's getting cold. Let's go inside. Seeing his outstretched arm, Soria furrowed her brow suspiciously, remaining silent. In the end, Mr. Theos picked Soria up. She thought resignedly, sigh, if he wants to save his energy by carrying me inside, I'll accept it. Just then, Lenick appeared from nowhere, panting, sweat dripping down his cheeks. Father, what are you doing? He rushed over, as if afraid his father would harm Soria, and demanded, I told you before, she is the princess of the Zion kingdom, the sole heir to the throne. He snatched the chicken from his father's arms, causing Soria to stumble. In the history of the Croa Empire, no one has ever treated the heir of another country like this. You just insulted the Zion kingdom. Lenick held Soria, the chicken, tightly in his arms and stormed off angrily. In his arms, she felt confused. Why is he reacting so strongly? Just then, she felt a sharp gaze directed at her, as if hinting at something, the look a man gives to make someone stay put. Seeing his serious gaze, Soria was painfully bewildered. What did I do wrong? The scene shifted to another room. Lenick was now questioning, do you know this will cause a diplomatic issue? What's wrong with you, Soria? Held tightly in his embrace, she thought helplessly, who would care about such a thing? The image of a magnificent castle, besieged by iron chains, surfaced, accompanied by Lenick's voice. The Zion kingdom now has only thorns, wasteland, and me. If no one mentions it, what's the problem? Hearing this, Theos complained dejectedly. Raising a son is truly a thankless task. You used to be so obedient, so easy to handle. Ignoring his father's disappointment, Lenick immediately looked down at her with concern. Soria, are you all right? His brow furrowed, his face full of worry. Lenick looked exceptionally handsome and dazzling. Did he do anything to hurt you? Seeing his somewhat excessive reaction, Soria couldn't help but blush. He's actually worried about me, even though nothing happened. Thinking this, she glanced over. He wasn't acting like his usual self. Seeing Theos tiptoeing away, she was taken aback. Seeing him about to escape, she cried out in anguish, Mr. Theos. He turned around, giving her a knowing smile and a nod, leaving her completely baffled. You can't do this. We caused this trouble together, and now you're running away. Soria flapped her wings angrily to express her emotions. I didn't do anything. I was just a little sad. Mr. Theos, please come back and resolve this. Watching that cold and resolute figure depart, she called out 3 times, full of resentment. Traitor, Lenick recounted, when I was little, I almost died because my father threw me in the air while playing. Another time, during sword practice, he almost cut off my hand because he said he wanted to demonstrate real combat swordsmanship. He placed her in front of him and made a demand, so, without my permission, never speak to my father again. Uncomfortable with the controlling tone in his voice, Soria said, wait, and with a haughty spread of her wings, declared, first, I understand what kind of guardian Mr. Theos is. Lenick immediately replied, Yes, so if my father tries to, she cut him off? No, that's not the issue. Lenick still didn't understand what was happening, so Soria demanded, are you ordering me right now? Uncomfortably, she asked loudly, on what grounds do you decide who I can and cannot talk to? My mouth is mine, and my ears are mine too. Soria continued, if you coerce another nation's princess, it could cause a diplomatic issue, Your Majesty. Realizing this, he softened his tone and apologized. Yes, I was wrong. Soria is not my subordinate. He felt guilty and worried, so he kept explaining, no, I didn't mean it like that. Too afraid to know what to say, he could only ask, if I said it was a request, would you? Would you accept? Seeing this, Soria was stunned. Covering her mouth, her eyes widened with a mixture of surprise and emotion. I didn't think he could make that kind of expression. Thinking this, she couldn't hide her shyness and turn away, saying, fine, I don't mind granting your request. Then, Soria decided to reveal something, but I already made a promise. A promise for what? Lenick asked, frowning. Darkness clouded his thoughts, and Lenick's ears rang with the sound of thunder. As Soria continued, I promise to spend the whole day with your father tomorrow. His whole body stiffened. He asked mechanically, with who? Spend what? Though he remained gloomily seated, Soria continued to rub salt in the wound. I promise to go on a trip with your father tomorrow. Lenick's mind went blank. Impossible. Ignoring his state, she stated firmly, I can't break my promise, Your Majesty, because I'm a royal of Zion. If I don't keep my word, then Mr. Theos might file a formal complaint with the Zion Kingdom, and that would be troublesome, wouldn't it? He asked back, tired and bewildered, Soria, you're not serious, are you? She turned away, thinking, it seems that method won't work. In contrast to Lenick's gloom and sorrow, Soria simply shrugged haughtily. Anyway, give me tomorrow. I already agreed, and Mr. Theos. He cried out in anguish. Soria. He looked at her uneasily, frowning. Why do you call him Mr. Theos? The sudden question caught Soria off guard. What? Feeling at a disadvantage, he explained earnestly, you always call me Your Majesty, except when we're talking about descendants. Don't you think that's unfair? Soria's face paled, thinking in confusion, unfair in what way? But she explained, who would call the emperor by his name. Lenick's eyes flashed with determination. He stated decisively, I'm allowing you to. Seeing his resolve, Soria followed suit, Emperor Lenick. But that wasn't enough to satisfy him. He corrected, drop the emperor. It sounds too distant. Hearing him say that, Soria couldn't help but think, that's right, we are distant. You and I don't share any genetic connection. But feeling it wasn't a good idea to reveal the truth, she thought, but I think he'd probably get angry if I said that out loud. Soria decided to carefully call his name Lenick. Lenick's face relaxed, and his gentle smile became even more charming. His eyes filled with contentment. That's right, Soria. Soria froze, exclaiming, oh my, he's so handsome. She recalled the past, how she'd never cared about how handsome he was. Megan had said, how are his looks? He's the most handsome man in the Empire. Soria had replied indifferently, he's a pervert, so it's all useless. She now reflected, but looking closely, he's even more handsome than I thought. Soria shyly covered her face, as if blinded by Lenick's beauty. She cried out, why are you smiling like that? Lenick asked, puzzled like what? She continued to praise him, making him blush. Your smile is too beautiful. It's foul play to smile so prettily at such close range. Lenick said, what? Soria shyly exclaimed, if you're going to steal my heart, do it when I'm not looking. Lenick stood up, both shy and bewildered. Why are you saying such embarrassing things? She explained in a fluster, it's your fault for smiling like that. My heart can't take it. He replied, why are you blaming me? Soria answered matter-of-factly, because you smiled, Your Majesty. Lenick said exasperatedly, I told you to call me Lenick. She replied, fine, because you smiled, Lenick. He covered Soria's mouth to stop her from saying any more. Enough, let's not talk about this anymore. There was wine and 2 glasses on the table. Lenick spoke cautiously. Anyway, my father is very dangerous. I could bet the entire empire that his kindness toward you is because he has ulterior motives. So, stay away from him. He seriously instructed Soria with worry. She thought, why are both of these men obsessed with betting the entire empire? Soria remembered Theos had also made a wager. If I bet the entire empire on that, would you believe me more, right? She said, well, it's better now, since that beautiful smile is gone from your face. Lenick asked, I thought we were done talking about that. Soria asked curiously, are you shy? Lenick replied, yes. She crossed her arms seriously. Okay. Anyway, what I'm about to say could be considered an insult to the royal family. But can you promise you won't hold it against me? Lenick sat down and nodded. I promise, he replied. Soria began, then listened closely. I seem to often forget one fact due to my frequent appearance as a hen. But I am a mage. I don't mean to boast, but I am indeed a gifted one. I know Mr. Theos has reached the level of an exceptional swordsman. Soria flew on his thigh and perched there. But I'm certain that if I were to fight him, I would definitely win, she declared, looking up at Lennox confidently. Honestly, I never needed those knights to protect me from a start. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Lennox looked seriously at the small hen. I'm still against it, he said firmly, because I'm worried about you. These were the words he dared not speak aloud. Lennox picked up his glass and drained it in one gulp. As Soria watched him in surprise, he began, Soria, my father. She interrupted my wine. Lennox looked at her in bewilderment, his face darkening with anger. What? He asked. Tears began to well up in the corners of Soria's eyes. I'll handle my own affairs, so please leave, she commanded. His eyes widened in surprise. Huh, what? He asked. I said. Soria shouted. Get out. Looking at the little wine that remained, her heart ached. You drank all my wine. My good wine. I've been saving it because it's the last bottle left in the entire empire. Soria glared at Lennox's bewildered expression. Do you know what time it is? This is a ladies' room. It's incredibly rude to barge into a ladies' room at this hour. Soria, what are you talking about? Lennox retorted. In case you've forgotten, let me remind you, you're a hen right now, not some lady. But in my heart, I'm still a lady. She replied, and I'm a hen, a hen. Soria emphasized, call me Lady Cluck. So you're happy now, Lady Cluck? He asked. Yes, so please leave my room, she answered. Fine, I'm leaving all right. Lennox exclaimed. Megan and the maid watched the two, sighing. They always look like they want to eat each other alive, she thought. Megan smiled expectantly. But someday, love will blossom too, right? I hope this lasts. An angry yell echoed through the castle. How am I supposed to face him after this? Soria thought shyly. Back then, she had said, you have a nice smile. That's right. If you look closely, he's quite handsome too. But why did I say something like that? Soria thought, hugging her pillow, mortified by her own words, tears streaming down her face. And what the heck is Lady Cluck? Soria screamed internally. I have to get out of here now. She walked towards the window. The maid, seeing this, paled and cried out, Your Highness. Don't try to stop me. I'm going to find freedom, Soria said coolly. Suddenly, the maid grabbed her around the neck and pulled her back. Your Highness, chickens can't fly, she exclaimed. Soria struggled. I can't breathe. A commotion arose from outside. You can't go in there. You can't go in there. The two looked towards the door. Someone's coming. Who's making the knights so flustered? Soria thought. She looked at the maid and gestured towards the door. The maid nodded in understanding. The door slowly opened. Soria's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the person standing in the doorway. Mr. Theos. He was arguing with the knights, sweat beading on his forehead. Theos looked towards Soria, and she flinched. What's going on? He looked at Soria, his lips pursed. Why is he looking at me like that? She wondered. No, this isn't the time to worry about that. You went too far, Soria said, looking at Theos. You shouldn't have done that. I don't know what you're talking about, he replied, feigning ignorance. She immediately flapped her wings angrily. You abandoned me yesterday and ran away. Ran away, Theos responded. No one's ever accused me of that before. How novel, Soria. This is pointless, she thought, exasperated. Fine, she sighed. Soria transformed into a white-haired young woman. So, where are we going, Mr. Theos? She asked. Why did you change back? He thought, a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Didn't you say we were going somewhere? She replied, yes, Theos explained, but for that to work, you need to be a hen. So, change back to your original form. This is my original form, Soria said indignantly. Suddenly, a hand stopped them both. What is it? Theos asked, puzzled. The knight bowed. Forgive me, but His Majesty has ordered me to minimize any physical contact between you and Princess Soria. You mean you're going to stop me? He glared. I really don't want to draw my sword against you, but the knight explained. Draw his sword against me. Theos thought. He said, it seems my son is serious. He's never been this concerned, even for a woman he's only spent one night with. Soria was struck dumb by his words. One night, just one night. She remained silent, but inside, she was seething with rage. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Soria gave a knowing smile, gritting her teeth. What did you just say? She asked. Do you want to know? Theos countered. I want to know everything, Soria replied. I need to speak with the princess privately, he said to the knight. Unless you want to hear about what happened in the emperor's bedchamber, you can stay. Theo said dangerously, be my guest. If you think knowing who your master sleeps with will help you be a better knight, then go ahead. Though I'm not sure how the emperor will react to that. The knight finally relented. Fine, I'll give you 5 minutes. The door closed, giving the two some privacy. Soria immediately exclaimed, Mr. Theos. He replied, I lied. She froze at his words, asking in surprise what. Theos sighed. Sometimes, children are nothing like their parents, he said as he paced. I doubt he's even held a woman's hand. I'd be surprised if he were married. Soria asked, perplexed. Wait, then what you said earlier. Theos pushed open the window and suggested, since we can't leave through the front door, we should go out the back. But everyone's watching. How can we go out the back? And I don't want to fight my former knights. Soria thought with a heavy heart. We'll slip out the window. You're the former emperor. If Lenick finds out, he won't just scold us. She gave a strained laugh, anxiously sweating as she made an excuse. Mr. Theos, I'm so sorry, but I made plans with Lenick yesterday. Theos's eyes lit up. Oh, are you two at that stage already? Soria asked, confused at stage. She said sincerely, I suddenly realized I haven't formally greeted the former empress. Why don't we go today? Then we can push the tour to another time. Suddenly, he called out, Princess. Startled, she replied, yes. Theo said, my wife doesn't care about those things. She's long tired of the empty rituals of the palace. She's a free spirit. Whenever you meet her, is fine with her. Soria pursed her lips hesitantly, her eyes nervous at the risky suggestion, while he soothed her gently. However, if you truly dislike this adventurous idea, I won't force you. But you best not think that you can hide behind my son forever, Theos warned. Soria asked seriously, me? Hiding behind who? He replied, oh, you didn't know. Your reputation among high society is indeed good, but do you think all the nobles will welcome you with open arms? Soria's mood dampened, her gaze heavy as she admitted, I don't think everyone will readily accept a princess from the Zion Kingdom. I know, Theos continued, but you're wrong. While now isn't the most ideal time to become empress, there are still nobles who covet that position. He raised his hand, his expression both serious and light, explaining, but if you want to meet my wife, I won't stop you. You have your own priorities. Soria's hands clenched her skirt helplessly. She stood thoughtfully, a look of sadness and disappointment on her face as she recalled. I've mentioned it to Lenick many times, but he's never proactively told me about any rumors. It's always me hearing something from somewhere else and then confirming it with him. This means there's a high possibility this rumor is true too. Soria said, fine, I'm hooked. Theos repeated her words. Hooked. Soria said, it's obvious you're trying to pull me into this. And for what you just said, I don't think you plan on tricking me like last time. Suddenly, he extended a hand towards her. Theos held his hand meaningfully, a thoughtful look on his face, as if he foresaw the outcome. Soria understood his offer was like sweet poison. This time, I might actually be forced to take the Empress's seat. But, she asked suspiciously, something big happened related to Lenick, right? I truly don't know how to thank you for agreeing to help. He picked up Soria, who had transformed back into a hen, and walked towards the window. So have you decided? Let's go, she said. So we're sneaking out after all. Soria hypnotized herself. That's right. Even if it's just a window, it's an escape route. He stepped onto the windowsill, negating her words. Sneaking out. Preposterous. Think of it as a step towards freedom. With that, Theos jumped, bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, Lenick slumped over his desk, a pile of documents beside him, sighing wearily. He asked, what am I doing, Dioville? Dioville, beside him, said, welcome to the world of love. Suddenly, Lenick asked curiously, did Lady Mabel Lynn ever tell you not to smile too brightly? He asked, confused, what? He continued, did she ever stretch or flap her wings in front of you? Dioville blurted out, oh, heavens no. No young lady would do such a thing. He slammed his fist on the desk, lamenting, every time I try to do something, the mood is always off. He suggested, I don't think that's the main problem. Despite being single, Lenick confidently said to the married Dioville, what do you know about love? He said, Your Majesty, may I speak as your old friend? He replied, what? Dioville responded, if you'll allow me. Lenick asked suspiciously, you don't sound like you actually want to. He affirmed, I assure you this advice will be very helpful. Hope immediately sparked in his eyes. Fine, you have my permission. Whatever you say, you won't be punished. Dioville began to offer his advice. Your Majesty, If the atmosphere isn't right, you can create it yourself. Stop being foolish. Take her a bouquet and tell her you love her. If I see you acting this clumsy again, I'll smack you upside the head. Even when I was courting Maybelline, it wasn't this bad. Lenick, startled by this, was a mixture of embarrassed and annoyed. He retorted sarcastically, "Have you forgotten? It took you a whole week to work up the courage to invite her to the opera. I can still hear you stammering, like it was yesterday." He shrugged confidently, "But I married her." Dioville smirked, "Because I succeeded and you didn't. Therefore, I'm better than you." Lenick slammed a hand on the table. "You want that, is it? Fine. Hurry up. Give me the most beautiful bouquet in the world. Huge, extravagant, and studded with jewels." Dioville, thunderstruck, asked incredulously, "You're really going to confess to her?" "Really?" Lenick answered firmly, "Yes. Now, give me a bouquet of roses." A few moments later, Lenick's expression turned serious. He spoke to Maybelline. "Everything seems to be ready, but..." Lenick, dressed formally, stood awkwardly as servants adjusted every detail. "Is this outfit too formal?" he asked. He muttered to himself, "I must be crazy." Maybelline smiled as she explained, "Her Majesty the Empress Dowager chose this outfit herself, so you must wear it. She also said that if you didn't, she would come personally." Lenick was surprised. "My mother chose this." He thought to himself, "How did the rumor spread so fast? I just need a bouquet and some privacy." She draped a coat over him, advising, "No, Your Majesty," that would diminish the historical significance of this moment. Maybelline announced, "The royal painter is ready and will be here shortly." Lenick asked, perplexed, "What is the painter doing here?" She replied, "To record the historic moment of your proposal to Her Highness the Princess, of course." Maybelline took the bouquet and reassured him, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll help you make this proposal the most beautiful and romantic moment in the history of the Empire." Lenick thought regretfully, "I swear, I'll never let Dioville trick me into doing something this crazy again." He took the bouquet and spoke. "Hey, where's Soria? Is she in her room?" They saw the window wide open. Lenick's grip on the bouquet tightened. The royal painter remained silent, not daring to speak. The bouquet fell to the ground with a soft thud. Lenick's perfect preparations, including a professional painter and a magnificent bouquet, and she was gone. All that effort for nothing, because the person he intended to propose to had disappeared. The maids whispered fearfully to each other, "Don't look. Let's pretend we didn't see anything." Lenick furiously commanded, "Find out where Princess Soria is immediately. Bring Lady Kako to me." The painter, startled, watched his gestures. Then, the talented royal painter quietly sketched Lenick's image at that moment. Later, this painting would be titled, "The Emperor in Anguish for His Beloved." Meanwhile, where Theos and Soria were, in front of the mansion, Theos' voice rang out. "He invites me here and doesn't even come out to greet me personally." This Marquee has grown bolder in recent years. The butler hurriedly bowed and explained, "Please forgive him. The master is entertaining a guest who arrived before you. We hope you understand." Soria peeked out from inside his coat. She assessed, Theos' reputation is rather consistent. An unpredictable eccentric. Someone everyone thinks is as easy to get along with as an open book, but in reality is impossible to read. Terrifying. The two entered the mansion. Soria thought, "Is there really no reason for this? I have a feeling this whole situation might be Mr. Theos' doing." He sat down quietly in a chair. She poked her head out from under his coat to breathe as she was suffocating. Theos looked into Soria's eyes and said, "I don't have the ability to interpret chicken eyes, but that look is certainly rude." She gasped, "That's because..." Suddenly, a shout made Theos hastily hide Soria. "Your Majesty." Marquis Dalton had also arrived, but his voice held a hint of fear. "Forgive me, Your Majesty. I had urgent business and couldn't greet you immediately. I don't know how to atone for my transgression." He replied, "2 wheelbarrows of gold should suffice." He froze and asked, "What did you say?" Theos said, "You asked how you could atone to me." Soria peeked out from inside his coat. She thought, 2 wheelbarrows of gold, and you didn't even specify the size of the wheelbarrow. Marquis Dalton hurriedly said, "I'll have someone prepare it right away." "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Soria marveled. The price of a few words is quite steep. Soria looked pleadingly at Theos. "I want to go out and see." First, he pulled open the coat that was covering her. Soria looked at Marquis Dalton in front of her and thought, "I don't know that person." Theos said to the man before him, "I recently visited your territory and found something quite interesting." Hearing this, Marquis Dalton anxiously sweated. "Something interesting." Theos smiled meaningfully. "Let's just say it was a warehouse full of cow horns and buffalo horns. Marquee Dalton gave a sly smile. As you know, Your Majesty, my family runs a merchant group that specializes in providing weapons and armor to many places. We have the honor of distributing goods inside and outside the Empire. What you saw were materials for the next production batch. Is that so? Theos asked, lowering his head. His voice turned icy. Yes, Your Majesty. I hear the unprecedented period of peace has greatly reduced your production output lately, yet the quantity of materials I saw was quite substantial. As if you're preparing for a coming war. A war, I can only speculate, that would bring you a considerable profit. Soria listened intently to every word Theos spoke. Marquee Dalton clasped his hands, his voice trembling as he replied, Forgive my ignorance, Your Majesty, but I'm afraid I don't quite understand what you mean. Oh, it's about money. Money, the more the better, isn't it? A look of understanding dawned on the Marquis's face, and he gave a bright smile. I see, so that's why you're here. Inside the carriage, Soria thought, what are you thinking? It's obvious the Marquis mistakenly believes you're on his side. Theos looked out the window. When you travel around the Empire, as I do, you can't help but notice the number of private knights in each territory or the amount of weapons stored there. She asked, puzzled, and why did you leave? Why not arrest him? I want to get to the root of the problem, he replied. Today was just to observe the situation. If I act too early, he'll immediately cut off all connections and flee. Theos mused, I need to approach this carefully. Apprehending him isn't as easy as you might think, especially with this country being so vast. He suddenly asked, in the Zion Kingdom, it only takes a few days to inspect all the territories if you wanted to, right? Soria nodded. Yes, that's correct. If I use magical teleportation, it would only take me 2 days to inspect all the territories. Theos continued, but in the Croatia Empire, even months wouldn't be enough to visit every territory and understand the situation there. This empire is incredibly vast, but that's not all. Those dissatisfied with the current emperor's rule, those nostalgic for the empire's former glory, and those trying to seize what doesn't belong to them, become increasingly clear as you travel around. He said worriedly, most of them aren't actually dangerous, but conversely, Marquee Dalton is becoming increasingly so. He not only wants to push his daughter onto the Empress's throne, but he also doesn't want to give up the business that's been making him a fortune for the past 3 years. Theos thought about the potential risks. A battle is coming, and those considered enemies by Marquee Dalton. Soria asked, does he think the war will start from there? She looked up with concern, her eyes flickering with confusion at the incomprehensible tension. The carriage drew closer and closer to the city gates. Inside, Theos stated firmly, no, he's planning to create a war. Soria thought for a moment. Do you mean he's exchanging information about the current state of the empire with other countries? She exclaimed in disbelief, that's treason. Theos chuckled and clapped his hands in admiration. Oh my, you catch on quick. You're the smartest chicken I've ever met. Soria frowned in annoyance, squeezing her eyes shut as if trying to suppress the anger about to erupt. In a dignified voice, she calmly stated, excuse me, but before we continue, we need to clarify something. I'm not a chicken. While I may look like one, I am the last surviving royal of the Zion Kingdom, and a talented mage. Theos replied, I know. So, did today's trip help you at all? Soria, startled, exclaimed, what? She thought help. This has nothing to do with my worries, right? The carriage passed through the open city gates. He asked, you once said that if the descendants of Zion didn't accept you, you wouldn't know what to do, right? Theos smiled gently. Do you think all the citizens of the empire are satisfied with the emperor now? Soria paused abruptly, her gaze distant and awkward. No king can be loved by everyone, and no one is flawless. She said, is that what you wanted to teach me today? Theos praised, you understand quickly. You'll make a good queen. My son certainly has an eye for women, just like me. In the soft sunlight from the window, he sat across from her, offering words of comfort and encouragement. Even if the Zion Kingdom doesn't accept you, the Croatia Empire will still welcome you. You just need to choose those who truly need you. Soria guessed, but if I choose to abandon my people, you would look down on me, right? Theos laughed heartily. You guessed right. I know you'll be a great queen. She asked, are there any benefits to being a queen besides the work? He replied, the benefits of being a queen. I'm not too sure. I don't particularly find any joy in being emperor myself. Soria asked, puzzled, didn't you abdicate for the sake of peace in the Crochet Empire? Theos replied, isn't that why you're wandering around? Just gallivanting about for fun. He explained, according to imperial law, the heir can't inherit the throne while underage, and this country is so vast. There are countless documents to deal with every day, not to mention those nobles. Soria finally understood. In other words, he abdicated simply because he was bored with work. I misunderstood him. From now on, I'll listen to Lenick. But that thought lasted less than 30 minutes. She said, trembling, Your Majesty. He replied coldly. Lenick watched his expression, and Soria wondered what had happened. The knights stood in a line, and the maids glanced at her with suspicion. What's going on? Did I do something wrong? A servant said, His Majesty is waiting for you in his room. Lenick was sitting quietly. She said blankly, Your Majesty. He said, Lenick. Soria tilted her head. What? He repeated, Lenick. She guessed, I see. He's sulking because I didn't call him by his name. He's angry just because I called his father by his title and not him. Soria called softly, Lenick, listen to me. He pouted and sulked, not answering. Seeing him like that, she struggled to hold back her laughter, thinking he looks like a 5-year-old throwing a tantrum. I can't laugh. Please, heavens, help me keep a straight face. Soria explained, I have a legitimate reason. Only then was Lenick willing to speak. Fine, then tell me. Start with why you went to Marquee Dalton's estate. She said, surprised, so you knew where I went. Looking at his expression, Soria was speechless. That smug look on his face, as if nothing could escape the Emperor's eyes. She began, yes, I went there. Please understand, it was a decision made for his own good. Lenick, Soria called out, if you're going to lie, at least control your trembling feet first. She was shaking all over. Surprised, she asked, you noticed. Lenick replied, of course. Soria calmed down and said, but that matter is really important. You'll be surprised when you hear it. Lenick turned his face away, not wanting to listen. Are you talking about Marquee Dalton giving internal imperial information to another country? I know. You don't have to say any more. Soria was stunned. He already knew. Suddenly, his face flushed red with embarrassment. However, since your visit didn't ultimately lead to any negative consequences, I suppose the matter can be overlooked. Lenick recalled, if Soria were here, I would definitely have been swept away by my emotions and proposed to her. It was just then that Dioville made his suggestion. He thought regretfully, I can't trust anyone in this world anymore. I swore I'd never be persuaded again. She thought, no negative consequences. Did something happen while I was gone? He stroked his chin in thought and replied, I'll tell you later. We have more important things to worry about right now. Soria guessed the Empress. She asked, what is it? Lenick replied, Marquee Dalton. Do you really understand what will happen if you interfere in his affairs? Soria, he warned, so far. Only I know that you want to see him. You still have time to back out. She lowered her head and replied, I'm sorry, Lenick, but this is my business too. Soria thought, because Zion's descendants were also involved. Soria stated firmly, you know I can't back out. Lenick thought, I knew Soria would say that. I know how much she loves her people and the kingdom of Zion. But even so, I still don't want you to throw yourself into danger for those who may have already abandoned you. His hands clenched tightly, trembling as he asked, can't you trust me? She said sincerely, I trust you, but you know better than anyone that trust alone isn't enough to solve this problem. Her gaze was firm. The seemingly delicate Soria declared confidently, because this matter concerns not only me, but also my people, I cannot entrust everything to others and hide behind them. Lenick rubbed her head in resignation and urged, I understand, but Soria, I need you to understand that this situation is far more complicated than you think. If this continues, the public support for you to become Empress will no longer be a joke. You have no idea what happened in the palace while you were gone. Soria asked curiously what happened. He hesitated, finding it difficult to speak. Lenick put his arm around her neck, admitting shyly, I can't say it myself. Soria's face fell. She asked suspiciously, is it that bad? Then let's try it. He asked, bewildered, try what? Soria said confidently, after all, you want me to be your Empress, right? Lenick replied, your excessive confidence makes me want to deny it. She struck a haughty pose, lifting her head high, and confidently asserted, Lenick, admit it. I'm a hen with both reputation and ability. You won't be surprised to know that, as the sole heir to the throne, and extremely competent, I've had many suitors. With a determined gaze, hand on her chest, Soria frankly declared with resolve. However, if you propose to me seriously, then I will put that above all else. Lenick opened his mouth. What about the kingdom of Zion? She replied, if Zion's descendants no longer need the kingdom of Zion, then I should reconsider as well. No nation has only one queen. He indignantly retorted, do you intend to devote yourself to a people who don't even need you? Are you going to abandon your dream of Zion's prosperity, or abandon becoming its queen just to settle for being the queen of Croatia? That's a thankless sacrifice. Soria whispered, you did the same, didn't you? Didn't you go alone, against the noble's objections, to a small kingdom full of thorns, for a meager profit, just because you couldn't bear to watch your people die from drought? Lenick pressed his lips together, thinking, she's right. That's a sacrifice any monarch should be willing to make. Soria understood he was remembering when everyone had tried to stop him from going there for his people. Your Majesty, you should let the knights handle it. There's no reason for you to go yourself. Lenick realized in that moment of being misunderstood, Soria, in her human form, reached out to him and instructed, so, try to love me a little more. Caressing his face, she said, who knows, maybe just like in a fairy tale, the curse on the mage's castle is lifted, and the princess and the emperor live happily ever after. Maybe that will be our ending, right? Soria embraced him before Lenick could react in surprise. Lenick replied happily and trustingly, all right, Soria. The next day, Dioville said in disbelief, what's going on? Soria, looking over an important document, greeted him, I've been waiting for you, Dioville. He pondered, if even a guest like the princess is reviewing important documents like this, could it be? His Majesty finally proposed. Suddenly, a book smacked Dioville in the face. Rubbing his head, he blurted out, Your Majesty. Lenick admonished, are you talking nonsense in broad daylight? He asked, hey, why are you late? Dioville said, bewildered, it's 4 in the morning. Can you tell me why you call me at this hour? Before he could finish, Soria said, it's about Marquee Dalton. He was utterly astonished. Your Highness, how did you know about that? She held out her hand and replied, because it concerns me as well. Soria declared from now on, the Kingdom of Zion will intervene in Marquee Dalton's treasonous plot under the orders of Emperor Lenick Urban V of Croatia. Officially, of course. Gesturing towards a stack of papers, she said, the relevant documents are all here. I would be grateful if you could look them over. Dioville blurted out, what? Soria asked, hey, Dioville, do you have any evidence regarding Marquee Dalton? The documents don't mention that. At this, he looked around worriedly, hesitant. He nodded at Dioville, encouraging him, go on. He sighed helplessly. I haven't gathered any solid evidence yet. Soria understood, so we don't know how far the information has leaked. Dioville replied, that's right, but the border is still quiet. That's a good sign. She speculated, right? Zion's descendants have started to move, and we don't know what their purpose is. Meanwhile, Marquee Dalton is trying to betray the Empire for his own gain. Wartime is the best time for arms dealers to do business. If we don't have evidence, we'll have to catch him in the act. Soria then called out to Lenick, can you be my companion at the upcoming banquet? Lenick's eyes widened in surprise at her suggestion. Soria smiled and told him it was a formal invitation. Lenick mumbled shyly, too close. She asked what? He stood up and exclaimed, I said you're too close. Can you back up a bit? Dioville, witnessing this, thought to himself, speechless, how could he ruin such a romantic moment? I know, he's always been an expert at ruining the mood. He interjected, Your Highness, if I may be so bold, why did you invite His Majesty to be your companion at the banquet? Soria, transforming back into her chick form as she walked, explained, because I realize there's another way to stand by his side. He didn't understand. Another way. She replied, people hearing about Lenick's companion will assume it's a queen candidate or a fiancé. But what if it's a delegation from a nation closely related to the Croatian Empire? Dioville understood. A delegation. What are you saying? But a delegation is usually more than one person. Soria puffed out her chest proudly. As you know, I'm a person who enjoys taking risks. He agreed, indeed. She instructed, so please keep that in mind when preparing for the banquet. When I walk into the hall, it would be more appropriate if I'm introduced as a delegation, not princess. Dioville opened the door for Soria and replied, yes, Your Highness. She said, and I want to see the Count as soon as possible. Soria walked into the room, her eyes widening in surprise. she exclaimed. Isn't that Lenick? He asked, looking dapper. Soria stared at Lenick in disbelief. He's having a meeting with the nobles. What's he doing here? He came up behind Soria, looking puzzled. Come on, I said I'd go with you. Soria, but you have work to do, Lenick. I can go see the count myself. He replied, I've worked enough. She urged, Lenick, I hate working too, but what can we do? And more importantly, if both of you show up at meetings like this, what about work efficiency? She thought, wondering why he was clinging to her so much today. Soria, seeing him lost in thought, spoke up. We can't just do whatever we want in life, can we, Lenick? He took her hand and replied, That's not what I'm talking about. Soria turned her head, puzzled. Then what is it? Lenick suddenly asked, What do you think is most important in love, Soria? She didn't understand. He said, dejectedly, Yesterday you told me to try, but how can there be any progress if only one side is making an effort? Or have you already lost interest? Soria looked at him with concern and called out, Lenick, I think you're the one who's forgotten our original goal, she thought. Our original goal. Soria pondered before answering. You mean true love between you and me to break the curse? Lenick quickly replied. Exactly. She responded, I've never forgotten it. He said sadly, Then why are you only interested in work? And you're giving me the cold shoulder. Lenick reminded her, effort is a two-way street. Princess, you can't just ask me to be your dance partner and consider your task complete. Soria covered her ears and retorted, You think I'm giving you the cold shoulder? I'm losing feathers from my tail because of all this work. Soria listed, I'm actively participating in social events. She recalled the time she was about to jump out the window with Theos. Back then, she had made up her mind. Let's go. Fine. So we're sneaking out after all. She asked, growing increasingly frustrated. Soria spread her wings and shouted angrily, And I'm even trying to maintain a good relationship with my future father-in-law. What more do you want? Lenick replied, bewildered. That's not the point. She yelled, Do you realize how little time you spend with me? Soria remembered saying, I promised to go for a walk with your father tomorrow. But Lenick had coldly replied, No. The memory fueled her anger. Every time I try to talk to you, you push me away, even hide from me. Soria stated firmly, That's because you have so much work to do. Not me. Lenick, suppressing his fury, clenched his fists and accused loudly, his eyes filled with hurt and disappointment. You have no right to say that. Whenever I'm done with work and come looking for you, you're never in your room. Not only that, you get drunk and fly around everywhere. He was referring to the time she, drunk, demanded to be called Lady Cluck. Lenick said sarcastically, You must be very happy, Lady Cluck. He continued, You even call yourself Lady Cluck. Soria's anger boiled over. So, you want to play it this way? Fine. If you need my time, I'll give you so much of it you'll be sick of me. In return, you have to show me a very pretty smile. Lenick replied stubbornly and angrily, With pleasure, if that's what Lady Cluck desires. In a tempestuous eruption of fury, Soria, in her chicken form, raised her fist to the sky and roared, eyes blazing, making Lenick flinch back in surprise before she demanded with murderous intent, Dare you call me that again? He retorted, And how dare you call the emperor pretty? Do you not know that is a crime of disrespect? She argued, Pretty is a compliment. You are pretty, you are the prettiest, your majesty. Dioville stood frozen with a stiff expression in the midst of their fiery rage, only able to watch silently. In this luxurious imperial palace, meant for solemn serenity, Soria and Lenick erupted into a fierce brawl. The servants, and he could only watch helplessly. Dioville thought, If these two get married, there won't be a single day of peace in this palace. Hours later, Count Frost spoke with a worried expression, Your Majesty. He looked at Soria in bewilderment. Excuse me, what is this drenched chicken? She replied in a chicken voice, Cluck, cluck, cluck. Please tell him I am Princess Soria. He asked, puzzled, Tell him. Lenick asked curiously, Then how do you plan to communicate with him? Soria replied, I intend to have Dioville translate for me. Oh, and after he tells him who I am, please threaten him on my behalf and demand he hand over all information regarding Zion's descendants. Lenick sighed and asked, Is threatening necessary? He called out, Count Frost. He immediately responded, Yes, Your Majesty. Lenick ordered, Tell the princess everything you know about Zion's descendants. Count Frost finally understood that this chicken was Princess Soria. A snow-white body, yellow eyes, and a beautiful tale that charmed the entire capital. But what was so beautiful about this drenched chicken? He thought. Count Frost lowered his head worriedly. With all due respect, Your Majesty, my intellect is not yet sufficient to speak the language of chickens. Lenick burst out laughing. Soria lunged at the chuckling man and attacked, cursing, cluck, cluck, cluck. What's so funny? Causing him to dodge aside in a panic. Oh, dear God, Your Majesty. Count Frost hurriedly grabbed her, yelling, this chicken is crazy. His eyes widened in surprise and fear. Against the backdrop of an ominous silence that foreshadowed an approaching storm, Soria's deep eyes stared into the void, silent, as if suppressing a boiling rage. She suddenly spread her wings and pecked at him incessantly as he tried to restrain her, clucking, you'd better let me go right now. This caused Count Frost to cry out in alarm, Knights. This chicken is trying to kill me. No, she's trying to kill His Majesty. Lenick, standing nearby, burst into laughter. A moment later, Diavir clapped his hands in admiration. Magnificent. If you had been there, you would have laughed too, he replied, bewildered. I don't know. He responded, I didn't laugh when my wife tripped over her skirt. Lenick said, but this is completely different. Diavir asked, so, how do you intend to deal with the Count? After all, he risked his life to save you. Incompetence is a sin, Lenick replied coldly. He stated his opinion. Many private knights sacrificed themselves, but they were commoners and the Count meant no harm. He stated firmly he lost a third of his troops in the infantry battle alone. Half of the remaining men died due to lack of weapons and food supplies. At least Marquee Dalton is capable of expanding the Empire's territory. There is no greater sinner than an incompetent feudal lord. His punishment will not be lessened. He will retain his title and position, but all his territories will be confiscated, Lenick stated firmly. Diavir acknowledged, yes, Your Majesty. Oh, and he reported, we just received contact from Lady Mabel. She has found traces of Zion's descendants. Should we order their execution? He commanded, tell Lady Mabel not to execute them. Have her capture as many alive as possible. It will be even better if she can persuade them to join us. Diavir replied, yes, Your Majesty. He took his leave and walked out, the door closing with a bang. Lenick placed the documents on the table and sighed. I should go apologize, he thought, both embarrassed and regretful. Why did I laugh? I made her angry again. Late at night, the forest was silent. The flickering bonfire illuminated the serious faces of the group sitting around it. Duke Pillar asked, what about those rumors? What's the situation? Another replied, perhaps because we're close to the capital, most of the rumors sound quite false. False? He asked, confused. The other man explained, do you remember the nobleman who contacted us as soon as we descended the mountain? Duke Pillar recalled, indeed, someone did approach us discreetly when we descended the mountain and headed for the capital. He said his master was a Marquee of the Empire. He sighed and said to Jared, I told you many times, he didn't seem trustworthy. You didn't contact him, did you? Jared said, perplexed, but that was the only way to get information. Duke Pillar continued to ask, how much did you tell him? And how much did he tell you? Jared recounted. He said the emperor is fabricating and spreading romantic rumors to hide the truth from his subjects. One of the rumors is that when the emperor took the princess to the city walls of the capital and kissed her, the curse was immediately lifted and the setting sun enveloped them like a blessing. Jared chewed his food and said meaningfully, does that sound plausible? But that's not all, he continued. There are also rumors that the princess is working for the newly established Ministry of Magic in the palace. Why would she contribute her talents to a foreign ministry of magic? Duke Pillar's expression turned serious. He put his hand to his mouth, as if in deep thought, then slowly said, that is indeed very strange. He thought to himself, Croja is not an ally. To be precise, he emphasized, the Marquee's man said that the princess was coerced into doing so. The other two immediately reacted strongly. Coerced? Who would dare coerce our princess? The other gritted his teeth in anger. It must be that emperor. They said to him, my lord, we were wrong. We shouldn't have believed that the Crojan Empire would respect the royalty of other countries. The other added, from the beginning, who would respect a weak nation. Duke Pillar fell into silent contemplation. At this tense moment, he raised his hand to signal silence, causing the two sitting with him to immediately quiet down, their eyes alert and staring straight ahead, as if sensing danger lurking in the darkness of the silent forest. Duke Pillar spoke cautiously, who's there? As soon as he finished speaking, an arm parted the leaves of the bushes and stepped out. Mabel stepped forward and said, you don't need to draw your swords. I'm just here to talk. Meanwhile, In the imperial palace, Lenick picked up the painting and said, "This is it." The court painter, who was waiting for the farewell ceremony, stayed up all night to finish this painting. Soria laughed when she saw the painting. She covered her mouth, trying to stifle her laughter, thinking to herself, "I shouldn't laugh. Even if he brings me a bottle of expensive wine, I'm not going to forgive him. But how can I not laugh when I see a painting of Lenick looking so silly?" Soria finally burst out laughing. Lenick said, "You have no idea how shocked I was. I had to hold a chicken in front of the nobles and explain that it was you. It was the first time in my life I had ever seen a real chicken. The nobles even asked me, 'Your Majesty, are you joking?'" Soria laughed until tears streamed down her face. Lenick thought happily, "Is this the joy of seeing the one I love laugh?" He said gently, "Are you not mad at me anymore?" Soria thought, looking at such a handsome man, "Is this what happiness feels like?" She kissed his nose and replied, "You make it impossible for me to stay mad at you." Lenick immediately suggested, "Then, would you like to dance with me at the banquet?" Soria asked in surprise, "What?" He explained sincerely, "You invited me to be your partner first, but I'd like to request your first dance." She understood and replied softly, "If you wish, all right, I will give you my first dance." As Soria spoke, she placed her arm on Lenick's palm. She suddenly became curious. What dance is popular in the Empire these days? The lily lavender dance. He asked, puzzled, "What dance is that?" Soria said, confused, "The most popular one." Lenick guessed, "Is that from 147 years ago?" The atmosphere instantly froze. She turned her face away and suggested, "On second thought, I don't think we necessarily have to." Before she could finish her sentence, he grabbed her hand. Lenick held Soria tightly in his arms. "You can learn it now." She immediately pushed him away and said, "Let go of me first, and then we can talk." Soria's scream echoed through the castle. "Lenick, are you listening to me?" After she returned to her human form, the two began a practice. Soria was clumsy. "Why are the Empire's dances so different?" Lenick replied, "Because this is the latest style." She exclaimed, "Even so, this change is too sudden. I don't think I can do it. I might step on your feet." He looked at the clumsy and embarrassed Soria and thought, everything about her is adorable. "I'm doomed." Lenick suggested, "Is there a protective spell I can put on the top of my feet?" Soria jokingly replied, "That's a great idea. Should I cast it for you? Accept it while I'm still willing to help. You'll regret it if you refuse." Lenick laughed at Soria's words, and she trembled with anger. He suddenly wrapped his arms tightly around Soria's waist. Lenick held her gently, his voice sounding like a vow. "I'm not a warrior, nor a hero, but that doesn't mean I'm weak." Soria thought, has Lenick always been this strong? Blushing furiously, she said, "Even warriors and heroes can't train the tops of their feet." He asked, puzzled, "You're joking, right?" Soria commented, "I can tell you've never been stepped on before." Lenick replied, "Of course not. I've only danced with my mother, and my mother is a very good dancer." She asked incredulously, "Have you really never been stepped on?" Soria thought, not only is he unpopular, he sounds practically invisible. As they practiced, Soria suddenly suggested, "Should I make you a love potion?" Lenick paused, confused. "What?" She enthusiastically suggested, "Just a little bit, and you'll become a beloved emperor." Lenick replied helplessly, "But I have a more urgent need right now. Is there any medicine for feet? My feet have been stepped on a total of 14 times." Soria quickly said, "I'll cast a spell right away." Lenick's instructions echoed through the castle. 1, 2, 3, right? Soria panicked as she stepped on his foot again. "I'm sorry." Lenick reassured her, "It's okay. Go ahead and step on them. Thanks to your magic, I don't feel a thing." He asked, "Let's do it one last time." Before he could finish his sentence, Soria turned into a chicken again. Lenick said again, "I don't think we can keep doing this." Lenick put her down. Soria exclaimed, "Oh my God, how long have we been practicing?" He replied, "I don't know, it doesn't feel like long. Let's continue practicing tomorrow." Hearing this, she yelled, "More practice." Lenick persuaded, "We don't want to make a mistake at the banquet, do we?" Soria hesitated, "I suppose not." He seemed to remember something and asked, "By the way, Soria, I've always been curious." She replied, Lenick asked curiously, "Do you lay eggs too?" She exclaimed, "What?" He opened his mouth. "I mean, you do look like a hen after all." "I'm sorry." Her eyes filled with fury at Lenick's ignorant words. "Do you know what you're saying?" Immediately, a thunderous crash accompanied a loud shout. Soria, wait, I was just asking. Just then, Diaville walked in and called out, "Your Majesty." Seeing the two fighting, he was unusually calm. This scene no longer surprises me. Time passed, and the morning of the banquet finally arrived. Jewels and cosmetics were displayed on the table, and a voice called out, "Maybelline." As she helped Soria dress, she replied, "Yes, Your Highness." She hesitated and said, I always feel that the Empire's trends are truly creative. Maybelline replied, doesn't that make them all the more beautiful? Soria replied, that's true. She looked around the room and thought, how many maids are there here? Maybelline instructed, everyone is very excited. Today is your official debut in the Empire's high society, so please bear with it for a little while. She asked Maybelline worriedly, I heard that I can introduce myself to the Empress Dowager of the banquet, so I've been hesitant. But what kind of person is she? She suggested, His Majesty will be here soon. Why don't you ask him directly? Just then, Lenick walked in, and a voice rang out, Your Majesty, please enter. Watching him walk in, handsome as ever, she couldn't help but marvel at his striking features. Soria, clad in a magnificent blue dress, her heart pounding in her chest, stood silently, gazing forward. You're a little early, she remarked. The banquet doesn't begin until 7. 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind. Do preferences really change this easily? Or am I simply becoming accustomed to him? The human heart is a fickle thing, changing so readily. A sudden curiosity overtook Soria. Lenick, she began, how do I look today? Startled by the question, he looked at her, his cheeks flushing. Lenick stammered, you look not bad. Overhearing this, the maids shook their heads in disappointment. What could one expect, really? He continued, perhaps you look beautiful. Soria inquired, why the hesitation? Lenick declared solemnly, the maids did such a good job. My heart feels like it's about to leap out of my chest. If this continues, I fear I might die young. Soria laughed in response. Don't say such silly things with that handsome face of yours. He gently took her hand and said, anyway, the banquet will begin with my father and mother's dance, and then it's our turn. Lenick placed a corsage on her wrist. Looking at it, Soria thought, so this is what Maybelline was talking about. He gently fastened it, a corsage for his dance partner. The corsage shimmered on Soria's wrist. Lenick asked, do you like it? She smiled brightly, replying, of course, Your Majesty. Lenick reminded her, call me Lenick. Soria agreed, all right then, Emperor Lenick. He commented, that sounds too stiff. She chuckled, fine. A few hours earlier, the two factions had met in the forest, but no deadly battle ensued, because everyone had peacefully gone to the Imperial Palace together. Megan announced, everyone will be able to see the princess tomorrow morning. Jared exclaimed angrily, you want us to wait until tomorrow? She replied sternly, yes. He questioned suspiciously, we don't even know where Her Highness is right now, or how she's being treated, and that knight is telling us to sit and wait. No way. Jared looked around, calculating. At that moment, Duke Pillar looked at him and nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Jared put on an innocent expression and looked at Megan. He asked curiously, we don't mind waiting until tomorrow morning, but why is it so noisy outside? She explained, because a grand banquet is being held. Jared fumed inwardly. A banquet? The Emperor is mistreating our princess, yet he's enjoying himself. Jared was filled with questions. I still don't understand why we can't see the princess right now. Right now. Megan's voice rang out decisively. I repeat, Her Highness is busy right now. She's attending the banquet. He didn't believe it, as if mistreating her wasn't cruel enough. Now, they're making her attend a banquet, turning her into a laughingstock. Had the Emperor of Croatia fallen so low? Jared trembled with rage. Seeing him casting a spell, Megan asked in bewilderment, hey, what are you doing? The sound of magical lightning crackled loudly in the room. Looking at her lying unconscious on the floor, Jared said, no more waiting. We'll go get the princess ourselves. You just rest for a bit. Duke Pillar predicted, if the princess is indeed attending the banquet, then she's most likely in the hall of the largest palace in the Imperial Palace. He ordered, you two go secure the escape route. Jared, Raymond, and I will go rescue the princess. Raymond peered down the empty hallway. He, Jared, and Raymond ran down the corridor. Duke Pillar remarked, it seems the Marquee at least gave us an accurate map. Another voiced their doubt, really? Looking at the brightly lit palace ahead, Jared exclaimed, that's right, that's the Rose Palace, just like on the map. He sounded puzzled. It's truly magnificent. Why don't we launch an attack first? Raymond agreed. Jared's right. A preemptive strike is always the best option. Duke Pillar held his head in exasperation. These kids are always so impulsive. He said, listen, our top priority is to bring the princess back safely. We're in enemy territory, and our opponents aren't mindless monsters, but the Empire's knights. Duke Pillar emphasized understood. Noitaking. Our goal is to secure the princess's safety and retreat without causing a commotion, so don't act rashly. Contrary to the plotting taking place here, Soria was enjoying herself with Lenick. Jared and Raymond lowered their heads and replied, yes. Soria and Lenick reached the door. He reminded her, once we step through this door, there's no turning back. She asked, why ask me that now? Even if I said no, you wouldn't let me back out, would you? Lenick replied, I wouldn't force you to do anything you don't want to do. I've said it many times, Soria interrupted. The Emperor of the Empire, I understand, Emperor Lenick. Servants bowed and opened the doors for the two. Lenick continued, I'm still not used to it. It really does sound strange. Soria, her voice held a playful lilt. It's better than what you wanted me to call you before. Lenick flustered, embarrassed. The announcement rang out loud and clear. His Majesty and his partner, the chief envoy of the Kingdom of Zion, arrive. Soria entered, graceful and confident. The nobles, all eyes on the pair, whispered amongst themselves. Sweating nervously, she screamed internally, why are there so many people? Soria whispered his name, Lenick. He looked down and asked, what is it? She said worriedly, it's not about the dancing. After I turn, I go left, right? Seeing he wasn't paying attention, Soria reminded him, the dancing. The Empress watched them both, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Dioville, noticing the rare sparkle in his wife's smile, looked at Lenick with envy. Lenick, puzzled, looked at Dioville while listening to Soria say, now, I've completely mixed up the steps in my head. Just as the Empress turned to look at him, Dioville looked at Lenick with amusement. The Empress slapped him soundly. She stood beside him, her expression still indifferent, as if the slap was just a normal occurrence in the palace. Watching the two, Soria exclaimed, oh my, Dioville is completely smitten. Lenick replied, that's precisely what has kept the Empire at peace until now. She asked, eager and curious, I heard Her Majesty is a superb dancer. Is that true? He replied, indeed, she is very graceful. The musicians began to play. Soria exclaimed, I can't wait to watch. Below, couples lost in the dance were oblivious to the bomb that had been lit upstairs, burning away, ready to explode without warning. The music in the grand hall was abruptly shattered by a deafening explosion. Flames and thick smoke billowed down from the second floor, causing panic among the crowd below. Amidst the screams, someone shouted, it's a bomb. Lenick quickly ordered, where are the knights? Form ranks quickly. The knights announced, intruders. Intruders detected. In the still unsettled chaos, Soria trembled in his arms, tears streaming down her face. She sobbed Lenick. He held her tightly, asking worriedly, Soria, are you all right? Were you hit by any debris? Soria looked at Lenick, suddenly stunned, as if hypnotized. He tightened his grip on her arm with concern. Soria couldn't believe it. I didn't know he could look so attractive when he's giving orders. Suddenly, Duke Pillar's voice boomed. Everyone listen. I stand here today to accuse the Emperor of the Croatian Empire. He has mistreated and humiliated a member of royalty, a royal from another nation. He stood high, raising his sword in accusation. Continental law states that the unwarranted mockery of foreign royalty is a criminal act, a violation of continental law. How can someone who commits such a crime claim to be safeguarding the peace of the continent? Lenick thought, confused, what? The nobles erupted in an uproar. What is he saying? Who is that man? Did he just say His Majesty humiliated someone? Soria asked worriedly, what does that mean, Lenick? Did you humiliate someone? Lenick immediately denied it. No, I'm wondering what he's talking about too. Duke Pillar shouted, we are here to immediately retrieve Princess Soria Brienne of Zion. Everyone looked at her, asking what? Soria, too, was bewildered. What's going on? She cried out in disbelief, me.